Come on, everybody. Welcome back. Guess who's back with a brand new patch 15.15 heading on the Rift. And I am joined by some fantastic folks. We got Bloxer, we got Rory B coming on for the first two games of the day. Gentle folks, welcome. How are we doing?
Solid, yeah. Can't complain. We've got two pretty exciting games in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, these matchups should actually be very, very exciting. We've got some matchups that are actually going to change things in the standings, and because we're getting quite far through this split already, these wins are incredibly important for these teams.
People might not realize that we are past the halfway point in the split now. And, yeah, the thing that was memed so many times, like, every win is a step away from potential relegation at the end of the split. Like, storied names have stumbled coming into this split. Upstart teams are showing up big at this time around. Like, take the script, flip it around, and funnily enough, good cheer on top because Rob apparently is in control of it.
Hashtag Rob out is what people need to be talking about because he's actually guiding this team to do good things. I think it's very exciting for us as well. You saw with those standings where the teams were sat at, but in terms of what teams have in terms of win-losses, Belfast, Goodchi, Inkwick, they're all sat at the top of the table, but they've all lost. You know, nobody's sat with all of the wins right now. We've got one team, unfortunately, who've got all of the losses. Bandits 0-5 at the moment, looking to scrape themselves back a win here today.
Well, that's a little bit later in the day, so we will get to that when that comes forth. But I think the most important thing that we need to talk about, Rory, and I'll start with you, is that, yeah, brand new patch, 15.15, Yunara is now available for play in the Four Nations. Ooh. Thank you very much, production. And importantly, we are also down a champion, however, because due to an unspecified bug, Mel is disabled in any of today's games. And as far as I'm aware, until further notice, Mel is not to be played.
And to be honest, I don't think we're going to miss the Mel. I don't think we've seen one all split so far. But Yunara, I'm really interested in because I don't believe they removed her Cull interaction with her Q. I believe this was an intended thing. So, Yunara's Q, when she gets fully stacked up, she can activate it, which lets her orbs that she fires out bounce. These proc on hits. Cull has a heal on hit, which means Yunara can massively boost her healing just off a stacked wave. And it means this champion can get through and negotiate the early game so much better than a lot of other champs in lane.
We'll see if any of the teams want to pull it out. Of course, I said the first moment that she is available. Let's bring it in towards today. We have two matches in the first half. We're going to be starting off with top of the table, Goodchi, going up against Venomcrest, the Titan of two splits prior. Winners of both of our last two splits, currently at 2 and 3, floundering a little bit. Blocks how much of that is to do with, of course, two of their star players, Bust and Air, leaving to go to pastures new in the NLC.
Exactly. When you lose out on a couple of your absolute best players, and I think Bust had arguments for him being the best player that we'd seen in our league for a while.
You wouldn't hear me arguing it.
Yeah, leaving for, as you said, the NLC, they're doing very well for themselves. You can tell that they were some of the best players we had. It was always going to be rough, and it was. It wasn't looking ideal. Now, on that graphic we just saw, it said that was going to be Galul starting right here. I'm almost certain that we've not got
Ketsu,
that.
I believe.
I'm almost certain that it's going to be Ketsu in the mid lane. He played for them last week, and I've got to be honest, they looked much, much better when they've had him in. When they had Galul in, it's been a little bit worse for them. Their most recent game, I think they looked a heck of a lot better, right? They were able to pick themselves up a pretty nice victory up against Paragon, and that was a Paragon that at that time they were dead even in the standings. They win that one incredibly convincingly. Paragon got smacked around the Rift. That being said, right, I think I'm not alone in thinking that Paragon are one of the weaker teams that we've got, so being able to beat them whilst it's a good step, it doesn't absolve them of all of the crimes that they've had previously. I'm still a little bit worried about this team.
On the other side of things, though, Rory, Venomcrest, they're looking better, but that's not to say that they've suddenly cleared up all of their problems, as we do have a clip to show.
Yeah, so Venomcrest, they have their heart in the right place, but as we can see here, when it comes to early game negotiating, objectives they're a little off. You see that the Ari is able to move much earlier than the Azir, and it just meant they got completely smacked on this first dragon in a lane which they should be winning. Right? They had Lucian Leona into Smolder, and the Smolder from that point was pretty happy, like able to pick up assist gold, got that wave in, so had an XP advantage. And as we saw from that game, like the Smolder did a lot of damage with those extra times it bought. Unfortunately, the build is a bit off if I remember.
The build was horrible.
But yeah, overall, their early mistakes mean they can't get what they're expecting to be their power players into good positions.
Right. And we see if they are continuing to look better. I think also worth noting that Chrisberg has been a pretty big part of their successes. Had some moments wherein he looked a lot more comfortable, I would say now. Despite a couple of jitters early, and like, call me biased if you like, he's going up against Maro, who, in my opinion at least, might be the best carry we have in the league.
Yeah, he's been an incredibly strong ADC so far for Good Chi, and it's been partly why Good Chi have been able to completely take over the league. The fact that they've got themselves such a strong ADC to try to play around. They're also just a team that seems incredibly well coached. I hate to say that because Rob's coaching them, but they do make a lot of good decisions, and it's really been unlocking Kurosh and Maru to just play the Rift so well for themselves across so many different lanes. They're just making it work, pushing out lanes properly, getting the good map rotations through. And Venomcrest hasn't really shown to me, which is surprising, right? When I think of Venomcrest, from their top tier NLC teams all the way down to whatever league they're in, Venomcrest teams are usually incredibly well coached. They're usually the best macro that we get in the league basically every single time. And this time around, this squad doesn't seem to have it, and I do wonder if Good Chi are going to be able to use that and kind of run circles around them.
I do want to quickly highlight something I felt really interesting about the graphic we just put up, which was Chrisberg was putting out more damage per minute with less gold per minute.
Yeah.
Which means if Chrisberg can close the gap on Marrow, as you can see, yeah, like significant damage uptake. While, yeah, down, sure, only 30 gold, but in a 25-minute game, that does add up. Like, if Chrisberg can close that gap slightly, he can really take on Marrow.
We'll see if that can happen. I think we can safely say the most consistent part of Venomcrest this split has been the bot lane. Like, Chrisberg and Matthew have done very, very well together. They're up against Maro and Chompy, though, who I think pretty much from the off this split, like, Maro was already looking great, but the addition of Chompy has made this bot lane utterly terrifying. So if Chrisberg and Matthew can make it through that lane phase intact and get to a later stage where Chrisberg can be more influential in a broader sense, then perhaps that is a Venomcrest way. But I do actually, before we go to the draft, drag in some predictions, perhaps, if we may do so, production.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
There's the... I mean, we can talk as much as we like about Venomcrest being improved, but there's a reason that Good Chi are 4-1 right now.
Yeah.
I will say, anyone who votes Venomcrest, though, is going to have a massive payout, because if most of chat listen to what we are predicting, those are great odds for Venomcrest people.
Yeah.
While we go through the early stage of the draft, I do want to touch on a couple of extra things that might affect the draft. So, Rek'Sai has been subject to a major change in a couple of different ways. Do we think we'll see her at all? And furthermore, a couple of the most prevalent supports in Alistair and Braum have lost just flat 7 armor, making them a lot more exploitable in the early stages of the game.
I don't see Rek'Sai popping up to us. Obviously, Good Chi, they're just going to instantly slam the Nocturne. They've been really, really happy with the Nocturne Orianna combo. I think Crush has also just looked incredibly strong on this champion. I do think that the supports are going to be interesting, though. I wonder if it's going to push people more towards the enchanters that we have been seeing increasingly, and it's just a little bit more in the wheelhouse of a couple of our supports as well. If they do want to go towards that, the fact that now you can't just slam Braum as a counter to a lot of these compositions, I think is going to help out.
We see the respect coming out from Venomcrest, taking the Orianna away from Korosh, and of course denying that Shockanoia combo, or there's a whole bunch of names for it. Currently, Phrase umming and ahhing about what they will go along with. I mean, there are so many different options that you could just combo with. Any sort of lockdown. Maokai, yeah, that'll do just fine. You could even put it towards support if you feel like it, especially with the support tier list being moved around a bit.
I was just thinking, because that immediately means Korosh can just jam that Merc Treads and get so much value from it, right? So normally you want opposing damage types in your mid jungle because of the power of the boot upgrade. But honestly, we're seeing boot upgrades go further and further to the wayside. I'm seeing a lot more people just sitting on tier 1 boots these days and just jamming their first and second item power spikes much more regularly. As the Orianna Urgot, so Loopy got Urgot. I know, Bloxer, you're not a fan of the champion, especially blind, but you know what? If Refresh picks Ornn, this is a pretty good matchup.
The joy to the despair so quickly, Max. It's well known that you're not the fan of Loopy's Urgot.
Akali's hype.
I'm hyped as hell for the Akali.
Yeah, I was so excited to start talking about the Akali and how Korosh, he's a great Orianna player. He's mainly been put onto these more supportive picks.
Jax doesn't have a good time into Urgot from my knowledge because Jax can never queue in. And Urgot can buffer the stun out with his Purge.
No, I too am a fan of counterpicking myself. It's good fun. We'll see how this goes for them. I was gonna say is Korosh, he's been more relegated to these control mages, helping out the team, dealing big damage with it and doing incredibly well. But I do like the fact that Gucci have decided to pick themselves up this Akali into it, because that's the only way you can make the Orianna uncomfortable. You pick her because you're taking it away from your opponent and it can just absorb the pressure in almost every single situation. And while I do like the Orianna alongside the Jax, that's a great ball delivery system for some big plays into the backline. Who are you actually jumping onto? You're exactly right, Rory. You don't really want to be jumping onto the Urgot. The Nocturne's already in your backline. The Akali's in your backline as well. It is going to put some big questions here onto Gucci and what they want to play down on the bottom side of the map. I do wonder if you need something very safe down on this bottom side, something like the Ezreal, something like the Xayah come to mind.
And honestly, No, please go on.
Do you need a ball delivery system if your opponent is coming to you? Because Jax can make space with... Jax can make space with Counter-Strike. We have... the Nature's Grasp coming across. We have the threat of Shockwave. We have a lot of tools that sort of check Gucci's aggression. Do they need to necessarily be comboed to be that good?
I still think ease of execution helps out teams that are struggling to close the skill gap. So I do think a ball delivery system isn't a necessity, but it's bloomin' nice to have, let's be honest. We're actually seeing Gucci banning the Yunara here. Appreciating how strong the champ could be. It makes a lot of sense. Yunara with the Runins build can pick up a lot of damage on short-range targets. Akali, Nocturne, Urgot, they are pretty short-range targets.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
So, getting into the second phase, it seems that Venomcrest may still consider that option.
Wow.
And they do. So, 7 armor lost from Braum, including some armor growth as well.
Yeah.
Venomcrest still believe it is a good enough pick. Rory, you clearly have some thoughts.
Is it not just Rakan here? Like, I'm thinking, Rakan works with Orianna, can play defensively into the Nocturne. It's just...
I'd like the Xayah anyway, so if you pair the Lover's Duel up in the bot lane, I think that puts you in a really nice spot here as well. Yeah, I think
Gucci might have heard you.
It's always a pretty good option.
It's huge. But honestly, I might expect a Kai'Sa here, to be honest. Kai'Sa Rakan is not the worst lane in the world. With Nautilus banned as well, it's pretty
Kai'Sa
good.
is the Maro pick as well. Like, Kai'Sa, Vayne are those two champions you just think of when you think Maro.
Yeah, I mean, I got the privilege earlier of watching a Xayah just run through some kids, so that's why that one's on my mind at the moment. But, I mean, honestly, Gucci, they've set themselves up with what does feel... Do it. Come on. Do it.
It's Maro! Like,
it's actually not that bad. It's pretty good at this game.
I like it. Okay, I like it. I think it works really well right here, especially when you've got someone like the Jax jumping on top of you with the counter-strike. The fact that you can now just push them back away from you and stop that engage from coming through. It's not often that you're countering some of the engage tools with your ADC, but I do very much like what they've paired up for themselves right here. Gucci, it's quite a solo queue composition, right? But this is the way that they like to play. You can see Chris Berg flicking through a lot of different champions here to see what he wants to play. Alongside the Braum, you can get...
Rough. It sounds rough and it's locked.
Yeah, into this, I do worry for the bot side a little bit.
Should it just have been Lovers Duo bot lane for Venomcrest here?
Yeah, at least pick the Rakan. I hate the Braum, to be honest. I really don't see it, but because now you're kind of forced to use the Maokai ult as primary engage, right? Outside of Refresh, just like flash counter striking, which isn't ideal for the Maokai. Generally, he wants to. He likes holding the ult for threat more than having to rely on it every single team fight to engage.
So, we're speaking on the ease of execution front. There are still some good tools that can be put together. You know, Phrase or Refresh on the Maokai Jax are still going to provide a pretty easy shockwave to this Orianna. The question is, well, we talked about surviving lane. I feel like that's something that Chris Berg and Matthew should be perfectly capable of, because Vayne's not hitting the power point until 2 items, realistically.
I don't even see that they necessarily need to sit back, right? Playing Braum into a Vayne when you've just lost all of the armor that you did, I think you can actually get quite aggressive right here in this bottom lane. I think you can step up in a lot of these situations and make it an incredibly uncomfortable bottom lane. If you don't want to, though, you can also just leave Mara alone. Vayne, I think, is one of the better champions to be just left alone in this lane, and you can go pair up alongside Quality and get involved in a lot of these other lanes, because you've got a couple lanes that can potentially win big here. I checked in a little bit just to make sure we weren't trolling you, we weren't lying. No, indeed, the Urgot has a really good matchup into the Jax, so you're going to be very happy with that one. And obviously, Akali is one of those picks into the Orianna that if you're feeling yourself, if you're good on it, as we expect Courage to be, he can definitely go for some sort of solo kill and potentially punish.
We will see if that is the case as we head on to the Rift for our first game of the day, and that means handing it across to our casters, Gentleman Bo and SIM. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Brackish Brit, and there's a lot to unpack only from the pick and ban phase already. But first of all, SIM, we noticed that of course Gucci, they're up high in the standings, they need to keep that going. But Venomcrest, they're crawling their way back inside the standings, and it feels like this match is impeccable for either both of those if you win this one.
It is, of course, really impactful, because if you're Venomcrest, Venom Serpents in this regard, you want to get yourselves back into the standings. You are only 2 and 3, so straightening it back to a 3 and 3 standings at least gets you away from those relegation games. On the other hand, Gucci has had such an explosive start already. Like, if they can set through this trend, it's of course all the better for them. And then if you take into account the draft that we've just witnessed, where on the desk they've also pointed out that there were some self-counter picks along the board. It is maybe a bit weird to see. Then again, we are playing in a competition where we're not at the level yet that everyone can play every champion towards perfection. So sometimes you can make a small argument for like, okay, this is my comfort champion, I can still play it like decently or like pilot it decently in the matchup, even though normally it is a counter matchup. But we shall see upon the Rift whether that execution can actually be performed or whether it will be a complete dot.
And I have to admit, you're holding a pencil, so you sound convincing to me already, because it feels like you got facts there already. Also, there's a bit of late-game insurancy policy. There's, of course, a Vayne on the side of Gucci, so that means if the scaling goes long enough, eventually, it is such a big problem. But indeed, the pick and ban phase made us discuss a lot already, even when we're not on broadcast this evening, because, yeah, there's a Jax with some sort of a counter pick, who counter-picked himself in the top lane. Also, it seemed like Venomcrest wanted to go for a wombo combination, but then eventually some picks maybe avoided that. Also, the Nocturne and the Akali, very important to maybe reach the backline, but there's some Xayah feather, so it feels like this game could go anywhere. It's quite hard to actually draw out how the fights are supposed to look like.
It felt like Venomcrest at first was like kind of tunnel visioned upon the fact that they do have the Orianna takeaway from Gucci, because they've played this combination with the Nocturne Orianna so many times that you cannot just hand it over for free, because you know that they are well versed in this composition. But then if you pick the Orianna, you also need like a composition afterwards that you can use the Orianna in, and normally we see like some other form of ball delivery with like a Jarvan or a Xin Zhao, but
Or Sion or something. Yeah,
but like if they really want to go with the Maokai, it can work, but now they also want a second version of bring in the ball, so they went with Jax, but Jax didn't necessarily have the best matchup into Urgot, so there you already get some compromises in the draft from that regard. And then it continues, they pick up the Braum. Sure, it's a nerf champion, but it still has the utility it always had. But it is interesting to see that the counter pick of an AD carry is now more preferred than the counter pick on the support, even though we know through a long history of League of Legends, a lot of bot laners prefer to have their support actually have the counter pick instead of the ADC, because there's just more influence from that role into how the bot lane 2v2 will work out in the end.
Exactly. Let's not inspire too many AD carries. I love the fact as a support main that at least my AD carry can go up in the lobby and try to maybe pick something. Now I can take my time to see what would be the best support to pair with one of those carries. In the meantime, we're almost ready to go towards the Summoner's Rift. Maybe it's time for some expectations, because we're talking a lot about the pick and ban phase and what might happen, what should happen. The fights might be difficult for either of those teams. I'm going to kick it over to you. Do you feel like either Venomcrest or Gucci has the upper hand in one of their pick and ban phases?
I would say that Gucci just has the upper hand, because they do have like the good matchup in the top lane. Akali can still run over an Orianna if performed correctly, and you can still execute it fairly well with Nocturne with some early attention. And then on bot lane, I'm not super familiar because I don't see a lot of Vayne nowadays, but then I will see this as a matchup where you do have to be careful to trade into like the Braum concussive blows, but on the other hand, you also have a Vayne that can trade fairly aggressive early game, and Zai that doesn't necessarily have the range to match it. You can still tumble out of the feathers, so there are still a lot of possibilities upon the table to fight for.
Exactly. It's time to welcome all of these players on the Summoner's Rift. And for the first 40 seconds, a bit of Mission Impossible cosplay in the river. Ketsuo got some vision, and Frey's trying to Bramble Smash so hard that it pauses the game. Hey,
I mean,
there we are.
It happened before. I remember the very first day that I was here on UCal, I was casting with Middle Cult, and then a Silent ult crashed the game.
That's true.
They crashed the game so hard that we were just talking about, okay, and if the game continues, let's see what happens, and we just get like Brother and Friends win, just like massively in our screen. Like, okay,
indeed,
game's over
like,
apparently.
There it was,
so,
there it was.
You never know, but I hope that we at least still get to see some action ourselves.
Yeah, we will do it. Of course, it's the very first few seconds. So, there was a Bramble Smash, and that meant something is bound to happen near the Raptors, of course. So, the first few minutes will pass by. We'll get back to the game as soon as possible. By the way, one interaction I want to highlight before we get to those big late game fights, even in the laning phase itself. One aspect of Braum is really important here. You can block feathers. And that is something that can make a fight really annoying. Also, next level play, you can also block the feathers while she's pulling it back in. So you point it backwards. So there's like multiple things you could even do to make those fights a bit more difficult. But before we need fights, we need Summoner's Rift. And that's where we're at now.
It would also be interesting for Matthew to block Chris Burke's own feathers, since they are on the same side.
Oh, Miss Gucci! I made a mistake, man. I was thrown up. I saw you thinking. I was like, oh man, hang on. I got it the wrong way around.
I got you here. But
I got no pencil. I got no pencil.
I thought for a second that you want to talk about some Urgot ult interactions. Of course, you can just block it like every single champion. But unfortunately, there isn't like an interaction where if you have like a Mel and you bounce it back. Like I've seen some wonky stuff happen that Urgot can reposition himself because the ultimate is doing some funky stuff. But at least not in this game.
Indeed. And for Venomcrest, this lane should be relatively safe. It's more though the Vayne that needs not take too much poke to maybe get poked out of that lane. But you'll see that I believe both bot lanes will be fine scaling, farming up. There won't be that much action. I believe only from level 6 onwards, maybe with some jungle presence, there might be some fights heading in. But I believe the first few minutes will be relatively calm.
It wouldn't necessarily surprise me, but then again I look at the minimap and I do see that both junglers are started on the top side, so that means that they will be making their way towards bot. So it's still fairly important for both of these bot lanes to make sure that either one of them of course has priority and then help their jungler if they want to go for this Rift Scuttle contest. So it wouldn't surprise me that around level 3, level 4 for the junglers we will still see some action in the bot lane, and then the mid lane and bot lane priority will be really important to fight for now.
Yeah, but I do feel like once those river fights are taken off, but with the Brown passive, I feel like every fight up till level 5, level 6 should be for Venomcrest, at least if you move in time. So you should keep the lane in a relatively easy state that you can move out whenever you need to. In the meantime, top lane, Jax having a bit of a rough time, having a Doran shield, but still eating a lot of those auto attacks.
Unsurprisingly, this top lane matchup is already going in favor of Gucci, and I wonder if there's going to be even more bullying happening on this top lane, because we just saw that this top wave was pushed in, and now if Loopy can actually get this wave to push into himself, there are some really nasty freezing angles where as a Jax it's just impossible to walk up without getting hard punished by a champion like Urgot, because you do have the little bit of extra range over him and the fact that you can buffer his CC, like the counter strike, with your own so you don't really get stunned. So that is what makes this matchup really tricky, but then Loopy still has to pull it off that he can get the wave frozen, and for now it looks like he prefers pushing and trying to get those tower plates on himself early.
Indeed, Akali saved some time by pushing in. This might be a fight. Orianna got no mana, so I feel like Phrase also mentioning that maybe this is not fightable. Jax is low as well. I don't believe you win this fight. You should let this one go. It feels like Venomcrest recognizing the fact that they are behind in position, mana, and maybe health even. So they're pulling back from the Scuttle Grab. That means a small advantage for the Nocturne, who's hunting to get 6 as fast as possible.
Yeah, small leads already being built out. If we see a small fight in the bot lane.
Ooh, this might be pulled in. There's a little stun coming in. There's one of those passive stacks. Fading Echoes tanked that one. Chrisberg, why on earth did you take another auto attack? This is massive. The point, the flash up is there. One flash is gone. The Q lands, but you need to keep an eye on Fane. Chrisberg got nothing left except the barrier, and no one seems to die.
Yeah, and keep in mind that on one hand, Marrow still has flash, but Chrisberg still has his barrier. So if there's a possible all-in angle and they didn't notice that the barrier wasn't used in the last fight, there can be a small flip fight in favor of Venomcrest, but it's not going to happen for thus far.
Oh, that cancel. Every top laner feels that one. Come on, man. Let me go home. Another one coming in.
At least he got the wave in. It looked to be one of those disastrous freezes where Loopy can just walk up, bully, refresh, and he cannot walk back. But now he actually has an angle where, sure, his teleport had to be invested earlier, but the wave is in a state that it's actually fightable now, and he's not stuck pushing towards Loopy, and Loopy in that regard having complete control over the wave.
Yeah, indeed. Jax has some measurements to be defensive. Doran shield, second wind, and of course the teleport, which will make sure your entire health bar is back again. Brown, you're on your own.
Yeah, but look at Chris. Chris is almost there, and he already took a reset.
This might be a gank coming in. Is Nocturne being seen? I believe barely. I think they don't see Nocturne in the fog of war. This means it could be a bait. There's a Gundam back into the wall. Fading Echoes go for the AD carry. And there's a big smash. Phrase got the first bot. Second one coming in hot. And Nocturne can only see his teammates dropping down like flies.
Something about not seeing a lot of action in the early stages on the bot lane. Well, it looks like both junglers have decided that if there's action somewhere, it has to be bot lane. And this is completely well played by Matthew, making sure that the wave did get in on the bot side, so they did have a nice bounce. And at the same time, both Morrow and Chompy got held hostage in their lanes, had to get those waves to get full EXP and gold values. And the fact that they didn't reset yet, and Chris did reset, managed for them to get the upper hand, and there was no way for Morrow to actually try and contest that.
Yeah, and even the vision, I feel like Phrase wasn't able to see Nocturne, or at least the other way around, so it felt like they had the upper hand, but then eventually the Maokai showed in. Loopy showing a thumbs up, and one Drake will go into the pocket of Gucci. Refresh, jumping in, getting a couple of these grasp auto attacks to maybe stack up, heal up. But in the meantime, bot lane is in a very good position suddenly.
Yeah, but with this reset, there was of course also the opportunity for Qualzy to start a dragon, so there is an objective on the board for Gucci, so it's like one of those extra prizes you get, like, okay, at least you get something from Gucci's side, so that is good to see from them. It does surprise me at the same time that there's no kills on either AD carry, when we are looking at a possibly very late game well, just game that's going on in front of our faces that might drag on fairly long. But both AD carries have apparently not wanting to pick up the kill yet, even though it is a fairly popular item if I look at pro play nowadays.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. I can imagine for Chrisberg that maybe you feel like with the Braum, with the Malphite, who has early presence, of course, with the Flash Root, maybe you feel like you need a little extra damage to be sure to maybe take on those early fights. But as you could see, it's only 2 kills after 7.5 minutes. So there's not that much action. Also, a lot of those champions, so Nocturne, Rakan, Akali, a lot of these champions only want to fight once they reach their level 6. And as you could see, the Summoner's Rift, maybe a lot more action will spike now, because we see a lot of those important ultimates coming in.
A lot of important ultimates. Also, we've been focusing on the bot side for a whole lot of this game, and yes, there is a small advantage for the Venom Serpents, but looking at all of the other lanes, we also see a 20 CS advantage already over from Karosh onto Galul, so he already has that one in the pocket, and of course top side is going the way as expected for Loopy against Refresh. So in that regard, not everything is lost yet. There is a small 400 gold lead for the Venom Serpents, but that's only like such a small lead that all of the other lanes can probably well, make sure that it gets turned around. And Chris, oh yeah, look at those really great trades. He is going to be such an important player if he's going up against those fat members already on Gucci's side.
Who could have thought feathers are so strong it makes you tumble? Right now, underneath the turret, there's an ultimate coming in hot. Rakan should be able to block this one. Nocturne turns the lights off, and that is scary. So for now, the dive will be apprehended. But that means still there's a big advantage, of course, for the position of the bot lane from Venomcrest.
Yeah, this is the pressure that you need to make sure that that wave goes in and it doesn't get frozen as well, even though you are probably a bit stronger in on the Xayah side for now. But I do want to see some extra pressure from the Venom Serpents going over to this mid lane as well, because Galul is having such a hard time on this mid lane, trying to keep himself standing, and maybe if he gets like a little bit of a nudge of help from Phrase, it will help him in trying to get his kill and catching up that 11 CS deficit that was there a couple seconds ago.
Ooh, in the mid lane, that's a good ultimate, could get away. There's no Nocturne ultimate to hunt down the Orianna. And she manages to keep her flash, and that is big, especially playing versus Nocturne and Akali. You need to have some safety. Phase Rush helping along a great way, but in the meantime, it's becoming harder and harder for Orianna to just stay in lane. If they land a little bit of damage, you're in the kill threshold, and then you need to be safe, or you need to teleport, or you need to base, but it makes it difficult for Orianna to stay in lane for a longer period of time now.
It is difficult to stay in lane now, and at the same time we are looking at Galul in a position where he cannot really be dove, because Quasi doesn't have his ultimate yet, and Carlos is also still waiting for the perfect execution that he just used, so you are a bit safer, you do have Maokai on your side, you can finally get your reset now, and hopefully after this reset it will be a bit easier to get back into lane, both mid laners having teleport if necessary, and it is also going to be used by Galul. So they are trying to get on the map again, and then let me check real quick, because my own head on my own screen is in front of the dragon time, but it is only 1 minute until dragon is spawning. You're not that important as I am, of course. No. Dragon is way more important.
In the meantime, couple of Shuriken landing again. Seems like Akali or read it in red. That's a very good laning phase. Of course, also with the Mercs coming in, Doran's shield. You feel free to poke in a couple of Qs, push in the wave. Rakan kind of covering up. There's a Malphite trying to join from the river. Feels a good chi there, a lot more comfortable roaming the map right now.
Yeah, Chompy, I thought for a second that he had to be more careful, but then again, Quasi is there as a backup, having the Paranoia available if they wanted to fight, but just looking at other priority already being set up by this bot lane, it wouldn't shock me if the Venom Serpents really want to take this trade. But the big question is, will they pull the trigger on bot lane first, on mid lane first, or will they just start the dragon as it is? Because to me, it feels like you do want to make a pick at first, or at least make some members from Gucci a little bit low first, because a big wombo combo is lingering on the other side, and if all members are full HP, it might actually be a really difficult fight you're fighting.
Yeah, well, but I do feel like fighting into the Braum and of course the Xayah, that means you have to be very careful. So I feel like it's a good position to try, especially the layout of the map, of course, being red side makes it a bit more easy to access the Dragon Pit. Right now, Nocturne trying to maybe find something. in top lane. That's a very good pink ward, providing some security. The base has not been completed. Not a lot of mana, and this might be the dive. The button is turned off, or the lights are turned off. The fear will come in. There's no counter-strike left. There could be a little... And that's it. Jax is done for now, and almost got Nocturne in the process.
That is also what I really like about his Urgot skin. He just throws this like plumber right at your face and reels you in, and you just die. It just happens. But this is why this top lane matchup is so well for Loopy, and I feel like there's also a lot of pressure coming with that onto his shoulder, looking that the bot side is kind of burning for them. Sure, Maro is still farming up, and there is going to be a answer of a play on this side. Phraze has to be fast though, because I'm looking at the top side, and like a first tower might actually come in from Loopy with this pushing power.
And as you notice, Venomcrest, they're trying to push as fast as they can right now. Refresh jumping, Counter-Strike is gone. There's no ultimate for Loopy. Don't walk around all those legs. You will eat the maximum amount of damage. Loopy is gonna take a lantern post to his face. No, he will run away. This could be the fear of Nocturne.
Oh,
and
no.
Refresh is in a pickle. He can jump towards the plant. Oh, the fear did not connect at all. And there's even a dive on the bot lane.
Looking at how everything's going. Okay, these feathers are in the favor of Venom Serpents, and what looked like it was going to be a play, like, absolutely not in favor of them. Now everything is looking to come together. They claim their first feat of warfare, they get 2 extra kills as well. And sure, the tower falls on the top side of the map, but I feel like they've gotten their value already. Oh, side steps!
Woo! Grisberg. Kind of a scary situation right there. Venomcrest, a couple of good plays. So the bot lane has been apprehended. In the meantime, there's also been a tower on the top side. So there's a lot of plays going all around the Summoner Rift at this point in time. The gold is about equal, the same amount of drakes. And now you need to take a look at the potential scaling that could be here. But let's take a look one more time at the dive on bot lane.
Yep, we were all watching what happened on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, on the other side, Phraze was looking for that engage. It was kind of handed by him by Chompy, just wanting to go in, not necessarily knowing that Maokai was here. And of course, with the fact that a teleport had to be invested by Karus to help topside, it gives an entirely free roam timer for Kalul to get on this bot side. Yes, you do still force out the teleport from the Urgot earlier, because Loopy had that kind of a nasty trade on the top side, which I also didn't really feel like which side is it going to, because Loopy already had an item completed but didn't take a reset yet. Refresh did take a reset, teleported in, but he didn't have a completed item yet, so it could have gone either way, and he really had to get bailed out by the rest of his team there, so a really good take from Refresh that he had to go there. But the fact that we have so much chaos already all around the map, and that Refresh was able to buy so much time for his team on the bot side whilst only having to drop his tower, is still, I'd say, a net win play for the Venom Serpent, which is good to keep him in this game, because we felt like they had to be on the back foot, and now for most of the game they've been ahead, if not equal. So there's still a lot of scaling factors that come into play with the Jax late game, with the Orianna that hits on 3 item spikes. There's a lot of hope, and that's something that maybe a lot of the analysts also didn't expect in the first place.
Yeah, that's all you need, right? You need a little bit of hope and of course a bit of scaling. So we got the Vayne, Xayah, and of course the Jax. I'm really keeping my eyes on to see if they're able to scale well enough inside this game. In the meantime, not that much action for the Akali, but still farming up relatively well. So once that second item hits in, there could be a lot more danger coming in. In the meantime, the river is not for Venomcrest. Gucci will be able to take their Rift Herald, and that means they're gonna have some push power in one of these 3 lanes.
Yeah, and then Gucci in the end will take the feats of strength, but we're fighting mid lane. Okay.
Yeah. Fading Echoes.
Chompy?
Not scared of the
Keep
the
it cool, man. Keep it cool. It's only 40 seconds until the dragon, and thus far, setup-wise, Gucci had 1 decent rotation where they lost the trade on bot lane, but they still managed to be on the map earlier because the enemy still had to reset, so Venom Serpents couldn't contest the first dragon. But the last dragon was for the Venom Serpents, and for now, it feels like the next dragon also ahead of setup. Look at all those red spots on the minimap, wards already being placed by Matthew, and that looks to be a fight that will be completely in vision of the Venom Serpents, and they're also already calling Refresh with them. He doesn't get to TP in, he has to be there at the start of the fight.
Well, the fact that Grisberg pushed up so far with Nocturne ult that might be available. Keep in mind, there's a lot of vision of course, but with the Nocturne ultimate there's not that much vision left. In the meantime, they're pushing in mid lane, trying to maybe divert their attention towards the Rakan, who has to go towards the Raptor Pit to see if he can create a little bit of space. In the meantime, Venomcrest, they'll be in the river first. They'll be able to maybe take position at Drake. They're not initiating it at this point in time, so they're still just looking, exploring, see if maybe one of those players oversteps.
And I'm looking at the minimap at the same time. There's this, okay, never mind. I'm not looking anymore. I'm just seeing what's happening on bot lane.
This will be the Shuriken
Okay.
lane. Keep in mind, there's not that much damage yet. Seraph's Embrace holding back a lot of damage. Ketsuo walking into the hands of the Rakan. The knock-up will not be there. Some dancing shoobies from Ketsuo. He has to walk away. There's no ultimate, just a sombrero. And that means the mid lane will be gone before Drake fight will be initiated, but that means Maokai.
We're still fighting.
Braum coming in. This might be it. A couple more shots coming in. Rakan can have huge ultimate, but it's rooted away. Sai will be jumping. A root coming in. Keep in mind, Vayne is healthy. Vayne is tumbling. Vayne is in the brush, hitting a pink ward, and not the enemy laners. In the meantime, Braum tanking a lot more. Drake is helping along a little bit, but it seems Venomcrest, they have won this fight. They've won this fight quite hard, and they'll be able to secure their second Drake.
And it's once again just a fight that goes left, right, and center. And
Yeah.
it also looks like Karras is not done with it yet. He's trying to force them off the dragon, but I don't think he can be there.
Nah, he's trying to pull back a little bit. There's some flowers there, another one under the third. Fading Echoes got a small prize, but they lost the Drake. And it feels like indeed the fight was all over the place. So there's a Orianna who's being caught, but it takes so much time. It feels like Venomcrest is able to take any position they want on the map.
I think you hit it on the head perfectly, saying that there aren't a lot of items yet for Carlos, so the execute threshold is still fairly high. It's difficult to catch this Orianna, but there was a position where Gucci were all in the river, on the position where you normally could not be with the setup that had already been done earlier by the Venom Serpents. But then this fight, that could have been such a good fight, it gets engaged on the Xayah,
That's rude.
but
Oh.
yes, that route, but the fact that Xayah doesn't get touched by the charm means that she does get access to her Featherstorm, and it's fairly easy to disengage, and you instantly see, even though it's an R5 Xayah, the instant value a champion like this has if she can fight into a team that has to engage full up on her, because now this Featherstorm gets so much extra value. Kowalski, there's nothing he could have done there to change the outcome of that fight, and that makes Gucci going from a great position into that fight into just running it down themselves into the Venom Serpents and giving it away for free onto Chris Barks' hands.
Yeah, and also look at the map. It's a maze. You got the Atakan walls, there's feathers, there's a Braum shield, so it's so hard to find your footing, to maybe push forward and find the backline of any of those players. So it feels like Venomcrest, they had a real good position there, despite the fact that it was Gucci who had a catch on the Orianna. So second Drake coming in, Atakan just spawned in those
look at these
miserable
gold
walls where Braum
numbers.
just walks by right now. That is such a hard place to fight as Gucci, because you need a couple of players to reach the backline. You need Nocturne, you need a Kali, maybe even Urgot, who can maybe find a way, a wanted bullet with his ultimate, to curve it around a couple of those frontline tanks. And that means there could be some danger for the top lane now.
The decision that being made,
Immediate
dive is being
danger,
committed.
that's it.
Well,
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
There's just nothing you can do here as an
Nah, man.
Orianna. But we all knew that this had to be something. Like, if Gucci doesn't do anything here, they just give the Atakan for free, because they knew that if there's no one from the Venom Serpents on the map, they have to do something on the other side, so it has to be Atakan. You can't give it for free. So yes, it's really nice. You do get the second tier tower out of this. You already had the feats of Warfare, therefore they have the upgraded boots. I feel like Venomcrest are in a really decent position, even though the gold is fairly even. And that's mostly once again coming off of Crisper, because before we saw that the gold graphs, or like the gold deficits between all players, were shown for a fairly short time, because you were still talking about the items and like, there we go.
Oh, look at that.
Look at the difference between Maru and Crisper. Like, that is what this entire game relies on for now. Like, the last couple of teamfights, if Crisberg's alive and he can use this gold link to this maximum potential, they just win the fight because they have to collapse onto him. But if Loopy or Karosh can get into a situation where Crisberg is a null factor, that is where the power for Gucci now lies. So that's either a team fight where Crisberg is mispositioning, or you're looking to play maybe a little bit more throughout the side lane, because I still feel like this Urgot should win against this Jax, but I rarely see him 1v1 in that side lane against him.
Yep, it is true. Urgot's just walking with the team at the moment, despite the fact there's no objectives up yet.
We're making a pick.
With the quickness, goes in with the flash. There's a Braum shield who can block all the damage. There's even an ultimate whiffing. This means Vayne has some free time. Condemn could be landed there. Braum flashing away in time. Xayah throwing the feathers, but then she is caught. Crisberg used his flash, did not use the barrier, that would not have made any difference. And you were speaking about a missed position, that felt like it. And Braum ultimate did not land on anyone.
It's a combination of spotting a missed position and instantly being able to react on that, and that is exactly what Chompy did here. He saw that there's only a Xayah and a Braum there. They knew that there were no side laners available because they already saw them on the map. There's no way for the Venom Serpents to respond, and then how they finish it, how they position around the feathers that there's no more value. That was great to see from Gucci.
Look on the minimap, Ketso chasing. There's Akali just jumping away. One blast cone will give a few more seconds to Ketso. What is your plan?
Teleport?
The teleport coming in? There's no CC.
There's no CC.
Oh, there we go. That's some sort of a Nocturnal, but with the lights on, and Orianna is out.
Okay, this mid laner knows, like Galul knows, that if there's only an option in my face, it takes a while before the fear actually takes effect, and there was no Rakan nearby for a potential knockup to get there in time. So you do get the teleport out, but you also have to invest this cooldown for the next 3 minutes that you cannot be on the side lane anymore. So there is now an opportunity for Gucci to maybe play the side lane with the teleport advantage that you perhaps have on Loopy, but that teleport advantage is also on refresh. So I think that in the end we're still early on the map as the Venom Serpents, and we can still just fight for this dragon.
Ooh, I like this shot. This is nice. And keep in mind, the fact that Ketcho was able to teleport back means this Drake setup is here. There's a Maokai ultimate coming in just to be sure to secure the Drake. I don't think you want to take this fight at all. And as you can see, Venomcrest are more than happy. They got Soul Point in the pocket. Of course, there's been some investments with the teleport, and maybe there was a catch on Chrisberg, but they still get the objectives. In the meantime, though, for me, there's a little bit of a small attention point. The Vayne is really scaling up at this point in time. Of course, 2 recurve bows, still not landing that item. So that means the second item is still waiting for a bit again, so should come in rather quickly. But that means for Gucci, if the game goes on for too long, feels like it could well.
Ballsy, can you even be there?
Big ultimate coming in, Braum chasing, couple of stacks on Loopy. There's another one coming in, Blasting Cone will save them a little bit longer. Braum able to land one more Q. Who will eat the Q? Read it in red, Akali can jump away. Chimaro trying to dodge his way. Now Vayne is the front line. That's not what you want to have. There can be a flank coming in. There's a stun coming in. Nocturne will be wiped away with your Chimaro. Still got tumbled. That's Braum. He's gone. Akali jumping in. Chrisberg eating a couple more shots. Chimaro is fighting really well, but Chrisberg with a lot more damage only need to land a few auto attacks.
Yeah, it's just a huge wall of diff between these AD carries. Look at Chrisberg. He already has 3 items completed, being the Essence Reaver, Flicker Blade, and the Infinity Edge, just dealing so much damage, ripping through the entirety of Gucci, and even with a really well thought out fight, because they knew at one point they would get flanked by Refresh, so there has to be a turning point somewhere. So if you have to take a turning point, Refresh is still close, he's still close, he's still close, he has to jump the wall, and now is the time that it will take some time for Refresh to actually rejoin the fight. So now you have to go in, you have to look for that turn. It goes fairly well at the beginning, but now you have to start peeling for your Vayne. But the health bars were already so low, it's difficult to peel for the Vayne. It's really difficult to even get there in time. So Luffy, the entire fight just gets split. And it's really nice from Gucci that they can still get some kills back and get some extra gold in their pockets. But now if this bot lane was shoved a little bit further, there is a reset being taken by Chrisberg. I see a 3,000 gold deficit between both ADCs. And the last Whisper armor penetration item almost being completed by Chrisberg as well. So he's almost sitting at 100% crit chance against a team that doesn't even build that much armor. So he is going to be ripping through some team fights in combination with those feathers.
That is absolutely massive. Let's see how the next fight will progress. In the meantime, a couple of players resetting, want to spend their gold. Baron should be one of those things you have to keep in mind as Gucci, that once Venomcrest feels comfortable and with the 100% crit chance, there is so much danger. Walking into their team fight, that could be the end of your Summoner's Rift game. Because, like you just said, with all the feather damage and the crit chance, there's not that much you can do. So it feels like for Gucci, they want to move the fight to some place they want to coordinate it to. They're going to leave Baron for now, and they're going to dive to Orianna again. But this time, Ketso keeping a lot of distance between herself and the enemy players.
Galu knows that all he has to do is just take it easy. He knows
Baron.
that the rest of the team can be on Baron. It actually baits out the teleport and we're fighting on mid!
There's the knockoff. Rakan has been blocked. Chinmao is shooting as fast as he can.
Oh,
There's
Chrisberg!
only 10 HP. Chinmao got the enemy and he carried. There's still some pencil stacks coming in, but there's everybody jumping on. There's the brown passive coming in. Akali is still here. Could be stunned up. Use her ultimate to get away there. And now Loopy is joining in with Ketsuo. Read it in red. Good jump over this wall. Whoop! Alley-oop, and he is gone. And that means even with all the time that Chimaru had on the Vayne, there is still a lot of bruisers standing by to jump on you.
And I feel like Chrisberg could have been a bit more impactful, but at the same time, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, because when they're just 4 men just jumping on your head, what are you gonna do? Like, even as the disengage ADC of disengage ADCs, it's just so difficult to respond to a Rakan just ult flashing upon you. You can't instantly Featherstorm, and then when the Featherstorm finally comes out, there's still a lot of damage to be done, but the damage over time already ticking, and if you're taking it away as an AD carry, there's only 1 auto attack remaining before your Doom gets spelled. It is a really difficult fight, just looking at how many angles Chompy has already found to surprise Chrisberg. But now Chrisberg hopefully gets prepared for next time that Chompy will look for such a surprise angle, and that he can actually, well, turn it into his own favor, having the Featherstorm ready in time, because the deficit between Chrisberg being full HP and being 5 HP is of course ginormous.
But also, bear with me, it feels like for Gucci, their only way to reach Chrisberg is with Rakan going in with Nocturne, with maybe a Flash Knockup or a Flash Charm. So it feels like they need so many tools to reach Chrisberg and make it at least as dangerous as it was the last time before. Right now, there's no Flash engage left over, so it feels like they want to engage on this Drake. Nocturne ulting in, this Drake is gonna be taken away. Here's the first kill. Rakan has no chance to hold anyone. Chrisberg is safe. Chimaru is alone versus 5 players, despite the fact there's plenty of damage. Read it in red, and Loopy need to run away as fast as they can. A couple of good movements there means there's 1 more stun coming in, or a root. That means Loopy will be gone as well. Only Akali is alive, and it seems like Baron might be the next objective.
Yeah, and of course, if you're a Gucci, you are forced to make these kind of desperation plays, because you know your opponent is already onto the Dragon Soul, or like on the Dragon Soul point. You cannot give it away for free, but it also means that you have to let your enemy engage on you if it takes too long.
So close.
And you can tell with this Maokai ultimate, there's just no way to run. You can try to engage on Chrisberg finally. But Chrisberg now, there is no flash engage coming out from Rakan anymore. There is no way to be surprised, because everything is now a bit more coordinated and a bit more predictable. And now that Chrisberg can actually respond, it is nice that you've denied the soul point, like the Dragon Soul, to your enemy.
Yeah, that was clean.
But you do give the Baron over and 4 kills, which might prove even more disastrous in the later stages, in comparison to maybe giving over Dragon Soul and contesting the Elder Dragon later, since that feels like it is a buff that decides a bit more of the outcome of the game than the Soul actually does. But that can also just be my personal opinion.
Yeah, but I like your personal opinions. They're supposed to be here at SAM, of course, all the time.
I've seen it happen so many times in the Benelux.
But also, my personal opinion is
Soul
as well that Jax had a rough time during laning phase, but Jax is back. No, Jax is ahead, let's say it like that. Jax is also really strong, so getting Jax in the side lane with the buffed up minions means there's a lot of danger coming in on the sides as well. And there is only one move I feel like Gucci could make if they overstep during the push, like now. Maybe Nocturne will come in, and this has to be the engage. Chrisberg with a good ultimate charm as well is being thrown over, and that's the first kill. Damn, that was it. 1100 gold going into the hands of Loopy. The fight is still continuing. Here's Jax jumping in, double stun coming in clutch, trying to land a couple more auto attacks, and it is Nocturne gone. Refresh, looking to the next target. Loopy is on his own, and that means there was one good pick, but still, once again, it's not only Chrisberg with the damage.
We've been putting so much praise onto Chrisberg that we've kind of been ignoring the rest of the team, and you already called out Refresh for being back into the game, and now even Gucci was tunnel visioning on this ADC, perfectly layered form of CC, but then all the cooldowns and important cooldowns being used on that ADC. It is so difficult to decide the fight afterwards, and now the last stand from Gucci, I don't think they will be making it.
This might be it. There's another stun coming in, and that should be it. Akali's down. Jax got a double kill, and 9-1-2-4 with Zhonya's only being used as a disrespectful tool. Venomcrest having an absolute amazing week and grabbing another win on the Summoner's Rift.
a little bit of an upset, you might almost call it, because all the predictions from the desk as well was that Gucci would be winning this after this like rocket of a start earlier as well. Drafting wise, we said that the Jax self-counted itself. It didn't really feel like all the puzzle pieces were falling together. The Venom Serpent shouldn't have won this, and yet they did.
Indeed.
I don't want to praise Chris Burke even more than we already did. I feel like he had a really great performance on this AD carry. He really showed up the moment that his team needed him. But the fact that he was able to pave the way for the rest of Venom Serpents to follow, and to make sure that like even the worst kind of lane matchups were able to make that comeback, get their gold, have their own form of impact into the game. Therefore, this team now functions as a team and is 3-3 on the board. Really well deserved.
And also, given the fact they had a great day at Monday as well, that means Venomcrest is playing absolutely good on the Summoner's Rift. We saw an amazing game, and Chris Berg had a good time on the bot lane. And to continue that good time, we need also a good desk. It's time to throw it over towards the desk to see what exactly happened in the first game of this stream.
I'm sorry, I don't know where we can find a good desk. Will do for now, I guess.
Ooh.
Venomcrest, Max. They shed their skin and come back stronger.
Don't.
Look, so in the green room, we talked about many things, Max, and there are a couple of essential Chi champions that we don't think pulled their weight. You've said one, Rory. Do you have a strong feeling about a second one?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. For the first 15 minutes, the Jax was pretty useless. Let's extend that to 20 minutes. The Jax was pretty useless. That was because Venomcrest had superior team fighting. That Refresh was able to get ahead. I don't think it was a good champion choice, but you know what? It did work out, which means whoever made that call is a superior analyst for draft. It was interesting seeing these mid laners constantly battle it out, right? Like, constantly the Akali was diving into this Orianna, picking up the kills that realistically didn't mean a whole ton as far as the game played out.
On top of that, the fact that Ketsuo, yes, he died a lot, but a lot of those times he made Gucci expend a lot in sort of time and sweat to actually get him down, so that when the greater fight rolls around, Chris Berg, who was already ahead by that point, was able to somewhat run the rift. And as we were saying, Xayah is basically the one AD carry that comes to mind who thrives in a situation like the draft that Gucci presented us with. A team that's diving fully towards you, that allows you to effectively set up feathers all day long and then rip them all apart when you pull them back.
Yeah, as much as I continue to be a loopy Urgot hater and feel good about the fact that I was proved deeply right in this game, it is the Vayne that I hate more in this situation. It's Maru's Vayne, and I think that's why we were kind of giving it a pass.
We gave him a pass.
Phase.
Yeah,
for good reason. He's usually super strong on this champion, but in this game, it didn't work out, and seeing the Xayah pop off to the extent in which it did, and knowing that Gucci had an opportunity to be able to pick it up for themselves, pair it up with the Rakan as well, the Lovers duo, super strong in the meta at the moment, I think it stings that much more, seeing Maru, try really hard, right? He was trying to weave his way through a lot of the fight, but he was getting a little bit too aggressive, and just, the Vayne's a short-range champion. You're having to get way too close to a bunch of champions that were way too strong at that point in the game, and it meant that every time he stepped up, he just immediately had his head dripped off. There was nothing he could do.
And he didn't really have the Rakan there to enable him, because Rakan was being used as this massive peel tool for the rest of the team. Like, the Rakan, most of these fights, is very far away from this Vayne, because he needs to do the job, because the Urgot can't be this engager. The Nocturne can only really go on one person, so it's a bit like, well, I'm kind of stuck having to do this.
To his credit,
an enchanter here.
Definitely, but to his credit, Chompy, the picks that Gucci found onto Chris Berg, I think who we can all agree was MVP and the person you had to kill in these fights. It was time and again Chompy who was finding the angles in. The times that Chris Berg died, it was pretty much due to solely his efforts. We see this fight towards the bottom side. It looked good for a moment, and then Chris Berg started right-clicking.
Yeah, every time, the second that Chris Berg was just allowed to unlock, he was going, and it was just wrecking through people, and I think a lot of other teams need to take notice. The Xayah is really, really strong in the meta right now. I think it's beginning to tick up to the point where teams really need to think about beginning to ban it away, because it gives you such versatility where in these kind of compositions where everybody's leaping at you, you've got so much survivability, but you can also just pump the damage through, and with Rakan being in as strong a spot in the meta as he is as well, it gives that extra bit of priority over to the two of them. I think that this champion's going to be hitting a lot more ban cards going forwards.
Think, take note, Four Nations. Xayah is back to play. We are going to throw it to a quick break, but in a few we will be back for our second game of the day as Absolved go up against Bulldog Academy. See you in a few.
The stocks are up! Venomcrest take game 3!
Oh! Malphite! Alright, here we go. Just
Still going for this space, you would as Chimera super low. But there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again. Oh my god! And everyone bow down to Venomcrest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jim.
And welcome back, everybody, ahead of that second game, the aforementioned Absolved versus Bulldog Academy. Teams that have had, I would say, almost opposite expectations coming into the split.
Yeah.
Absolved, another Division 2 team coming in with quite a bit of hype behind them and doing decently well. Bulldog coming off the back of a spring that I think anyone, Jolly included, might want to forget. But now, we're into week 3, and this is looking like a much more even game, Max, than I think perhaps a lot of us would expect off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, coming in, looking at these two teams right at the very start of the split, you would very much have been expecting that this was, not going to be a particularly fun matchup. We were very much just going to be watching a Bulldog sit at the bottom of the table again.
It certainly helps that Absolved absolutely wrecked Bulldog Academy in the promotion tournament.
Yes. This is
But this is a different Bulldog Academy.
This is a Bulldog Academy that look a heck of a lot better. We'll have a quick look right here at the Absolved lineup. Like you said, they did just completely dismantle what Bulldog were trying to do for themselves during that promotion relegation tournament. But obviously Bulldog, they were able to pull through. They were able to put themselves back into a good enough spot to get here. And getting here with only a little bit of a change, right? They brought in Pivotal in the jungle. We were really not expecting big things, but then they come out swinging in that first game of the season. And since then, it's been pretty up and down for them, right? They beat Belfast Storm, they lose to Rise, they lose to Broad, then they beat Venomcrest, which is all of a sudden looking like a more and more quality win as Venomcrest begin to put it back together. And then they beat Bandits. Everyone's beating Bandits. So it's a really back and forth look for them recently, but you know what? There's something here with this team, and especially now that they've changed things around again, like it's interesting for them.
That there is the arrival, of course, of their newest jungler, Bulldog Academy, Death, coming in to replace Pivotal. Obviously, they did lose their game on Monday, but the desk, the production in general, had very nice things, Rob, to say. Rory.
Rob?
You talk about Rob too much. Rob, get out of my head. Rob,
no.
Rory.
I'm going to take that as a
compliment. Have a lot of very nice things to say about Death.
Well, when you phrase it like that, who knows? But yeah, Death had actually quite a nice performance on Monday. Had a few oopsies, but as we see in the ensuing team fight, once the resets came out and the disorder began, Death was able to control this fight incredibly well and almost single-handedly clutch the back half of it. Like, the Jin's not really in this, and the Bard is, a Bard. So, yeah, a lot of great things, a lot of bad things from the showing on Monday. So it's going to be really interesting to see, now that there's a bit more scrim time and a bit more practice time, how Death is going to fit into this team.
Which side of the coin they will come down on, I suppose. The question then of junglers in general, because Tea Time is another jungler that has had some serious ups and downs. There is one game that sticks in my mind against Rise where Tweak put him into the dirt. Quite literally. Like, his Pantheon did not get to exist on the Rift anywhere in the same planar sphere as Tweak's Trundle.
Yeah, Tea Time's been having an interesting time of it so far this split. I think he's been one of the weaker junglers, unfortunately, which I wasn't really expecting coming in. I thought he was going to be able to pull off a couple bigger performances. He looked better, I think, on the Rammus that he played in the most recent game. That was a much better look for him overall, but still, it's not been overall the best. And if Death is coming in, looking really hot all of a sudden for Bulldog, and is going to be pulling out big performances right here, Tea Time's really going to need to step up in this matchup if he wants any hope of being able to carry his team through.
I do just want to caveat, the Rammus was versus Bandits, who, once they saw the Rammus locked in, picked a Vayne top lane.
Hush.
So,
Don't give us
I just want to paint the whole picture.
Don't give us context.
Thank you for giving us context, Rory.
That's my biased points right there. You can't add flavour to it or colour cast it. Come on now.
No. Look, it's not Tea Time's fault that Bandits are like this, right? He didn't make them do that.
That's true. There was no mind control tech involved. But on the other side of things, Absolved, I think the linchpin, the strongest point for them, has been Emil.
Ban Nico. Please, just use your third ban to ban Nico.
We're going to talk about Mike. Yeah.
Off one of his two tricks. Come on. Not every team's like, oh yes, we can ban the Heimerdinger, then we're fine. This guy is playing Nico like every game because his Heimer's always banned. His Ori wasn't a great performance. Like, sure, he was up in lane in CS, but he barely had any map pressure in the early game. Can we just ban Heimer and Nico and actually test Mike in his champ pools, please. Because I know what he's going to do. He's going to pick it R2.
Well, absolved.
Sorry, rant over. That was pent up
get
in
it
a
out, buddy. Get it out. Mike is the
been there for a
person
while.
that I wanted to talk about anyway, because as you say, he mostly has stuck to these two champions.
And
I don't see that changing here, particularly, right? It's still going to be absolutely fine to pick that one up. Interesting to end up with the Ahri first pick. Ahri B1's not exactly what I think of when I think of Premier B1 champions. It's usually if there's some of the strongest top laners available, one of the strongest ADCs available, or any of the best junglers. None of those are applicable here. All of that is still up and available. If you wanted an early Varus for yourself, you could have grabbed that one. If you wanted to get yourself the Xin Zhao, the Vi, any of those, you could have picked that one. Instead,
It's
was
not an
wrong.
eco!
I was wrong. Okay.
I'm
It's not from-
surprised.
so- I'm sorry, Mike.
I
was
am.
not
I am
familiar with
also
your game.
surprised. Also, Bloxer, now's the best time on broadcast to pull this out. I have a bone to pick with you.
Oh, good lord.
Because
Hit
you
me.
keep referring to the Malignance Ahri build as vegan Ahri, despite Malignance getting AP buffs. I think
Okay.
Horizon Focus is a bad item. I don't think they should be buying it second. But Malignance is not a vegan Ahri build anymore.
I will
think-
explain to you why I think it's vegan Ahri, and it's not the Malignance itself. But we'll do that after this.
Yeah,
after
yeah,
this,
we'll do that.
I will
Let's
explain
keep
to you
on
why
rolling
it's
it.
bad.
So, we
For this
talked about the
point,
Varus.
yeah.
It is locked in for Bulldog Academy. That'll go to DDD. And we see current dispute towards junglers. The Jarvan, of course, would combo very strongly with the Orianna if it were taken by the side of Bulldog. So, taking it away by tea time, not something I would be complaining about at all. And the Ahri, it's worth pointing out, of course, two of Emil's best champions, the Azir and the Ziggs, got taken out of the way, so I can somewhat understand the indexing very early into a mid lane pick.
Ooh, interesting. Jhin has been rough recently. It's been popping up quite a lot. I'm seeing a lot of teams in a lot of different regions, a lot of different levels moving towards it for some reason, despite the fact that the win rate is kind of on the floor. And I think in Four Nations, we've got one of the worst Jhin win rates of any of these regions. It just doesn't give you a lot the second that your opponents begin picking up tanks, obviously. But even then, there are better hyperscalers if you want to play into the later stage of the game, and there's better early bot laners that you can play into. I think the Varus is a great example of he has a really nice smooth curve. He does plenty early, he can do plenty late as well. Just more than the Jhin overall. Of course, if you get your Jhin super far ahead, there is a chance, and alongside the Jarvan, it can be a bit like shooting fish in a barrel. You know, it's not terrible overall, but I do worry about this Jhin a little bit, especially when you've got the best-in-class Varus picked against you.
I think it also does indicate that we're going to see more of a bruiser out of Dog Nappy this game. Because if you just got Jarvan, Jhin, Ahri, you are lacking quite a bit of damage in your composition. So I'm kind of expecting Aatrox is now banned for Dog Nappy, which was going to be my go-to. Maybe a Jax, but it doesn't really fit in here. So I think Absolved are kind of going to have to dig into Dog Nappy's champ pools quite a bit here.
Well, top laners are indeed the pick of the pool, it seems, right now. Aatrox, Jace gone. We'll see how the follow-up bans come through. And I think the Xin Zhao is a good call-out to the Jhin, as you said, a champion that needs specific conditions to do his damage. And Crescent Guard is not one of those conditions.
Yeah, it does make it a little bit rough to try to play into it. I very much do like the early stages of this draft so far from Bulldog. We'll see what they can round it out with. They're going to need something tanky as well. Obviously, Jhin and tanks not going to be best friends. Interesting that the Jace is what gets banned away here. I wouldn't have thought of this as a particularly Jace-heavy game. I mean, if you do pair it up with DDD going the Poke Varus build, that can just be miserable to play into. It's hard to step up to any objectives, but you would be leaving a lot onto Magpie here to be playing something very tanky to make that composition work. The Nautilus getting taken off the board, I think, makes sense, but there are still a lot of those tanky supports still available. The Nautilus, the Leona, both of those fine here.
Hoppy is great on both sides of this draft as well.
Yeah.
Because basically you're saying both teams are looking for an engaged champ, and the only engaged champs left are incredibly dash reliant. So if Absolved to now pick up a Poppy, you deny the ball delivery from the Xin Zhao at the start of a team fight, and you're going to deny what I assume is going to be a Rel from Magpie. I don't think it's banned, no. So I'm just going to assume it's either a Rel or an Alistair.
how does Cho'Gath figure into those calculations, though? Because Harikari has played it a couple of times. To great effect, I might add.
It makes something like the Scion look a lot less fun to play, so moving over towards the Cassante into Cho'Gath matchup, I'm pretty sure the Cho'Gath is still fine in this situation.
Chilling. He's fine.
You're just kind of waiting for Dognappy to get into the later stages, be tanky enough to just be annoying into the backline, and to be fair, when you've got yourself carries like the Orianna and the Varus, super immobile, super squishy. If you can get into the backline, you can make their lives very difficult during these team fights. Still, the Cho'Gath, as long as he's chilling during the early lanes, as long as you don't make any big mistakes here as Harikari, he's going to be a massive threat, and that's the sort of front line you very much needed, this sort of tankiness you very much needed on this Bulldog comp. We were expecting a tanky engaged support. The Thresh, it can get tanky eventually, right? You pick up enough souls, you're getting to a decent point. But more than that, I think in this laning phase, it really makes it hard as Gibble to go do other things. You step away from this lane and leave Gabby alone, one death sentence and he's gone.
In the 2v2, I'm trying to think through if it's actually pretty good for the Bard Jhin. Like in the 2v2, like if Thresh misses his hook, then
if he misses the hook, absolutely. I think
Bard
you just have
can
to sit
absolutely capitalize on that, pairing up with the Deadly Flourish.
That's somewhat the case with Thresh in general, right? Maybe why we saw
suppose.
him fall off in popularity. Like the Blitzcrank, if you throw the hook and it misses, then you have this long window where your opposition has the freedom to play aggressively. Now, the Thresh, you could maybe argue, is, like Bard, is sort of semi-ranged. They have a fairly short auto range, but at least the Thresh isn't something like a Leona that's just going to take poke for free.
It's a very fair point,
Yeah.
Both these teams, I'm just thinking, as a whole, Bulldog Academy are really going to have to put a lot of effort into getting their Virus ahead. Because you can't, once Ari hits 6, Sin Zhao's value plummets, even not skyrockets. Sin Zhao's value ganking mid kind of just plummets.
Yeah, it's very tough.
So yeah, you're really expecting Death to be spending a lot of time down bombing.
Yeah, very much.
Final thoughts then before we head on into this one. I know that coming in, I think we three all preferred Absolved.
Yeah.
After seeing the draft, does that remain true?
I think so, personally. I mean, I like quite a few of the things that both of these teams have been able to pick up for themselves. I think they've got interesting angles. For Absolved, as much as I'm quite sus of the Jhin, and I do worry that this composition could just run out of damage, at the same time, they've got plenty of big tankiness, they've got plenty of engage that they can play around. I'm not super mad about it.
Oh, well. Rory?
You know what? I thought I thought Absolve were gonna come out of this draft, and I was gonna be like, yeah, I trust them to be able to perform. I trust my prediction to be correct. Honestly, with that Bulldog draft, I might jump ship.
Turncoats?
I might do it. I might just take off shirt to reveal a Bulldog jersey.
There are definitely some questions from the Absolved draft. We'll have to see if that gets served up well. So, ding ding, order up onto the Rift for game number 2. Bo, SIM, back to you guys.
Thank you very much once again, Brakish, to welcome us here. Our symbolic duo, you might as well call us.
Hey!
But I'm also really happy because normally I'm the color caster and Bo here is the play-by-play caster. But you guys on the desk have already been spitballing about this champion called Thresh.
Oh.
But I'm in an honor that my co-caster, Gentleman Bo over here, is not only a play-by-play caster, but also a master of the thrashing. He
That's
will
true.
always flame us if we're playing Flex and we ask him to start hook. So, Gentleman Bo, tell us, how does this champion actually get executed? Because I felt like the desk wasn't necessarily tickling your fancy.
Well, true. So I'm also a trash-by-trash player, not only a play-by-play caster. But so
with an
what
A
I
or
love-
with an E?
What I love about a trash pick, and I'll try not to glaze trash too much, but the fact I like trash a lot is because from the Jarvan ultimate, even from the Bard ultimate, you're able to maybe save one of these players that you need to get out of a sticky situation. But also, as I actually played Bard a lot as well, the interaction between Thresh and Bard is quite interesting, because Bard can also deny a good engage. So if Thresh hooks someone, you just throw it onto their carries, and then suddenly the hook does not have that much value. Of course, a lot of good stuns can come in from the Bard when a lot of players want to jump on another. Like Cho'Gath is really easy to hit, so someone standing behind the big Cho'Gath will get a double stun as well. So I feel like for both of these supports, they really need to step up their game. One is better for the picks in lane. The Bard roam potential is okay, but with Orianna relatively safe, I feel like a lot of things need to happen from those supports to maybe enable the rest of the team to get picks or things going. What about you?
Well, like, to me, I'm also guessing a little bit to where I want to go. Today feels like one of those days. It can be a day of the underdogs, because beforehand, game 1 of the day was of course won by the Venom Serpents, and they weren't necessarily matched as the favorites during that game. Like Gucci, of course, with their 4-1 scoreline beforehand, felt like they were more favorited to win the game, but in the end it went over to the Venom Serpents. So
yep,
I'm
true.
also trying to nudge towards Bulldog Academy, that if it's going to be the day of the underdogs, that at least the Bulldogs will also get a win with that. And what better way to complete that if you have like a Xin Zhao Orianna? To me, I was also thinking maybe like, will you go Thresh here? Or maybe there's like also some Karma synergy, that you can be a lane bully on bot side and together have that E-shield for Xin Zhao, because I've heard that Karma Xin Zhao is such a really nice combo of champions as well for the engages to chase when it comes to drafting. But now they still went with the Thresh, which I'm really happy with, because you have so much knowledge of that champion. But Absolved, on the other hand, they did have some really nice answers for some blind picks. The Cho'Gath blind, I understand it. It instantly gets matched by Cassante, which I really fear for in the later stage, because, well, early game, let's be honest, this is just going to be a wet noodle fight on the top side. There is some percentage HP damage that will be done by the Vorpal spikes from Cho'Gath, but I don't see a Cassante falling for an surprise lethal threshold that he didn't see and then get consumed out of nowhere. So if that matchup can actually play out the way it is supposed to be played out, this Cassante can still wreak a lot of havoc on the backline of Bulldog Academy, so it isn't instantly won from draft, even though I do favor their draft.
Speaking of thresholds, JK. There's more champs we can speak about, of course. But I feel like both of these compositions have someone, or actually two players, that need to soak damage. Of course, Xin Zhao's a little bit better at that objective, and the Cho'Gath. I think what I also want to divert my attention to is the way all of these are gonna build. Because as Ahri, you could go a bit of a glass cannon build and try to pick off the carries as fast as possible. If you want to deal with the front line, there's like a Liandry build, something else can come in as well. So I feel like I'm wondering what all of these players are gonna build, because that also determines the way they need to act in fights. Do you need to reach the back line, or do you want to just melt down the front line as fast as possible and maybe go for an objective? So I'm really curious to see what Absolve GG and Bulldog Academy are about to do, because actually, in my opinion, for the draft, I feel like both of these teams did a really good job. I don't really feel like any of those teams has the upper hand just based on the fact that they have a better pick and ban phase.
There's just a lot of potential. Like, maybe there's just a slightly more pickle from one side, because you do have the Ahri Jarvan combination, and if you have a Malignance on the Ahri as well, then it's fairly easy to just use that ult whenever you want to make a pick-off happen, and then the flag and drag gets done over it. Then again, on the other side, you do have Orianna with your wombo combo, so if there's a good fight on the other side, your Xin Zhao can engage, you can put the ult on him, and you can get a nice engage. But there's also just Varus that will just siege after siege, arrow after arrow, but we're just fighting instantly.
Is the first death sentence coming in? Yeah, there it is. But actually, it's his team who said, like, nah, we don't think you're gonna land that one, Kachi. Never mind, we'll just walk on through. And that means that Bulldog Academy, Magpie, that they will walk away right now from the very first play.
But is this the reason why you always tell us that you don't want to level hook level 1? Because you normally do it when we say, okay, we have some more like forms of layered CC. So the moment we do hit, like, let's say a gold card from a random Twisted Fate, who knows who that is, you can actually throw your hook after that and layer it that way. But if there's no formal follow-up, it feels like there's just no real value coming out from this ability.
Yeah, true. And also, if you level up Flay, you get an empowered auto attack, and you can Flay the AD carry once he tries to maybe reach for the cannon or the caster mini. So I feel like in-lane presence is actually a lot bigger with the Flay online. In the meantime, some good chunks of poke coming in from the Ahri, which is really nice, given the fact that you're playing versus Orianna, which has a lot of early game presence with the ball, with the auto attack. So that's a good start for them already. In the meantime, slowly but surely, all the lanes are starting up.
it's also not only for Emil. Like, we see that Gabby also had a really great trade into DDD already. DDD already having forced both his potion and his summoner cleanse, so a small advantage on the bot side already. That's really good, because just like last time, we see that both junglers have started on the top side, are slowly making their way to the bot sides, so we can basically, well, prepare ourselves already to see fights 3v3s happen on the bot side of this map.
Yep, and also for Bart, there's really interesting gank patterns that you could set up. If you keep control of that tri-brush, for example, on the red side, you can maybe move in Jarvan to go for a big flank, but it's hard to keep control of that brush. But at least there are some interesting ganks possible. Of course, you need to be wary. One magical journey too far, and you might find yourself underneath that turret. In the meantime, Faulty, will he dodge the charm? No, he won't. Another Q coming in. And that means Emil is landing a lot of damage. Faulty trying to trade a little bit, missing the Q once again. This could be a kill if Emil wants to dash forward, but keeping control and having a better position in mid lane overall.
This is mostly coming out from the range difference in abilities, of course. Like, we've also seen a lot of Orianas back in the day, that if you're playing a good matchup, you can just poke enemies away the moment they position to try and take a minion. You just throw the ball on their head, command distortion with it, and you chunk them out fairly hard. But the fact that Ahri can also harass you through a minion wave, and it doesn't get stopped like some other skill shots that you can play against, it just makes the laning phase even more rough to play through. But even then, a lot of HP being sacrificed, but still the CS deficit isn't still that large. Like, Faulty is still keeping up fairly well, and therefore they are still in a really good position.
And also, the fact that Ahri was able to push in means this Scuttle Crab is safe. In the meantime, he knows that Death is trying to make its way towards the Scuttle Crab. Emil, not that much mana, only one charm, maybe one Q, to be all that will be done. Tea time is there. Maybe to try to contest it. There's a bit of patience. Emily, oh, there's the jump. Coming in, the charm is enough. That means maybe Scuttle will be taken away rather quickly, but I think that's a trade that he would take any time of the day.
And they are for now continuing it. Dog Nappy has to be careful that he doesn't get collapsed on. Really nice buffer with the unstoppable dash, making sure that he will not get caught by that rupture. But the way that Absolved have placed this fight is really well synergized, knowing that you have a Jarvan there. Faulty will probably have to take a position that that K9 can get some extra help if necessary. But therefore Mike has to walk up. There's just a tea time waiting in that bush, and there's no way to escape that if there's just a flag and drag combination out of nowhere. There was no vision there, so Mike just walked into a trap, and first blood fairly easily being picked up by Absolved.
And this might feel far-fetched, but to me the difference was already once Emil walked into lane, landed the Q, got the electrocute proc before even level 2 was there. It felt like there's a bit of more presence from the Ahri. There's a bit more push, and if you play that way, and eventually you're able to push that much forward that you got first move in the riverside, I feel like for the opposing team, you should always be very wary of mid laners joining in earlier than maybe one of your laners tries to do. In the meantime, Kachi trying to help along with a push. Got one support stack and says, well, that's it for today. I'm heading back to bot lane.
Just trying to get some pushing power with Mike, knowing that he can be harassed fairly easily by Emil, like seeing how the rest of the laning phase has been going thus far. But there's still like this one CS deficit in favor of Mike, so he's still keeping up fairly good, even with the one death already onto his track record. And now we're getting to a point that both junglers only have one camp standing towards this bot side, and this bot priority will be important for the dragon rotation, where both Emil and Tea Time are already on this rotation. So K9 has to be careful with face checking this.
There's Tea Time initiating the Drake. There's control of the first brush, the second as well. Tea Time probably needs to escape this one. It will be spotted out.
They're dodging the vision.
Quickly. They will see it, and there he goes. Flag and Drag out of there. Maybe attempting another steal. The Flag and Drag should be back in time to maybe attempt to steal and make your way out again, perhaps with the flash. Being Lord, Bart trying to move further away. The Drake damage is there. The slow is there as well. Tea Time lingering on to see if he's maybe able to steal this one. It's gonna be a flip. Both of the junglers, who will take the first Drake? It will be... Oh, it will be, of course!
Oh, they get it!
Zhao, he'll get that one, and the Lantern to get out of there.
Bulldogs Academy is just fully preparing themselves in a full-fledged Mexican standoff where both junglers are just standing next to Dragon like, okay, the moment you burst, I will burst, and it will be a 50-50 whoever gets the Dragon. But the fact that the Bulldogs win this flip is amazing to keep themselves into the game after the laning phase have been fairly rough thus far. DDD also getting a good trade there, but I would have expected, with the priority that Emil already had, that this Dragon should have gone over to Absolved.
Fourth final shot coming in. First Drake going over to the Bulldogs. That's something they would love to have. In the meantime, top lane, just stacking Grasp. That's actually all they need to do. I'm not expecting anything soon to happen in the top lane, especially when
but maybe on bot lane.
Down there. The bot lane, one plate will be given over. DDD, this is not yours to defend. And there's the Bard coming in. Lantern's good enough. Will they go for a kill? They needed a Flay, but the Flay's used defensive. T-Time being smacked away from his engage. That feels like a couple of scrappy decisions, but still, all of these players, given their mechanics, are able to survive.
Trying to play it on the edge, and that is what you want to do if you're Bulldogs Academy. You're like Kachi just doing exactly what you would do if you were piloting.
That's a red sentence.
A red sentence. He's been landing so many death sentences he could write a death paragraph. You've probably heard that one before as well. But like Kashi showing what he can do on this set, and DDD with him, just trying to walk around these, like along these really small edges, staying on the undertower where they actually cannot, but they know that they have the survivability and the positioning they can get away with a potential dive from T-Time. And that does actually profit their own jungler, because Death has been able to just farm up because of that. But now he is doing something a little bit more crazy. Or is it crazy?
Oh, hang on! He's going in? What is happening? Xin Zhao on his own. He's being slain. Ari got one more reset. These grubbies should all go to Absolve. And that was really deep. Given the fact there was no vision, no escape, and no way out. That was a bit ambitious.
It felt like one of the... Okay! He's doing it! The Cho'Gath!
That was massive. I love that play. Another Flash Lantern play. They're gonna do that with all the objectives, as I am.
I mean, you do have a Cho'Gath, so why not?
Yeah,
like, at first it felt like there was a little bit of a disconnect, right? Because Death went out with Lantern, saw that the death sentence connected towards the Ari, and then thought like, okay, if I go in again, then the death sentence will be followed up. But his support, like Magpie, wasn't really on the same line, so he was still standing on the other side, like, okay, my jungler just went back in, but he didn't ult yet, so what are we gonna do? But at the very least, DDD was there to secure the first Void Grub, so it already went towards them. So the only thing they had to do to pick up another objective was make a heist happen. And that's exactly what happens. Because, hey yo, he just flashes over the wall, eats the objective, and just goes away. And indeed, it is the second time that this has happened. First with the Dragon, now with the Void Grubs, and maybe we can see it happen again with a lesser important objective. Exactly, on the bot lane.
That could be a double stun coming in, keeping the Flay, keeping the Flash, not the hook, and that means there's no gank that will be successful.
The counter gank.
Like, oh, there's the ultimate coming in. This will not be able to be stunned. The charm is a little bit off-timed, and that means a Flash could be well enough. I mean, Xin Zhao will be surviving. In the meantime, 4 players, but I don't think you want to take this fight at all. Just be glad that you survived this one.
Yeah, Death really could have died there because it took some extra time for his win. It's the Crescent Guard to come off cooldown, because his ultimate was literally like ticking down, so he had to flash away. But it felt like it could have been a guaranteed kill for Absolve, and that would have meant that they had 3 kills, therefore Feat of Strength in the pocket. But nope, we're not there yet. So it gives room for the Bulldogs, if they play it out perfectly, to still get 3 kills before the enemy does. And they already have 2 objectives. So the Feats of Strength chase is still on for them.
They're actually playing Payday. I mean, they're actually just taking the loot and getting out of there. Like, yeah, we got it. Let's get out of this situation. So there's the next Drake coming up in only half a minute time. Mountain Drake, which is of course nice, especially for the frontliners on both of these teams who want to soak up as much damage as they can before they die, and making sure they got plenty of time for their teammates. In the meantime, all these players resetting in time. One teleport coming in mid. Ari might be a little bit late on the reset. That means maybe the Bulldogs will have the first rotation into River.
Gabby did not go for the reset, but he probably felt like he didn't have enough gold to spend, and knowing that he's already on the map, he can be there. And we also saw that there were a lot of blue wards already on the map in favor of Absolve. They've already prepared this dragon, had the bot lane priority to do so as well, and now with the reset onto Gibble as well, it makes sure that the wards are replenished. And there's so much going on off-tempo for Bulldog Academy that the only thing they can do now is do exactly what they've done thus far.
Yeah,
Look for another heist.
Yeah, I don't think they can take this fight. Also, the bot lane has been cancelled, I believe, by Jin W. I saw it on the minimap. So it feels like for Bulldogs, they were a little bit late on the rotation to maybe prepare for this Drake. Still, they're trying to look, scout in river, not finding any angle to go in there. Meantime, still, the river has been so busy. Trash is no escape. His lantern is the only escape he can take. That ultimate will not save him entirely. There's still an ultimate coming in. He's not
still living.
Yet. There we go. Finally, it goes down. DDD is trying to rapid fire on Ari. No stacks left. One charm hitting again. This means Ari needs to flash out. And there we go. And this has been sort of a heist. Still a couple more shots coming in.
There's Gibble. And he's just being annoying.
He's gonna do it. There we go. Disrespectful. Bart got a kill.
You say disrespectful, but this champion deals so much damage.
What is happening? They're breakdancing their way to the magical journey. That means a kill is coming in for DDD. 2-0, so at least some trades coming in.
Sometimes when you're a Bard in this situation, you just hope to feel like you're a big brain, and then you make a portal, you don't take it, and you hope that the enemy already clicked it, so he's just gone from your side. Didn't happen here. What did happen, though, is the fact that this Thresh survived for so long that he managed to get all the backup that he needed, and the fight could continue onwards. And it gets Emil into a position where he is forced to flash. There was no way to regroup with the rest of his team, but the fight just keeps on going. And like you said, Gibble's just being annoying. He's just doing what Bards do. Be on the backline for some reason, and yes, you are squishy and you will pay for that with death. But hey, you do get the dragon, you kind of win the fight afterwards, but there are 2 kills going over to the enemy ADC, so DDD, even though he had a really rough laning phase, is now back into the saddle, and hopefully being able to translate that into the rest of the game. But I say he's back into the saddle, he might be back into the fountain.
DDD trying to trade for a kill. An arrow coming in. Bean Lord will not find the stun. DDD with great positioning is fending off 2 players. I expected more trouble for the enemy AD carry, but it felt like that fight took too long. Right now, Hook will connect Bart with no flash gone. Has one ultimate. Here's another one coming in. Bart is just walking away. Trash will eat all the damage. There's reset.
Whoa, DDD!
Damage. Ari's being shot down. An arrow coming in. And it's DDD with triple damage coming in clutch.
And I never see on-hit Varus anymore. Like, every single time you see Varus, it's like, oh, it's not a lethality Varus. He's just trying to play off range. There's an Orianna on his team, so they can just siege and poke. No, DDD went for Blade of the Rune King first item, the item that has been buffed on the previous patch, and showing that if he has an item completed, he knows how to fight into both Gabby and Gibble, keeps them busy long enough, and they win a 3v4 on the bot lane with no casualties. That is almost illegal, and it also makes for Bulldog Academy to be dead even in gold again, 500 gold up even, and it feels like if there's a day to make underdog stories happen, this might be the day, because 2 matches in a row, AD carries are having massive performances for their team.
That is absolutely true. DDD 4 kills right now. It feels for Absolve, they still need to find one fight where at least they are the ones who are directing the way they want to fight it. Right now it feels more like they're wandering into a situation, and it feels like the underdogs, or Bulldog Academy of course, has the better
tea
plan.
time.
Right now, Darfin is on
it
his
tea
own
time?
silence. Could this be tea time? Who's dinner? Yeah, that's it. And also, this in Fate, there's no one there to cover for you. Bart should be able to escape this time. Rift Herald being slain. And for Bulldog Academy, they're just taking everything on the map.
Yeah, I know that both of us are not from the UK. And I understand the term tea time, but I didn't know that Jarvan was also known as a digestive biscuit. Like, the way he just gets snacked on right there, there's no way to get away from it.
Speaking of getting away, Blast Cone will help Xin Zhao to get out of a sticky situation. That ultimate is so good soaking up damage. In the meantime, Cho'Gath, not really that worried he's gonna be killed.
He gets dognapped.
Well, it's still a Cassante, of course. A lot of damage being thrown in. There's a Sinus. Knockback is here, but the flash is just in time to make sure you survive a little bit longer. In the meantime, top lane push coming in for Bulldog.
top lane push, and that also means that the first tower is secured. So the combination of both the first tower and the first 3-2 objectives, Bulldog Academy, even after suffering the feats of strength going over to Absolved, still managed to get their upgraded boots. You can see them now in full-fledged action, that it will help them get setting those steps closer and closer to a potential victory. Already being 1,500 gold up now because of that tower being pushed. And I'm looking at the timers, 20 seconds until the next dragon. There isn't a lot of vision being set up, and DDD might also be in an interesting position, to say the least.
Right now in river, one charm, in drop. There's Trash with a return hook, with the Spit of Powers ultimate. Yes, there's even the Orianna Shockwave coming in. Ari might be able to escape with barely HP that's left. Raptor still hunting her down. And with a 9-tail, she's able to escape. Bart, also the same one, needs to maybe Magical Journey away. This could be a stun against the wall. Q timer is off. There's a knockup coming in, and that means Xin Zhao get another kill. It are the Bulldogs who are able to secure another Drake, another fight, and are able to find their footing real well in Summoner's Rift.
And originally I thought that DDD probably was going to get punished because he was the first one to arrive to one of the most important bushes in the game if you want to contest the dragon, but apparently there was no ward being set up by Absolved yet. So if you don't see an ADC on his own, it's fairly easy to have an oversight. Then the moment he walks into river, there's his support with him as well. It's actually the Thresh that gets charmed, and after that the AD carry and mid laner can just free fire for Bulldogs Academy. And to make matters worse, Gabby instantly has to call off the curtain call. Well, that is not a teamfight you'd like to see for Absolved side, and with that, grip is slipping and Bulldog Academy is setting themselves up with now a 3,000 gold lead in their favor.
And for Absolved, it feels like they need to be decisive. So if you land a charm, do you maybe want to ultimate one of their carries or defensive players on the side and just throw all your damage on that charmed person? Or do you don't want to fight at all? It feels like they need to direct one another what they want to do. This seems like a very good angle. Bean Lord waiting for Ari. This should be a flash going down. Maybe Charm gets predicted. That's a great ultimate, but there's too much damage. Flash will do nothing good.
Oh, faulty! Oh, faulty!
I'm lying! And lying in wait is the damage from Absolve. It is Ari just barely able to escape. Bean Lord, he's gonna do it. Oh, this has to be guaranteed.
Gibble, don't. No, no, faulty!
No, this can't be. No, it won't be a trade kill. Heal coming in, shut down. Oh, Absolved, you need to calm down. These plays need to work better.
These plays need to work better. We also see a fight breaking out in the mid lane. DDD trying to fire as hard as he can. Now he has to run away from the curtain call, but with his personal bodyguard. Doesn't really look like there's too much in the air, but we see a lot of fighting, not necessarily a lot of kills, but I was impressed with what Faulty was doing there on the top lane. It felt like a real Mexican sidestep. First the sombrero ultimate to make sure there was some safety. Absolved trying to donate the kill over to their mid laner, but Emil not being able to secure it has to force so much more from Gibble. And Faulty, he gets everything just happening, even though he does fall in the end. A lot of time having to get invested by Absolved, and that means that Bulldog can move on the map and make even more things happen.
Yeah, but also all the gold, the shutdown went to Bard. I mean, sure, Bard is fine to facilitate fights and to roam around, get fishing, that's true, but you still need gold on your carries. It feels like for Jhin, if you want to finish up those low HP kills, maybe that one extra item can make the difference. And in the meantime, DDD, having two in his pocket, working its way toward a third, with the Ginsos and with the Borg, it feels like anything is possible for DDD. The front line, like Dog Nappy and Tea Time, they won't survive that long versus the Varus.
DDD making his way already to his third item is insane to see, only 20 minutes in. And of course we're once again praising a lot of the AD carries here, even in the second game. But we cannot ignore Magpie also having a really beautiful showing on the Thresh thus far. Maybe sometimes positioning a little bit iffy, but I think Yubo can also acknowledge what he's doing.
Yeah, true. Oh, the Bard portal. That's a sad Bard portal. Just a small pinging, right? No, that is absolutely true. And still, Thresh is a very strong pick because there's mobility once you're caught.
Oh no, we're constantly cursing it.
You can hook the scuttle. No, there's the ultimate. DDD got plenty of damage. Play him out of there, and that's it. No, no, no. Do you know that famous quote from Watchmen? I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. I felt like Thresh had been saying that line for multiple times. So many times we thought Thresh is caught. But then it's Bulldogs actually turning the play around.
I feel like it is something that happens a lot with certain supports, right? Like if you're not used to a Thresh that doesn't necessarily have a lot of base armor because you get your armor through your passive stacks. Also a Bard can sometimes be on funky positions because you're used to playing champions like Nautilus and such. But this performance from Magpie, basically doing what you just said and turning the fight around, is insane. Faulty now. Can he do the same thing as he did on top lane? Doesn't look like. This time around, Absolved knows how to get where for their fight. But they don't know where Magpie is.
There's no death sentence left. This stun is not able to land. In the meantime, in the back line, Dognappy on its own, keeping a lot of players busy. Oh,
what is this
God,
fight?
Look at that damage. Xin Zhao playing 1 versus 2. The magical journey will
oh, tea time isn't there.
Taken. That is ballsy. Let's see what happens next.
This has to be the fight when Death goes back in. Well, it should be Death. No, the Lantern!
There's a Cho'Gath coming in, trying to auto-attack. There's Thresh. 1 auto-attack should be enough. The heal is enough. That sentence will go wide. There's another knockup coming in. DDD chilling in the mid lane. Just for a few frames, we saw him recalling. And that means Harikari and Kachi need to find their way back.
We're going to go on. There's a teleport coming in from Mike as well.
Oh, there it is. Beanlord, this time Thresh has an off-attack. Oh, look
at
another
death sentence.
Coming in. Nothing will be whiffed. On the side of Bulldog Academy, double kill going towards the Thresh. Might build Infinity Edge, who knows? But that means the Bulldog Academy is having a wonderful time on the Rift.
And this all started 2.5 minutes ago.
That's
no, of course,
true.
I'm over-exaggerating, but this fight is so insane to watch back. Because, yeah, we're seeing a fight that's happening on 2 sides, and Xin Zhao is just going completely 1v2 on one side, and on the other side it's DDD trying to kite away his hardest against the K'Sante. At one point, of course, you will be locked up as a Xin Zhao because, well, tea time, he wasn't there for the entire fight, but he was there to help his team in the end. But I also respect the choice being made from DDD, knowing that he was fairly low, to just take the actual macro play, not necessarily joining and overforce for kills, because you can also just open up the mid lane to even give more room to yourself. And then we think, okay, play is over. Nah, play is far from over. Mike also gets teleported in because he knows if there's a party, then he has to be there. And sure, double kill going over to the Thresh, who cares?
And even
Beautifully
the
rounded
pixel
off.
hook to curve it around. The first minion to be able to land another death sentence, one of the many that has been important and impeccable on the side of Bulldog Academy. Right now with 3 drakes. 3 drakes they just took because they won their fight, means that right now they're in a good position. And also it feels like for the 5th drake that will spawn in about 4 minutes, it feels to me with this lead, Bulldog Academy should always be the one who's able to set up camp first and maybe try to lure in Absolved, because right now they're able to win, I believe almost every team fight that's about to occur.
Oh, there goes Gibble, gets hooked, and there's also the ultimate from the Varus coming back in, and then when Death joins the fight, there's only guaranteed death.
Yep,
and I'm just wondering, as Absolved, how you're getting this back, because you're playing a pick-off comp, you're just not making any pick-offs, you're getting picked off here on the top lane as well. Emil being forced to ult, and that's an ult you cannot use anymore for that. Okay, we're just fighting all over, but DDD, he's safe!
Another teleport coming in, DDD landing auto attacks, 1 more.
No, got cancelled.
Should be it. Good flag and drag. 1 teleport has been cancelled. I believe it was from the Cho'Gath. Right now, Gibby landing a couple of shots. Not that impressive yet. Another town dropping down. Here, another Q coming in. Ari with no ultimate can only wave clear and not engage. And still, in this huge trade all over Summoner's Rift, it is still Bulldogs who will take anything they need. They will take the jungle, they'll have their vision, they'll have their tempo, they'll have their recalls. It feels like everything is in order for them.
But please, both teams, take it down a notch. I want to talk about what Absolved can still do, but Absolved, they don't want to take it down a notch. They keep on trying to pressure Bulldog Academy, even though they are really far behind. We can see in the gold craft they are 7,000 gold behind, but they're positioning like they're not. They want to take every single trade they can. And I'm just looking at the way back, because you do have tea time, you do have Emil. All you need to do is find 1 carry out of position, charm it, lock it up, Gibble with the CC as well, and make sure that if 1 carry falls down, you can now finally win a fight. But it feels like everything just doesn't necessarily comes towards them. It's Bulldogs Academy that are, for some reason, just 1 step ahead, or already positioned properly that they can follow up on the enemy engage, re-engage on your opponent, and therefore
also
win the fights.
SIM, who can deal with the Cho'Gath? Ari does not. Ari's actually going sort of a glass cannon build in a sense of just going death cap and plenty of damage. Jin won't be. You have to reload like 4 times to even shred through anything of this Cho'Gath. It feels like this Cho'Gath can do whatever he wants. And this is one of these things. Well, you're not scared of Ari. Of course you're not. Another ultimate coming in. This could be a stun against the wall. A little bit too late. This knockup is good. This might be the pick they need. Absolved with some good macro understanding, making sure to have their first step inside this team fight.
Yeah, but they're not done yet. Bulldog Academy still want to fight it even without their AD carry. They still have Faldi and that big Cho'Gath that you said no one can deal with, so he might as well just lead the charge.
Ooh, dinner is served. Another good and gracious meal for Harikari, making sure to stack a little bit more health. And it seems like only Baron could be the objective they can take for now. Drake is still 1 minute away. I don't see any way they can take on this fight, but perhaps there can be a creative steal. We've seen multiple payday heists coming on through in this game, so maybe Jarvan could find the angle.
Yeah, but there is no tempered fade on the Bard. All he can do is approach, and T-Time, he has to walk so far around that I don't think he'll make it in time.
Too late.
Baron is fairly low.
And it's gone. Knockup will not be connecting. Bean Lord is a bit scared. There's even Orianna ultimate. Sure, why not? Another free kill coming in and a Baron buff. Anything is going the way of Bulldog Academy. It's only 18 kills to 8 of Absolved, but towers are being taken as a small trade on the side of Absolved, but still a lot of it taken down. That's a good job. Another pick might come in. This is a huge surprise and actually really important for Absolved to get this 1 kill.
And this is what you have to do, but once again, chases are there to be made, and Bulldog Academy has it right there in their dictionary, trying to chase everything further. It's double flash committed!
Almost a very well-placed predict, but 7 seconds on Drake. You see Ocean Drake jumping off the cliff, doing a little R, and that makes sure that soul point can be obtained by Bulldog Academy. There's no one nearby, only 1 blue ward, and even that one is gone, and the river won't provide them with the information they need. Still Bean Lord trying to get in maybe, see if they can have some vision.
Also watch T-Time. Last time around he had to make such a ring around the roses that he wasn't in time for a potential Baron steal, but now he is in a position that he maybe could have made a ring around the roses for Dragon. But he also knows that this flip with a Cho'Gath there as well can just ult something away. If T-Time is not at the next team fight, it is basically guaranteed lost and you will be pushed in. And it's making for a difficult situation because DDD has been proven to be both the resurgence and the downfall from Bulldog Academy with his 2 really big positioning mistakes in the last 5 minutes. But now he is in a position where he also has some extra defenses, he has the Ocean Dragon, and it looks to be onto death, but this is a Xin Zhao, he can just easily counter collapse.
Teleport coming in, the charm will take him down about 50% HP. Right now Cho'Gath being tickled by the bullets of Jin. There's Ari just jumping away straight away like, nah man, I don't want to deal with this one. A good charm to save them all some time, but this is not a fight. This is a run. We're looking at a marathon. That's all they can do. There's no way to get through Cho'Gath. He got Ocean Soul. He is massive. It's an Empire State Building on feet right now. A prehistoric Empire State Building. And that means there's no way to defend. What could they do?
Heyo's just... He can even just walk in and go for the neural activation plays because we all like that like lead pipe falling sound effect whenever you finally get those hard steel stacks, and he is already on 378 bonus health with that, so it is really, really difficult to take down this Cho'Gath. And then you look at the other side like, what are you going to do?
Well, there's not even healing reduction. So
healing reduction against the Dragon Soul should already be a must, but we're also seeing that it's Gibble who has taken it upon himself to buy a Liandry's, or like to build towards a Liandry's, to hopefully deal some bleeding damage, percentage max HP damage to this Cho'Gath. I feel like it's too little too late. You're not getting there anymore.
Alright, let's see if Absolved is able to defend the bot lane. For now, they're all together. And still, I feel like one of the options that still are with Absolved is you're able to split up the fight with the Bard. So maybe there's a way to get DDD out of the fight and land plenty of damage on maybe one of these carries. Keep in mind, Xin Zhao got the Orianna Orb on his own. Might dash in to go for the ball delivery system. That sentence go wide. Right now, Xin Zhao ready to jump in. Turret is gone. The slows are well enough. Will this be a jump in? Not yet. 10 seconds going wide once more. And it feels like for Bulldog Academy, they're cool, calm and collected. They're just trying to get the inhibitor and get out of there.
It also looks like they just don't have to do that much anymore, because you do have the pressure on both mid and bot. The next objective that will be spawning is the Baron to make another push happen, so you can't just take it easy, all back off, but that means that Gibble is looking for an engage, but there's no one there!
There is a dash. This knockup will go wide right now. There is so much CC. What a huge amount of damage. That means Cassante, who's supposed to be tanky, I believe, will not be able to finish up. Tea time with a smart play. If you're able to take this wave, save some time, you only have to lure away all the minions. That means there's a bit more time to play with. Still, mid lane, that's the one they need to deal with. Not that much mana on Ahri to clear all those minions.
It makes her fight at 3v5.
Oh, this might be the final push, SIM.
What is that demolish damage coming out from the Cho'Gath? There's nothing you can do, they're just getting ran over like a train.
They're focusing in on the Nexus, and the big Ash Cho'Gath will win this game alongside Bulldog Academy. There seemed to be no way to even have a slight amount of damage on the Cho'Gath, and that means for Bulldog Academy, you said they were supposed to be underdog, but they have a magnificent performance inside the second game of this broadcast.
Bull underdog days, that's what we're playing for today. Really well done once again. I don't know if it has to do with like a drafting side, because it's also the second time today that red side's winning, or that a lot of the meta now has changed. Now we've seen that like Braum priority and such fell off, but just looking at this one with Bulldog Academy, the macro was clean. They played their fights fairly well, and except for the two slip-ups that DDD made where he was trying to catch waves on mid lane where he maybe shouldn't, the rest would look so solid that I wouldn't note them down as a 2-3 team, 3-3 at this moment, but they played a game that can contend, and that doesn't really have to fear for something like a relegation match.
Absolutely, and also those two picks that were there, sure, okay, so Bulldog Academy, they lost their AD carry, but time to time again, the objectives went their way. And I want to get your attention back on the first few heists we saw, like the Cho'Gath flashing in, eating one of the grubs, lantern out, same thing with the Drake. So I feel like the desk has plenty of information they want to maybe get some explanation for. In the meantime, thank you so much, SIM. This was it for us. Back to the desk, we just saw a very interesting game for Bulldog Academy.
Thank you so much, Bo and SIM. Every Bulldog has his day, Rory. Up to 3-3 off the back of a draft that you called. Feeling a bit vindicted?
You know what, I'm feeling pretty good right now. Mostly because my jumping ship meant that as a collective desk, we didn't go 0-6 today. So at least we've got a target for the next desk to beat. So yeah, we got one on the board, but enough about us. Honestly, really nice performance from Bulldog Academy. Obviously in the early game it was a bit back and forth. Absolved really showed they did have teeth, but Bulldog were able to capitalize on fight after fight this game, and you know what? Magpie showed up.
Yeah. We had some questions a little bit about the Thresh, and yeah, I will happily say that they were put to bed pretty quickly. Seeing this first fight and just the combo coming out from Bulldog.
It's gorgeous. I love this. This is actually something I haven't seen very much, even though this is a couple of champions that have been around forever, an interaction that's been around forever. I think I could probably count on one hand the number of times I've actually seen that combo pulled off, and it was really fun to see. In the back room, we were yelling all about this one. We were really excited about it. And you're absolutely right. Magpie was popping off with this one. He missed very few hooks, and as I think Rory said, very few that mattered. The ones he was hitting were incredibly important, and it meant that not only were the team fights great and he was able to get people out with the lanterns and everything, but it also just unlocked DDD to just run at people. It meant he seemed so free in the way he was able to play the game.
That's so much the thing with Thresh. Thresh, yeah, we conflate with Blitzcrank quite a lot. They're like, when the hook's down in the early game, oh dear. But these are both champions that one good Q can just win you a fight. Can just get a key pick.
And it did.
And at the times where it mattered, Magpie was there to deliver Absolved on a silver platter to his team. DDD, again, did have a fantastic game as well.
Oh, that's Sovonix.
Max is suddenly replaced by Sovonix.
Hey.
I'm on camera!
You're not on voice. So we don't know what you're saying, but okay, that's a smiling Dominic.
Well.
Some short blocks and will get back to us sometime.
DDD had a fantastic game. I liked a lot the fact that he went for the on-hit virus, as the casters rightly pointed out. And, oh, there we go.
Am I back?
Returned to us. Yep.
Hello?
This Cho'Gath needs to be talked about, right?
Huge.
It is running rampant over the Four Nations.
Mostly you're seeing it as an answer to Scion,
Yeah.
but obviously other tanks. I believe this Cho was picked blind and the Cassante was picked to answer.
It was,
Yep.
yeah.
But yeah, it's just really solid into tanks where it can just whittle away the general poke damage that tanks have, because tanks have very high cooldowns, especially in the early game. So Cho doesn't care, and in this game, Harikari just completely walked over Dog Nappy in terms of relevance.
In this fight, though, I want to shout out Death. Off to the side, gets caught by the Tempered Fate, is in a 1v2 against Gibble and Emil, just deconstructs the Ari, and is well on the way to getting further kills. It's only the 4th shot coming out from Gabby that results in his death.
He was
And
great.
the follow-up fight, like, it's played calmly, it's played control. You can see Magpie and Harakari, they pull the enemy in, they got the TP coming out. It turns out that Mike's TP wasn't even needed, especially when Gibble decided to let himself take Vorpal spikes from a heavily stacked Cho'Gath.
Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. It was wild, and it was a lot of fights going very similar to that. I think there were a lot of standout performers that we saw throughout that one. I would like to highlight Death quickly. When Pivel came in, he was the change, and all of a sudden Bulldog, they win that match, and nobody was really expecting this team to do too much, and that was very exciting. Obviously, Pivel's now moved on to another team, but Death coming in, we were like, right, does this put them back to square one? Does this ruin any of the momentum they've been pulling together? Pivel was cool. Death has come in and just completely taken over. He has looked really good, specifically in this game here. Really comfortable. He looked like he was playing well with the team. Didn't look like there were any communication issues with bringing a new guy in. Very, very exciting for them here.
Yeah, and I said after Monday's performance, like, Death needed to get rid of a few of those unforced errors that we saw, like the Viego ults kind of went astray, getting caught. Honestly, looks so clean on the Sins out in these team fights specifically.
Well, Bulldog Academy
matchup. We'll just pretend like nothing happened, right? You know, it's a pretty cool matchup. I think what's super interesting is this is kind of like two UK old guards, but of two different generations. We have sort of this Quick roster, which, like, if you knew back in the day when we had, like, Forge of Champions, UKLC, this was the lineup. These were the guys playing at that time. Then, in the sort of newer iterations of the UKL, the Four Nations, you have this Rod and Friends roster. So it's like two different generations of UK squads battling against each other.
Yeah, and I will say, though, that as it stands, it's a little bit like Star Trek. The original generation is sort of better than the next generation that has preceded it. Brod and Friends, they got some big names in there, but they really haven't made it click quite yet this split. Whereas Quick, I think we had quite a few questions about them coming into the split, or at least a few people did, but they seem to be performing pretty well.
I mean, they've been boosting themselves up a little bit. Currently tied with Belfast Storm, who we'll actually see play a little bit later, actually after this matchup. But specifically Quick, I think a lot of people were still having a lot of questions about them, right? You take a look at the previous season, back in spring, I believe, and there were a couple question marks about them, and now they're stepping up. I mean, the last games, every single game, it seems like they've gotten better and better. So coming into this one, my question is, does that trend continue to such an absurd level where we see them just wipe Brod and Friends off? Because as you just said, these are some names on Brod and Friends. They haven't really stepped up, but this would be the time to kind of give that all-star performance. And as you know, Savonix, we will get some love back to your original name there. What do we assume? Do we think it's going to be close, or do we see Quick not just make it quick, but probably don't and instead take names and beyond?
Yeah, I mean, Quick's been such an interesting roster to look at. I always said at the very start of the split, as it progresses, these guys will get back into form. They will get games in. I've seen on their accounts they've started to play solo queue as well. Let's not forget, there are some EU Masters level players. Prosfair used to play on Fnatic Academy, Misfits Academy. He was an LEC Academy level player. These guys are coming back into form. Brod and Friends have not looked that good in recent times. And so, as far as momentum goes, this is very heavily favored into Quick.
Okay. I like it. Middlecott, would you agree?
I will say so. I do think if we're sort of playing the advocate for Brod, players like Akers and like Spark do have proven quality as well. Obviously not at the level that the members of Quick have reached, but they have shown a propensity to do very, very nice things in the UK domestic scene. We're also, I believe, for Brod and Friends, going to be getting a return of another name in the jungling, Crisis. Which is just fantastic. First ever player I cast a Pentakill on, which is a great personal moment for me. But also just a very mediocre jungler now. So I think that's going to be a real difficulty for the Brod and Friends to navigate through this game.
Low-cutting some of the players there. I appreciate that to a very good degree. Middlecott not taking the high road either, because, I mean, this is true. You know, you take a look at Brod and Friends, they have a lot to prove here, and they need to make adjustments. And I think we say this for just about any team that is currently sitting in that middle ground between 3rd and 6th right now. You're looking, or about 8th, you're looking at that cutoff line for playoffs. And what would be... I want to go to you, Middlecott, because you're already you're a little bit more. I want to say more flatline with it, which I like. What's the cutoff point, or how many losses are you comfortable taking before you're like in deep dive? We're in trouble, excluding the bottom 2 right now, obviously. But where's that line that you draw for some of these middle squads that you're just like, we're in trouble. We need like hard changes.
I think 2 more losses from this week. So I think if you lose today and then lose next week as well, I think that's when you're like really like terrified, to be perfectly honest. But realistically, if you are in this position, any loss is rough, because that's affecting your playoff seeding, that's affecting your ability to have those second chances going into that bracket. So really, it is every win counts at this point in the tournament.
All right, well, Savonix, I'd love to give you that one, but we got to take a look at the head-to-head specifically, because I know both these squads are looking to try and hone in on their victories. And as we take a look at the head-to-head, it is Crosshair and Zeta. These two have been doing fairly, fairly decently in their own respective roles there, and specifically Zeta on one side. I'm looking at them and going, hey, we got some work to do. Let's see if we can bump those numbers up a little bit higher as well.
Yeah, I actually have been pretty impressed with Zeta this split, despite their scoreline. Brod and Friends have had some shining lights. I think Akers, Porp, Zeta, they've been very impressive. It's actually kind of the carries of Brother and Friends that maybe need to step up a little bit. I think what's interesting about this head-to-head is which of these two players can facilitate their carries better than the other.
Ooh, and I like that because we know that both these players, I mean, Crosshair obviously with the Pike having a little bit of fun in there, but as an overall player, I think that is we've been seeing a little bit more, you know, the proactivity from a lot of these supports roaming about, making sure to try and get, trying to get more active even in a farther push scenario. One of those moments where you're just like, hey, do we sacrifice the ADC or do we, try and move towards that ADC, ABC in the bottom side, depending on how you want to mix things up. So to me that, again, I like that we take a look at Crosshair and Zeta. So going back to you, Middlecott, questions abound now. We just talked about those solo lanes facilitating those carries. What about in the jungle? Do we harness some of that jungle power, put any hyper carries in there? As the status of jungle has been a little bit all over the place depending on the teams.
All I'm saying is, like, just give Beastie Beast or Crisis or whatever he's calling himself something nice and easy, something that he can't make too many mistakes on, that can be consistent. But yeah, realistically, I look at the jungle role and I see two players that operate within fairly similar spheres. Both sort of more enablers, I would say, than necessarily pure carries, although they do have carry potential, in some of their champions. I think it's a little bit of an issue. If you were asking me about this matchup with Crisis from 2 years ago, I'd say, yeah, Crisis has got a decent chance of actually being able to affect a lot here, but he's playing against Nulty, who is significantly more experienced than him, and is a lot more practiced than him, because Crisis is off somewhere doing air traffic control most of the time, so he's not focusing on the most important thing in life, which of course is League of Legends.
Yes, as we dive into the draft here, we're taking a look, and it's very, very quick on the ban list. Right now, heavy target over to Bendy Beach, just like you were talking about, Middlecott. Heavy focus in there, actually tripling up the bans against Beach, just like, yo, get that out of there. But on the flip, we're looking at that little bit of a Bard, little bit of an Aurora, and maybe even a Trundle look. So a little bit more spread, a little bit more variety for Broad and Friends as they kind of focus on 3 different lanes.
Yep, and Quick have been prioritizing the Bard. Prosper has loved that pick. The classic, we see the Varus blind. Now, in Quick, I know Kerberos likes to play a ranged top laner, so I don't know if this is a flex pick for them, as we see Yunara newly enabled in our division. So excited to see if that does get locked in.
No, please.
No?
No.
You don't like it?
Okay, Sylvanas, you can't look at me like that, and like, Thank you, Akers, for getting off that champion. I don't like Yunara. I understand that people are starting to get and enjoy Yunara, but I'm mad that I can't build full AP. That's what I'm really mad about, but we don't talk about that one right there. Either way, Yunara...
There are so many problems in the world. Direct your anger in a more productive direction, my friend. Your life will be better for it.
I have a lot of hate for a lot of champions in League of Legends, and Yunara just drops down in that list right there. We are looking at the Xin Zhao as well as the Jin, though, keeping that range value as well as that Crescent Guard to help out. But Broad and Friends looking for a little bit of a mix in there, getting Bendy Beast as well as Spark comfortable champions.
Yeah, and I think for Bouncy Beast here, the Xin Zhao is pretty much exactly what you would want for him. It's consistent, it can engage, it can mess up the fight a little bit, and it does have some bridge power. The Jin as well for Spark, one of the best champions that I've seen him on. Not great at dealing with tanks, but really good at applying pressure if you're able to get it an early advantage. Like the response of the Wukong, though, pretty like for like with the Xin Zhao, a bruiser that can dive in, deal a load of damage and disrupt a team fight, and that Orianna with the shockwave. It's been around for like over a decade now, guys. You know what this champion does.
I'm trying to figure out what they match with it, though.
Well, I mean, I wanted to add on to the Jin thing is I find it very interesting because I know LCK is really prioritizing this champion. They pick it as soon as they can. But I actually personally think it's kind of what you said. It does struggle into tanks, so I'm surprised Quick didn't just send a Sion or a Toga through 2 champions that are really powerful right now. Makes it really difficult for the Jin. And Broad and Friends, they get the Jin and the Alistar, 2 really powerful bot lane champions, so it's a good draft so far. They're getting comfort picks, and they're getting champions that are strong in the meta as well.
And I like the fact that you called this out earlier, Savonix. He said, hey, look, that Varus could easily be Flex if you want to get a little bit silly with it for Ink Quick, and that's why there is a Vayne ban on the other side. Now, granted, Broad and Friends could just be like, we're being a little bit friendly. We're going to send a ban in there and see what happens, but it does make sense if you're trying to lock out some of those moments. The Mbessa, though, starting to target that top side a little bit more heavily instead, especially with the stagger. You have an Orianna in the mid lane, but no pickup for Broad and Friends. So it's either a target into a separate lane or decide what you want to do, as that stagger also allows them to ban out the Braum, feel a little bit more comfortable, not allowing that glacial fissure to be such an annoyance.
Yeah, sort of moving away like a lot of disruption options. I think the Ambessa as a ban I really, really like, because not only is it something that works really well for Akkas, but is a top laner that can go in, that can follow the Jin Zhao, that can benefit from the long-range pick that the Jin is going to be offering. The Scion, obviously fulfilling a different role in terms of what he brings to a team fight, but fundamentally does the same thing, charges in there, causes a load of disruption to follow. I really like this, though, from Broad and Friends picking up the Syndra. You're getting another little bit of pick CC and some more damage to this composition, which it was sorely lacking. The big thing is, though, this is still a composition that is really bad at dealing with tanks. You can blow up one guy, but if that happens to all be focused on an Ornn or a Wukong clone, then things don't go too well.
Just like you called it. Yeah. Both of you actually called this out earlier too, so it's just like, bring the Cho'Gath.
That's exactly what I was concerned about, you know, like they could just send one of two of the strongest tank picks right now. They ban one of them, they pick the other. Very smart by Inquick. And I mean, I think Syndra's not the worst at dealing with tanks, to be fair. There are build variations like the I think it was Blackfire Torch on Syndra that can help you get through the health. It's just, oh my gosh, this Jin doesn't want to. Okay, no. If
still pretty rough. Still pretty rough.
I mean,
let's be honest.
It's still rough, but that tag was locked in. That Jin was just like, I'm gonna go cooldown reduction and just play utility, honestly.
Oh, and if we really want to get silly, obviously I don't think this is coming
That's
in,
not
but
real. That's
listen,
not real.
for Broad and Friends, if you...
Akkas just wants to be thinking about a champion that's actually shorter than him. That's all this is. That's all this is, okay? There is no way this guy cannot play Heimerdinger. He's not going to lock in Heimerdinger. He's going to pick the Gnar because that's what he does when he's rattled in every single situation.
There's some hate in there, but honestly, a little bit of hate layered on with the foundational understanding. It is the Gnar at the end of the day, so Broad and Friends taking on a little bit of pseudo damage in there. We were just talking about the fact that Spark, as well as QQ, are not having that perfect ability to chew through, and all of a sudden now you have true damage, you have % health damage in Akkers, if Akkers is allowed to get rolling. So let's go ahead and dive into this a little bit, because you've already broken down, both of you have already broken down Broad and Friends composition bit by bit. My question is, as a whole, how are we liking this into Quick?
Honestly, I think Broad and Friends, they have gotten everything that they wanted. If we're going to ignore what Quick have done, let's just focus on Broad and Friends for now. Like, Akkers is, like, his Gnar is iconic. Back in the day, I just remember this was a feared pick with this player. Spark has a Syndra. Zeta's got the Alistair. Xin Zhao for Crisis. They got exactly what they wanted for comfort. It's just, I'm a little concerned with how they are going to deal with this Cho'Gath if Akkers doesn't get ahead in the early game.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But I also look over at Inquick's composition and go, is the delivery of the Orianna ball into a middle of a team fight as reliable as you'd necessarily like? I think usually when you've got a Wukong, you're going to say yes, but you've got stuff like the Alistair, a Mega Gnar, Syndra, the Xin Zhao. There are so many ways of denying Inquick from jumping on top of you. I think they can play range a little bit, but if they try and do that, Broad and Friends are still going to be in a position to engage. So I actually really like the Broad and Friends composition now that we see everything all together, although there are, of course, those pinch points we mentioned that Inkwink could take advantage of.
I think for Inkwink, they have actually done a good job of finding those proactive moments in the early game. If we are talking about a way to kind of break apart this solid rock that Broad and Friends have actually put together, their laners have actually been stepping up. And I mean, Mr. Chickle has been one that I've been watching. When I watch Inkwink the last few weeks and the last few matches, Mr. Chickle has actually done fairly good, in my opinion. Always being forward, always trying to get into the mix. I know Middlecott, you might not like that, but there is a reason why Inquick feel like when they get that lead, they do maintain that lead without dropping into that acceleration or pacing.
Yeah. Well, you say I'm not. I'm actually a big fan of Mr. Tickle.
Oh, okay. I saw the look, and I wasn't
mixes.
sure if I was giving it enough credit in there.
No, but you're very right. Likes getting involved, likes getting in there. And I think that any player that can draw a Trundle ban, like, you're a very specific type of player if you're drawing a Trundle ban. You just want to fight people. You just want to make their day awful. And hey, if you're making Boosted Beast's day awful, I'm all for it.
I can get behind that as well. Well, I believe the casters are ready, but before we toss it to them, I want to see how well the desk is going to predict this one. Savonix, your thoughts on who will take this game?
Ooh, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. Honestly...
It's the most generic, unoriginal question. He's like, great question in there. I like it.
Phenomenal.
Damn, you're really good at this. No,
I know. I almost have it written down here.
I think Inquick for me. I'm a fan of how they've been playing, so I think they'll get this over the line.
All right. What do you think, Middlecott?
I think it's got to be Brod and Friends. They've got Best Beast in jungle. He's the best. He's a beast. He's going to carry them to victory.
All right, and with that, I will not break the tie, so let's go ahead and send it on over to J-Real and Rob to take us away into this game.
Hello and welcome in to week... Oh, what week are we on? I've just completely forgot. Week three. Day 2. And it is the second session. It's the J-Real moment right now here. Thursday, late night, and we're going to get into this game. Brod taking on Inquick. A matchup that I feel like last split, we would have been chatting about Robert as potentially being like playoff top tiers here. This is potentially for finals placements. This time around, it feels a little bit more one-sided.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have to ask the Brod management what happened and why they weren't in Stoke, or rather why they were sitting in the audience in Stoke. But yeah, we would have been discussing this as a potential finals matchup, whereas at the moment, Inquick have been on a bit of a tear with a roster that, you know, story players, some may call them washed, some may call them experienced. And on the other side, Brod and Friends also have that experience, but they've not looked particularly solid this split. Crisis coming in, or the Bendy Beast himself. We'll have to have a graphic after this of whether it's a Boosted Beast or Best Beast here, as Middlecott was saying on the desk, because Porp hasn't had the hottest split so far, I'd say. Made a few mistakes, didn't look particularly good in their last 2 games. Should go, personally. Inquick are looking very, very solid. I'm a big fan of how they're playing. But Brods, they've always got that X factor. And I think this game, with Akers taking Gnar, not going for that blind Scion, not going for that sort of top blind pick, Akers could be that X factor here.
Potentially, like, and then I will say, if we're adding things to the tier list tier list that should be done on the Saturday, I think we should also tier list Crisis's names, right? Because he's had a few. Some of them have been pretty good, some of them maybe not so good, you know. So maybe, just maybe, that's what they got to discuss on Saturday. What's their favorite Crisis form, and did any of them make him a better player? You know, that's also another question. Akers obviously been back a little bit from holiday or jail. I don't really know where Akers went. He just kind of disappeared, got benched, and now he's back on the Gnar. I was thinking, is there a world where they go even more aggressive in this top lane, right into the Cho'Gath? Maybe you go for something that will just absolutely shred the tanks. Maybe you go for something that could also scale up a little bit freer, right? Maybe there's a world where you go like something like Kale and you just play the lane out and you just say, okay, we're just going to wait until the end of the game. But they go for that Gnar, a very, very classic one. We talked a lot, though, about this bot lane. We talked specifically about the Thresh pick, and I want to hear your take on this one, because you didn't say it was bad, but you had many options that you would have preferred.
My biggest concern for Inquick's draft, although I do think Inquick will win this game, I do think they've been playing a lot better, is that if you got like something like the Wukong Orianna, even with that combo, often you prefer having someone else's primary engaged, right? You prefer having a Northless, a Leona, someone who goes in first, starts the fight, Wukong comes in on top of that CC with the Cyclone, and then you take it from there. So right now, if you look at on the draft of 5IQ, all of them aren't having the best time against Syndra. Also see how Artoris has gone lethal tempo Varus, so he's not going for that poke variant. It means that as a Thresh, if you're going to step up for a hook, you're going to eat a stun from the Syndra. You're going to be eating damage from the Jhin. So I have a bit of a concern about how they're going to initially start these fights. But I think if the Wukong can get on top with that Shockwave, it should be pretty clean. I just want to say with Wukong in the UKL at the moment, this champion has been on absolute tear. Pivotal, rest in peace, the Bulldog jungler of yesteryear at the now. he had 2 great games on that for Bulldog. We've seen Mr. Tickle, rather Nolty. I keep saying Mr. Tickle, but yeah, he's had some decent games on it as well. So I think this champion has sort of been rising up in priority. A lot of players now picking it up and sort of rolling with it, rolling over games. You get a couple kills, you kind of take over the entire map. And if you are Rod, you can't let that happen, because Nolty has been, in my opinion, Inquick's best player.
Yeah, and it is a dangerous one, right? Because like Wukong, it only really needs like 2 items to be pretty much full build. The damage is insane from early on the second you get that Triforce. So really, really, really dangerous pick, right? You obviously said in that bot lane, maybe you prefer a Nort. I'm a bit of a Nort hater, you know, just saying. Like maybe we get some Leona or something. But right now we're in game. Aka's going to take a bit of free damage, and we're going to see opposite ends starting for the junglers here. So it's going to be a move up top side from the Wukong. There's a lot of trading in this bot lane already. And you know what? Spark actually doing quite well in that early trade.
Yeah. Wishes he could have got that 4th shot off onto the Varus, would have been a completely winning trade. Prosfed now can at least look to step up, use that range advantage, because it is Alistar level 1. Don't forget, Alistar got nerfed this patch. Artorias, hold on.
They're using heal to get into range. They're just trying to send it, but Artorias is not backing down, has to flash away so early on. And like you said it, right? Alistar's barely even a champ, and they've already won the lane.
Alistar's barely a champ on previous patches. On this current one, he lost something like 7 armor level 1, which is a stupid amount. He lost something like a 10 to 12%. And right there, they're able to get all those summons. They got barrier, they got flash. No heal used from Prosfed heal was not used, so that's a bit better. But Artorias, he's already having a rough time. He looked decent in the top lane. It's interesting they don't have Drag Draw user as Prosfed.
Oh, Prosfed might need that heal in a second though, having to walk out of this lane early as well. And like Spark still has flash, still has barrier. Artorias with neither summon up, and Zeta still has his flash as well. So it's a little bit risky right now, because they're also off timing, right? They're not full health together. Prosper might need to go back to base, but actually I think might have a little bit of time, as we are going to see the recall from Spark.
I have to see what he gets on this reset. I wonder if he's got Cull Gold or something along those lines. Zach, as we see, having a bit of a rougher time against Curb, but this matchup does get a bit easier for the Gnar as it goes on. Once he does get an item on board, gets some points into that W, gets that max out HP damages. Yeah, it is the Cull from Jin. So already this is a really great spot for the bot lane of Brods, where I was saying off broadcast, I don't like the Jin into the Varus. Hold on a second. Nolty? Akers, what are you doing, bud?
This is a simple dive. This is an easy kill. That's going to be the Wushu slap on his head, and Akers is gone.
I think there should have been a little bit more respect shown there when you're taken so low as the Gnar. You have no idea. I'd have to go back and watch the tape whether they had an idea about where Nolty had started, but it ends up being just a simple dive. Not a great look for Akers, who's obviously coming back after his time away. Played obviously the previous game, but he is back now. The previous game was against Belfast, doesn't really count. But Artorias, double knock-up. Hold on a second.
Double knock-up,
Beast is
and
coming.
Here comes Mr. Tickle, ready to play the game. Artorias not getting knocked up just yet, though, and actually able to avoid it. Now the pull back, almost putting a little bit of trouble there onto the Jin Zhao, Mr. Beast. Ooh, a little bit scary, but actually, you know what? They've walked it out, they've chilled in, and once again, we have lane control for this bot side. And I gotta say, right, when we look at Broad in general, they played so well through their bot side so many times, where Spark has just made massive games out of it. And I feel like them prioritizing this, right, sending Beast all the way down to the bottom, it's really activating their win condition.
The fall off from last bit to this has affected most of the players on Broad, but not Spark. I think Spark has generally looked pretty good. There have been a few moments where he's not been the same absolutely just best at UK ADC self, but he has been the sort of win condition, as you said. And it's good to see that in this game, at least early, they've taken a bit of control. Bit confusing they didn't get those kills bot lane, because it felt like when you got the wrap around from the Xin Zhao, there should be something happening, so at least some summoners blown, and there wasn't. All, you know, Artorias' summoners were down, for example, and he didn't have to burn anything, and there was no heal even used out from the Thresh, so a bit awkward for Crisis to not waste his time, but rather not get anything off of their gank. Going back to a more stable game state now, we should see Nas slowly take over this top lane. He should be able to just look to get this wave in. There's no TP in for Curb, so he's not going to be able to get back and grab this wave. If I am Akers here, or the Ak Attack. You talk about bad names, by the way. The Ak Attack, J-Real. Like,
yeah.
What kind of name is
not
that?
Even
like?
a the.
Not even
just,
the.
Just Ak Attack.
Like, get a name change, man. Like, someone give him the money, the RP. Is 3 people
and this
coming
is,
up
this
top.
Is not an unpopular opinion as well. Like, you're spitting some facts right now. A lot of people actually agree with you. A lot of people say Rob out, but for this one, I think they're saying Rob in. But Akers might be the one getting out here, as he is gonna get the dodge on the hook, but the damage comes through. It doesn't matter.
And that kind of is the result of Akka's not pushing that wave in fast. If you see, he was kind of holding off on his autos, which gave enough time for 5IQ's bot lane to cool for that lane swap, which should have been expected with Curve recalling in the state that he was without, you know, that lane slow pushing into him. Akka's not respecting that 3-man roam. It's also another gank time. If you work out, well, Wukong ganked me on his first timer about 4 minutes. He's going to be back again in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. So he was always going to be there. Akka's not looking good at the beginning of this game, not respecting the jungler of 5IQ. He needs to step up, because you gave him this R5 counter pick, J-Real. You gave him all the strengths into this Cho'Gath, and he's not showing it.
And also interesting on the swap timer here, right? We are going to see the dragon picked up, easily taken, no dramas, and not a lot actually gained. Obviously the kill on Akka's was gained, but not much more taken from Inquick.
Yeah, and the gold lead, it's pretty much, you know, it's even at the moment. So even with those 2 kills on board, 200 gold is really nothing at this state. You see a little bit of a gold lead in mid, foot in favor of Brod, a little bit of a gold lead in jungle in favor of 5IQ, as Zeta's coming up to cover his Gnar, who is level 6. Shouldn't be a play coming here, because again, Mr. Tickle, he's around.
Do they just go for it anyway? That's the question. Like, do you just send it? Sometimes you just got to push the go button. I think right now it wouldn't be in their best interests, and Zeta, they're just backing away, keeping it cool, calm, and collected, as they are going to rotate their bot side into the top. So it is going to be matched lanes, just on the opposite sides of the map you would be used to seeing them.
And I want to point out here, look at the CS difference as well. Oh, hold on a second, Zeta.
Oh, getting aggressive. Artori is locked under the tower. The damage goes crazy. And goodbye to the Varus.
And you could now see why the logic of maybe taking this Thresh into the Alistar, concerned that maybe trying to get people out of that combo. It's just not going to happen, though, is it? Ends up being locked up under the turret. There's no minions to even tank that turret initially, so Artorias takes the full brunt of the structure, and that's a kill over to Spark. This is the kind of player you need to have on the board if you are 5IQ. Not 5IQ, Brod rather. But if you are 5IQ, Jhin getting fed, it's bad. But you do have this Cho'Gath, right, who should be scaling. The Nars going to hold him inside, but it might not happen, as Crisis is here just covering his bot lane. I really like this. This is your Winkle, right? Spark is your best player. He's the one that is generally, a lot of Brod's victories have been around in the past when he's been on the roster. And playing around it is just what you want to be seeing, as Cho is just hovering mid, Akka's getting free fire and bot. If you look at the CS leads, it's all Brod.
Yeah, I was going to say 20 CS in the bot lane already. Mr. Tickle going for the grubs here. I feel like it's a bit bold, but actually I think they're going to be able to get away with this, right? They've moved Orianna up. Beely's happy to cover. QQR doesn't seem that interested in the bot lane, not moving down yet either. So I think it is going to be a pretty clean take going over for the side of 5IQ here. It's in the bot lane. There's a little bit of fighting, but that's not going to lead to too much, as Mr. Tickle might get pushed off the final grub here, but I don't know how much Brod are going to gain from it. Knockup goes down. They should be able to pick up the Thresh here. The knockup once again secures the kill. Another one to Spark, and they will get 1 grub, so stopping the full buff.
Yeah, so they did, and picking that one up is nice. Them coming in a bit late. They also obviously got midway pushes. Hold on a second, Akka's, you've got to be a bit careful. This is a Cho'Gath going down below 3rd HP. Hudra's on your death. Okay, he does back off. But anyway, QCar got that push in mid. So it meant that they were able to at least contest that, because Beely did have to go catch his wave. And the bot lane of Brod is stronger. Akka's, hold on a second, bud. I mean, you're just... Yeah,
he's just walking into these queues now.
He needs to be a bit... He's not had the best game so far, as he is up in CS, but he has been a sort of... had the attention of Mr. Tickle, which is a sentence I'm sure Middlecop would love to have heard about himself. But yeah, Akka's swap again being called here by Brod, so they're looking to put Jhin Alistar back into the Cho, maybe deny this as the wave is crashing in. Akka's is going to be very late on this top lane wave though, so he is going to not pick up the CS, which is not what you want to see when you've got this sort of Gnar matchup where you want to be getting leads in the lane against the Cho. As 3 people, Mr. Tickle's in wait, Nolty. Is Akka Smith sniffing it? I think Akka sniffs this out, J-Real.
Yeah, he does. He sees it. He sees the ward. He's able to get a little bit of vision. I don't know how much this helps him, though. He's kind of locked away from the tower. He can't walk up here. He needs assistance. But actually, they're just going to send it down onto the bot side. But this tower is way healthier, as Goros going to flash away from the Alistar, not allowing the combination to go through, and going to say, hey, if you want me, you got to come under the tower to get me. Zeta, not level 6 yet either, so does not have the capabilities to just tank that tower. And it looks like it's going to be first brick going over to 5IQ if they keep this pressure up, because at this moment in time, Akka's still cannot get towards his tower, and there's only 1 plate left.
And if you compare, a weird comparison is the 3-man, you know, bot plus jungler, versus the one solo top laner on each team. The Cho, you're always going to favour that tankier champion. He's going to be able to clear the wave a lot easier from distance with his Q. He's going to have that feast where if you do dive, you're able to pick up a kill. So if you're Akaza, you feel really bad for that lane swap, which was called by Brod. Let's not forget that, Jeriel. Brod called to swap this around, and it's 5 IQ that benefit. That's not a good look for Brod here, especially when the Cho is just happy. He's now ahead in CS. Akaza was up 4-5 CS. He's now down almost 10. Not great.
And right now, Spark has kept his CS lead ahead, though. I will say this. Spark is starting to surge this one even further forward, as we are going to see the teleport coming in. I don't know if I agree with this one. It's a bit of a weird play here. We are going to see the Alistair drop in, take that aggro, and they should be able to pick up this Cho'Gath here. But what comes after? Mr. Tickle joining in. Cyclone gets one back for the team. Aka's now knocked up in some trouble. Beely's around as the curtain call not landing. Final shot hits, and Brod do end up taking a 2-for-1 trade.
5EQ read that play, but just were a little bit too late, as now we see the bot lane swapping back. Artorias. Chains of Corruption goes, I say goes wide, it is flashed by the Beast himself. And it's all Spark all the way, isn't it, Jeriel? He's got the 4 kills on Brod. He's currently looking pretty strong. This mid lane matchup has been an absolute nothing burger, which it's interesting because we saw QQR versus Kurosh in the same matchup, and QQR was having a harder time, so maybe a bit more practice from QQR in the past weeks as we see the replay here. They go for this interesting call because, as you said, it seems pretty difficult, but they were confident. Aka's had Mega, they pick up the kill on Curve. Zeta does end up falling here from Nolty, but Aka survives. 2 kills on Spark. It's a really good look so far. QQR's got to be a bit careful. Shockwave not available. Oh my god.
QQR, beautiful dodge on the rupture, but it's enough. Cobras getting aggressive with it. Almost finding the feast, but not going to be able to get it just yet. And they're going to turn their attention back to this dragon, right? I think it's pretty fair play. They brought all their members there. They said, Aka's, you can sit on the side lane on your own. Feast stack for the Cho'Gath. He'll TP up top, and we'll keep that tower alive.
And right now, 5IQ, what they have shown in their last few games, and in this one, is that despite them being the old guard, maybe less practice, although some of them are now actually back playing solo queue, they have that still understanding of how to play the map and macro, where right there they know we've got the 5 members, we've got the Cho'Gath feast, we can easily secure this objective. We know the Nar's not going to really get anything. He's very, very weak. You see the Dead Man's finished on the Cho. Compare that to a Sheen and a Phage on the Nar. So no Trinity Force finished, no Black Cleaver even in the works even close to. So Artorias caught. Hold on a second. Okay. Spark was looking at it. He was looking at it. He decided against it.
He was thinking. He was
thinking about it. He was thinking about it. Zeta was as well, but Artorias gets away a bit free there. Still has barrier, so probably wouldn't die. Change of Corruption coming back up as well. But yeah, no, I would say, like, if you are this Gnar, you've been kind of put out the game a little bit. You can still play on side here, right? Now the Trinity Force is completed, you can still look for those players on side, kite out the Cho'Gath. As long as you're not getting hit by the knockouts, by the ruptures, you should be having a pretty good time with this side as actors. Zeta, he's going in on Prosphere.
Ooh, talking about having a good time. This has been a good time all day for Brod in the bot lane. Prosphere taking quite a bit of damage, but actually it's now starting to be able to be fired back on. Artorias able to get a lot of auto attacks into the Alistair there through the Unbreakable Will as well. Let's not forget, as we are going to see Mr. Tickle in the mid lane. QQR in trouble. Gonna get locked down with that shockwave.
And once your flash has been burnt by that previous play from Kerberos, it means that as QQR, you just have to respect that any time Nolty's going to come in mid, you're going to die if Shockwave is available. So you have to play a lot safer or call your jungler. Neither of those two things happen. QQR falls down. And now Beely's on the board. This Orianna, he's going very... Oh, hold on a second. Beast?
I don't know if Beast is going to be fired. Mr. Tickle is going to walk away. Does have Mega Gnar Akaz in wait, but Mega Gnar Akaz is leaving, and Beely is starting to move up as well. Mr. Tickle getting quite a bit of damage down as Kerberos joins in on the party. Knock up lands, and Beast has been slain.
And that was a bit of boosted Beast right there, right? He walks into the jungle, takes a fight versus the Trinity Force Wukong, and he had the support of a Mega Gnar that was running out. Look at Spark, he doesn't care.
Here we go. Curtain call coming through. Prosphere able to get the ADC out. This one took the lantern. We love to see it. And we're going to be able to see a pretty much nothing trade there. Both ultimates going to go down. Chains of Corruptions. I don't know if it's still the truth, but was the most missed ultimate in League of Legends back in the day.
I mean, I think it's got to be at this point in time, hasn't it? The number of times I see it go slightly wide, tag onto no one is ridiculous, whether it's pro or whether it's in solo queue. But yeah, the Artorias right now, this bot lane, not having the best time. Spark is very, very, very far ahead. I'd like a little bit of a gold look if production could bring that up, because I feel like this has got to be a pretty insane... Yeah, he's got like... He's 2.5k or 2.4k gold up by himself, which is... If you look at the gold at the top, without Spark and that lead, they're actually at least 1,000 in the hole. So
Yeah.
Everything is on Spark.
Mr. Tickle is 1.7 ahead. So he's keeping them back in it. Obviously, overall, Broad are slightly ahead in the gold leaders. We are going to be getting up to the next dragon in about 2 minutes, right? It is going to be an important one, I think, in general, because both teams are looking pretty strong. They're looking quite dangerous, but I feel like we're due a tipping point very soon, right? Obviously, in terms of profile of scaling, I feel like both kind of match each other as we do get later on into this game, but yeah, really waiting for it to kick off, and I feel like next Drake is going to be the moment.
I hate the term bridging into mid game or bridging into late game, but Spark, that's what Spark needs to do here. He needs to use his strength, get out on the map with these two items that he's finished, and get this Syndra and this Gnar into a spot where they're strong as.
Oh, Mr. Tickle gonna go aggressive here. Cyclone onto 2. There's the shockwave as well. Beast is low. Heal helps him, but it's not going to be enough. And now the hook onto the Alistair. They're turning up in numerous members. Artorias will get knocked back into the team, but it does not matter. Still alive. Double kill to Mr. Tickle once again, and more gold onto that jungler.
And I feel like what's happening here is Chris, he's looking to make plays, right? Crisis, he's trying to get aggressive in the enemy jungle, and he's just not got the numbers with him. And 5IQ, we saw this against Rise. They love to bring the numbers, and they understand what they need to do. As Curb is here to look for a dive. Either take his turret or kill Spark and QQR. They're at a huge risk
Rift
here.
Herald gonna come through. TP gonna utilize. Rift Herald crashed into a wall. Kerberos, I don't know about that one, but the player's kind of been a bit messed up here. Akka's moving forward, but gets hit with the hook, but the lockdown is still there onto Artorias. They're looking for the kill, but Akka's gets taken. Nom nom nom, says the Cho'Gath as they just walk away. 5IQ had the numbers first and brought a little bit late to the party.
Painful from Akka's, right? Got CC'd a little bit here, a little bit there. The hook comes onto him, these kind of things, and he ends up falling because he just can't quite get the damage down to Artorias. But frankly, I don't think that's a worthwhile trade anyway, going down if you are Akka's, because you're so far behind. I think his joining on that dive was a little bit premature. But
double stun, a bit more damage onto Prosper, but again, nothing to write home about. The curtain call comes through, but not going to get a kill. And Mr. Tickle now looking to get aggressive here. Zeta's taken a lot of damage, doesn't have Unbreakable Will, and will be forced to walk away. The choke being held, but starting to break down as Curb just moves forward, chomps the Alistar. That's some nice beef that he's taken for dinner, and they just force Broad back once again.
I was going to say, if you're Broad, hold on, is this play continue? Akka's is here. Are they going to continue trying to fight for this dragon? If I am Broad, I understand that you're a bit concerned about giving over an ocean dragon. I don't think it's worth fighting for this. As Curb is in wait, he's waiting to see if he can get anything, and nothing should come from this. But if you are Broad there, I actually think you shouldn't be taking that fight. Akka's is dead. You've got no push on sides, right? Look where the wave states are right now. There's no threat coming on sides from Broad, and that's kind of where this Gnar should come into its own, is pushing out those side lanes, and it's not happening. So don't take that fight in dragon. Let them have that dragon. It was only going to be their second Drake. You've already got the Infernal for yourself. They're not that close to Soul at 18 minutes. You're talking about another 10 minutes time, 28, 29 minutes that Soul's even a threat. So give that up a little bit. Get a bit more gold into QQR, into Akka's, because again, Spark is the one who's going to take you into this mid game. Jhin can do a lot of damage late, but you need QQR online here. You need this Syndra to be very strong, because she is going to be the one hitting that Varus with that stun, one-shotting them, hitting the Thresh, denying the hook, stopping maybe the engage from the Wukong. You don't have that strength on your mid laner, so maybe just concede a little bit and get QQR a few more stacks, get, that Syndra passive stacking up. And Akka's, he's not really in this game. He is really, really struggling. He maybe could have got that kill on Artorias, was unlucky. But he's got to try and do something. I think he should be pushing sides, which is kind of what he's doing. Play on sides, get that goal back into you, try and stabilize around getting Syndra online, and not allowing this Orianna, who, by the way, this Orianna's build, you usually see Ceres, you usually see a bit more of a defensive, has gone Ludens into Shadow Flame, most likely, or Ludens definitely going to be scary in these fights. Curb, you're in trouble.
Akka's stepping up. Kerberos may be in trouble here, getting chased around now into the wall, and the stuns come down, but as Akka's have the damage, the rock lands, but is it going to be enough? Kerberos still healthy, finally falls down, and it will be a solo bolo for Akka's in the top side. Is he still struggling, Rob?
It's massive for Akka's to get that solo kill. This is what you expect from this matchup. The percentage max HP damage on that Hyper, on that Gnar W, is absolutely massive when you're facing these tank matchups. The Trinity Force online, that's another 500 plus gold shutdown as well going into his back pocket. That means Akka's is kind of backers in this game, so to speak. He's going to be able to make more...
Oh my god.
He's actually going to be able to make plays on sides. He's currently pushing top. Beely's going to have to cover. So if you are in quick now, you've got to play the defensive style that I was suggesting Rod to do, because you don't have Kerberos pushing those waves out. You're going to have to stop Akers maybe taking these side turrets, which if he is able to get, you know, that 700 gold side turret, he's going to be an absolute monster on sides and in the team fights.
Yeah, because I was going to say, you're
scary
talking about not fighting, you're talking about giving them the split push pressure, but there are some things coming up that we need to have a team fight for, right? We already have Atakan on the board, right? Baron is going to be spawning in 4 minutes. Like, Brod will have to start getting together and grouping, but maybe not at this moment in time, although it does look like we're going to see 5IQ force for it. Mr. Tickle getting a lot more pressure back again onto Zeta, who still does have Unbreakable Will, so still strong in a team fight, but now definitely chunked out quite considerably. Kerberos moving towards the Atakan. I think they are going to be able to go for this one. I feel like, Rob, this is where we need to see the split push Akers, because they can't contest this.
They're going to try there. Looks, Akers is recalling with that reset with the gold he got from killing Cho. He's going to come in here with his items, and Rod are going for this, J-Real. This is so risky.
4 members got knocked up on the fracture there. It's a really close choke point. Mr. Tickle sending it forward. Cyclone comes through. They get to the
Kiko stole it.
Now Mega in the back line, but cannot get into this fight yet. Zeta holding up the front, but look at the knock-up. Once again, they're moving forward, but the turn of the tide is here. Akers gets it still against the wall. Artorias in trouble. The lantern is taken. But the shot from Zeta comes through, and the curtain was called. Brod stepping forward. Beely last alive, and will walk away to safety.
What a team fight from Brod. You were doubting, I was doubting whether Brod could take that. You had Akers coming in, he just finished Black Cleaver, so he's on that 2-item spike you like to see from the Gnar, but it wasn't the item spike that caused this. It was just superb team fighting and a steal from QQR, where you saw many, many great knockups from Kerb, but it wasn't enough. They're taken a little bit low here, but not massively, as Mr. Tickle goes in, gets the 3-man knockup on the Cyclone. QQR, you see, steals the Atakan. That's absolutely massive. Akers here is pressuring Artorias and Frostfest, so they can't really put any damage down. Well, at least Artorias can't really step up. Zeta also tanking up a lot of time flash out. Another 4-man knockup. 2 of them also pull back on the Shockwave. But they just overextend a little bit here, 5IQ. And just the damage comes through. And Spark, who, I was saying, bridge your team. Get them to the mid-game. Well, the mid-game's here, and look at that shot, J-Real. Absolutely unbelievable. More and more kills coming through for Spark on this Jhin. He didn't look great in the previous game they played against Belfast, but this game he's looked absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, Mr. Tickle in trouble here. Gets knocked up. Zeta on him like stink on a bin. And right now, they're able just to keep pressuring. At the moment, it's completely flipped, right? We saw the solo kill. We saw the one team fight, and Brod are back in the game.
And you could 100% see that why I was saying about this Thresh pick, right? I don't want to go back, oh my god, I'm such a good analyst. I know. This Thresh pick, you can see how hard it is, even with these 6 assists, for him to step up and make anything happen. In these weird standoffs you get, where you don't have one team that's, you know, particularly massively outranging the other, right? You've still got Varus arrows, you've still got, you know, Orianna may able to move a ball. You see that Thresh doesn't like these kind of scenarios. He likes playing more spoiler to a Jarvan engage, spoiler to engage. Can't do anything about Syndra. Syndra just walks up and starts throwing balls in his face. You see Spark just able to throw W's onto him as well. Crossfair's going to have a rough time as this goes on. Are we going to see a 5-man fight? Just A-ram it? Potentially.
I'm kind of here for it. I'm not going to lie, but I will say, for Brod, they might need to be a bit smarter than that. Akers being on the back line was such a key component of that last fight. Also, the fact that they were able to give a little bit of space in their front line so they didn't all get caught out by the Shockwave was pretty important, as we're going to see. Once again, Chains of Corruption is going to miss. Kerberos looking for the steal of his own. Akers going Mega. There's the chomp! And once again, another objective goes towards the side of 5IQ. The Cho'Gath is undefeatable in the Smite game.
If you are Brod here, I mean, firstly, it's impossible to, unless you're denying Cho that entry, to stop that Feast actually taking that objective. But you need to not let this get the wind out your sails. Akers, he's already looking to push sides. There is a Wukong. There is also a Varus to maybe deny this. They're looking to make a play here, Brod. They're already looking to push out sides. I like this a lot. I could have also seen them maybe try and just immediately go for a setup on Baron. It is spawning in 9 seconds, but Kerb would have been available with TP as that Baron was falling down. You know, you see it's going to spawn. He'll be up in another 10 as they're just going to take bot side jungle.
Kind of sad. Gold in the lead. Brod, they're looking good. You said it's kind of sad. What's sad about it?
The sad is losing that dragon, because now you were in a really dominating position because of that previous team fight. Losing that dragon means that you are still on that sort of time where you have to fight every Drake now. You can't be making mistakes where you give that over. Ocean Soul's not that strong, right? Ocean Soul isn't the strongest soul by any kind of margin, but it's not something you want to be giving to, say, a Cho'Gath or to anyone where these fights can be so close. I just have concerns where are they going to feel super pressured into now having to fight early before objectives? And if you do that, that's where you make your mistakes, right? And I think what you have from 5IQ is a really good mistake-punishing comp with the Chains of Corruption on Varus. Shockwaves, for example. We just saw it, I mean, to bring up painful memories for me, the Good Chi game versus Venomcrest. Ketsuo got a number of good shockwaves there on engages coming out of Good Chi, and in this game, it's a similar thing could happen. Cyclone, Wukong engage, you saw the knockups from Curb. So if you are Brod, even though you lost that objective, I think you just can't get too overzealous. And when you have these players, you're missing that voice, you're missing Porp, who is often the leader, right? How many rosters have we seen succeed because Porp is the spearhead for Brod? I wonder how the comms are going in this game, for example. Porp is the main shot caller. How's it go? How do you deal with these situations where you've lost the dragon and now it's a lull state? How do you make your next call? What do you do next?
Yeah, well, I think they still got to keep their heads right. Like you said, don't go overzealous, as we are going to see the hook onto Zeta early. Mr. Tickle, though, maybe in a bit of trouble here. We are going to see the return of an attack. Mr. Tickle going to use the Cyclone to give a bit of space. Does have the Lantern if he wants to get out even further. Crisis stepping forward with a bit of damage of their own, but an important ultimate has been taken down from the side of 5IQ there. Cyclone massive in these team fights, but Zeta a little bit more vulnerable now.
Chains of Corruption and the box used as well, so you don't have any of that sort of counter-engage style. As QQR, he's pushing upside. They're trying to just shut down Crisis here. If you are Brod, just bring the numbers, bring the pain. You just got to stop them from walking into their jungle.
Well, right now we are going to see a tangle up there. They have got the knock onto Kerberos. They're just going to take him down. The Cho'Gath is big, but he's not big enough. And Brod slay another big problem from the side of 5IQ. They can open themselves up for the Baron potentially as well, and they are just going to go straight for it.
I'm really intrigued. I'm not maybe a builds merchant here. What the hell is Curb building? Why has he got
that is a question.
Why has he got Leandris?
Right now, though, we're going to see
what's going on.
A bit of an interesting curve here. Frostsphere almost getting sniped out from the side. There's 4,000 on this Baron. The steal potential there for Mr. Tickle, looking for it. Akers puts him against the wall and will slay the Wukong. No chance this time. And they take down the Baron. Now, can they get the chase? Artorias in some trouble here, gets slowed up. But nice Lantern will get him to safety. Brod forcing forward. There's the stun. Good flash from Beely gets him away. And they can just walk back, reset, and get a little bit more gold for themselves to start opening up the base. Honestly, Rob.
Yeah, and the only thing I want to bring up there is Zeta did also try and flash onto Beely and ended up not getting the knock-up, which Alistair Flash is actually quite important in these fights because you can be able to choose one main target and definitely lock them down, but it's not the most important Flash to end up wasting. But either way, Brod's really, really good. They get that Baron. Akers is completely back in this game. I'd love to see the gold again because I feel like Akers has gone from being really out from that, 3 versus 1 top situation to, he's now 600 gold in the lead where Curb was in the lead earlier. If you look at the other gold across the board, 2,300 in favor in the mid lane for QQR. The difference in bot is absolutely gigantic, 4k. So now they're ahead, 8k roughly. If you are Brod, you're feeling really, really good because this is where players like Akers on these side lane champs really shine. I coached them. I've spoken to Akers. He has a really good understanding how to play these side lanes. And you can see here, he's pressuring bot. They're bringing members to try and shut this Gnar down. It's going to be hard. And you just see Brod goes mid. So perfect macro here coming out. Oh, look at the damage.
Oh, the base race from Curb, though, in the top side. We do need to keep eyes on that one as we are going to see the mid tower go down. Kerberos is still pushing, though. No one has decided to step back just yet, although he is now walking away. Akers did go back with the base and is going to leave the tier 2 as we are seeing a dangerous movement here from Mr. Tickle walking in that jungle. You need to be careful. 4 Brod members lying in wait as they head towards that dragon, but obviously steal potential is still there. Cho'Gath making their way over.
If you are Brod, you need to get Akers to push this wave first before you make any plays. Frostfest caught.
Oh, they're looking for it, though. The Thresh is caught and denied. Goodbye to the support.
You can see the difficulty with this Thresh pick now. You want to walk up to do anything. You're not quite as tanky as the owners of the world, right? As Curb is also got on a second members that
might need to be careful as well. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Rob. He could pick any support because the damage is crazy. Broad dispatch of the Cho'Gath once again. And now they can open up for the freest dragon of their life. That's a pick. Now they can push towards mid as well, and they're setting up for the end of days.
I feel like Inkquick are just falling apart here, J-Real. And one thing I want to bring up is this curb build. I don't like the Leandries. You've gone full armor. QQR shreds you at this point in time. 3-item Syndra with death cap completed. You saw how much damage QQR's taken. You don't really care if you're the Jhin and you have to hit the tank in that side, because you're only going to be 1 HP. And if you are 5 IQ, you're going to have to look for a miracle play. You're going to have to look for a humongous Cyclone Shockwave, and Rodot just aren't letting you do that. They're always marking Noltly. Noltly?
Taking the inhib, now looking for the tier 3 on the bot lane as well. And Prosphere, like you said, is having a tough game, right? It's hard to walk in, it's hard to get these hooks. Looking for one, will find Crisis. But again, what do you do with that? How do you position yourself in a win condition? And at the moment, they're not finding that answer. Fortunately for them, though, Broad, I think, going to just walk back and reset. Not a lot more to do on the map at this moment in time.
Yeah, not much. You saying Prospere's having a hard game. The score doesn't really show how hard it is to play Thresh in this kind of scenario where any step up might result in Syndra stun, might result in your death. And it's also echoed in Kerb's score, because Kerb is having to step up far to look for plays. Kerb is having to step forward as opposed to a tank support like, say, a Leona or a Rel. It's got to be Kerb being the one checking bushes, and that's why he's falling so quickly. He's also not, again, particularly tanky at the moment. As you'd expect, he's got a lot of HP, but the resistances just aren't there. So if you are the side of 5IQ, you're struggling to make plays, as the Wukong might be fed. The Orianna's really strong as well. Doesn't have that Shadow Flame finished, and is currently massively behind in items in mid lane. You know, 2.5 to 4 completed for QQR, and you still have opportunities, 5IQ, but it's hard for you to play on sides. Look at the damage coming out, for example, from Akers. Beely's here, but Akers should be fine, to be honest with you.
Well, you say that they're bringing 2 more as well. So Akers might not be so fine if they can get all of the members here, but he does still have a tower. It is low, but he is still able to stay a little bit safer, as Mr. Difficult is going to be joining the fight. Akers with a beautiful nod to get a little bit more space, but now going to have to flash away and stays alive. And the rest of the team are just pushing forward. Admittedly, they can't get any towers. There wasn't a wave close enough. But Akers buying so much time, and now even trying to play the wait game by stopping some of these recalls. I think has only stopped 1, which was the Wukong. So it is going to be a 4 versus 4 around this topside tower. Shockwave lands on QQR, but it's not a massive effect that they maybe needed.
This is really good by Akers delaying Wukong as well, because Wukong is honestly your main way of playing these teamfights out, with a clone and a Cyclone will mean that you can knock everyone up and not rely on that Cho'Gath rupture instead. So delaying Wukong meant that honestly 5IQ couldn't really assert any control. No towers taken, but they couldn't really look for a play other than just sort of a blind shockwave, which again caught QQR, but just simply wasn't enough. QQR's also got that Zhonya's, don't forget, so if you fully commit onto that Syndra, she's going to Zhonya's and her entire team will kill you before she's back up off that 2.5 second invulnerability. It's hard here for 5IQ. It looked really good early on. It looked like maybe they were catching Crisis out, who, you know, isn't necessarily playing that much comp at the moment, right? He is a substitute, let's not forget. But they just managed to solidify here, Brod, around those core players, around QQR, around Spark, and Akers having had a really rough early game. He was 0-3 early on. He's now 2-3-7. So in the last few passages of play, he's not died at all, and he's so strong. Got that Sterix finished. Joe doesn't want to face him on sides. So now every fight has got to be, well, we've got to stop Akers pushing first, and then we've got to take the fight. But if you're who's going to stop him? You don't want to send Beely. You want the Shockwave in the fight. You don't really want to send Kerberos, because he just can't really deal with Akers at all. You need someone to walk in as well. So it's really hard here for the side of 5IQ to actually look to get any kind of control over the map while Akers is pushing it sideline. They've sent Beely. Now you don't have Shockwave. So how are they going to make this play happen? Off of a hook? Unlikely. Off of a knock-up? Difficult. 5IQ, I think they need to get a really, really good team fight where they are focusing Spark. And Spark's not letting that happen, Gerald. He's full build. This Jhin is full build. Damn. He's got Flash and Barrier. He ain't dying anytime soon. And you know Zeta's peeling for his buddy till the end of time.
Yeah, I feel like we need like some insane flank angle. You know, like it has to be some sort of crazy, like we didn't see this one coming, elite level ward, but it's not going to happen. Right now they're just going to burst straight through the Cho'Gath, absolutely obliterated, and they're going to just move straight towards this Baron.
And again, no real primary engage.
Although, 20 seconds for the Dragon.
Hold on a second. Are they actually going to contest this 5Q? 1 second. Are they actually walking up? Zeta's just going.
Zeta
think it's
moving
going.
forwards, able to get the double knock-up. That's a big knock-up right now. They're taking them back. Once again, flashes are being blown across the map. Zeta able to stay alive as well, while Artorias stepping a little bit too far forward. Gets taken down again. Spark, another kill added to the tally. Azak just moving back once again. 5IQ. They cannot step up, Rob. They cannot fight. They cannot engage. They cannot do anything against Brod right now.
And again, I think today has very much been a number of stories around AD carries. In that first game, you saw Chrisberg had a phenomenal performance against Chi. Then in the next game, Absolved versus, I've completely forgotten the team. Never mind, Bulldog. BDDD looked really solid in that game. But this game, Spark, incredible. Honestly, an amazing performance coming out of Spark today, where he looked a little bit out of sorts in Brod's losses. He's not looking like that today, is he? He's coming in on this Jhin, and he's just absolutely performed from minute one. Literally minute one, J-Real. Remember the lane? Artorias was out of that level 1. Spark's just another breed, really, of AD carry in the UK.
It's a tough one right now if you're a 5IQ fan, because you do ask the question, what do we do right now? And the answer is, get lucky. That's really the answer. Kerberos looking potentially for a wonder steal here. We talked about how dangerous the Cho'Gath can be. Not even allowed in the pit. Not even close. Zeta holding the line. QQR though going pretty low. Beely able to get a lot of damage off, and Prospect looking for the final ticket damage.
No.
They finally take down the Syndra, and Aka's going to fall as well. I talked about what do they do? Well, apparently, Rob, it's just this.
QQR was taken far, far too low there in that fight. He gets shockwaved, gets hit by everything. 1 HP falls down. Spark and Crisis running away with the Baron buff, tail between their legs. This could be 5IQ winning this game here, J-Real. They've got to be so careful. It's hard for Spark to really do this, but he is full build. He is still a scary AD carry. He's got a lot of
damage down. Mr. Tickle stepping forward. Spark is able to smooth and groove. He's looking.
Oh my god!
And boom! Goes your ADC. Goodbye, 5IQ.
That damage was crazy. Where did Artorias go? Where did the ADC of 5IQ go? That was just disintegrated. Literally back to base. Grey screened within a millisecond. And this is the problem. Even though they get QQR, who has been a problem for them getting into these fights, doing a lot of damage before the fight starts. Zeta goes in, denies Kerberos looking for a flash or a steal here. And you think, okay, it should be fine. QQR's taken to 1 HP almost immediately by Beely. And it just requires Tickle, Mr. Tickle flashing in, using those long arms, grabbing the QQR kill. And it looks disastrous.
I want a replay of the kill on Artorias, because I gotta say, like, I'm old, right? Skyrim was out when I was still in school and stuff. Like, I'm saying this is when you were starting the game and you fight that big giant and you're like, oh, I can take the fight, and then boom, he hits you in the head and you're dead. That's exactly what just happened to Artorias right there.
Oh my god! I mean, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, it's just insane damage. And I mean, this is expected when you've got such a fed ADC. And Spark, we know, is absolutely phenomenal spacing on the Jhin. If there's one player on Brod you want left alive almost to take these fights, it's Spark with how fed he is. And you can see they need to get on top of him still, 5IQ. If they're not all committed, it's going to be very hard. But you can also see 5IQ can win these fights. They can. They can. Make a comeback.
Like, Brod can still misplay. There is still angles for 5IQ. And they will take them. They are a skilled team. They are a dangerous team. You cannot count them out until that Nexus breaks down. But Brod have all of the cards in their hands. They just need to play them correctly. And now they're starting to push in. They have the Baron buff. They're able to keep these waves pounding on the base of 5IQ. They just got to buy some time.
And it's almost like a similar issue 5IQ have, which is that what is your way of starting fights here if you are Rod? It's going to be a Mega Gnar. Hold on a second.
Like Aka's called out flash away.
Wow. He has burnt his Mega though, and he is half HP. He's going to have to base. He does have TP, so he can join in. But your engage is going to be like a Mega Gnar. It's going to have to be like a flash combo from Alistair, because again, it's very hard to get that headbutt pulverize off against the team that you're facing. You don't really want to be walking straight into them. Or it's a QQR stun. So there's very, very limited primary engage on both teams, really. And it's making it difficult to finish this game out for Brod, where you're always in these situations. Let's take that Baron fight, for example. It was chaos, right? The shockwave went down into QQR. Zeta was headbutting away Kerberos. But it's because there can't really be a single sort of train of thought for either of these teams. Both teams almost want chaotic fights in some way. Brod a little bit less, but still they want to be able to maybe get that initial pick, look for someone out of position, and actually then run away with a fight 5 versus 4. And if you are 5IQ, it's the same story. So the fights are chaotic. There's no one really able to pull that trigger initially. And it's causing this weird game state where, despite Brod being in a huge lead, 8k gold lead, they're not able to close it out despite sieging with Baron.
I don't like
Zeta,
this. I
get caught
don't
up,
like this. Zeta is in the middle of nowhere. Yes, has 7 seconds where it's taking way less damage, but is it going to be enough? Akers is there, but not close enough to Mega, and now in trouble himself, getting caught out. That's 2 taken down, and the pressure is mounting just before the Dragon. QQR needs to flash away. Mr. Tickle looking for the knock-up, and will just be able to step back. The Dragon has been gifted over, and they might be able to get even more. Rob Curve moving forward, but we'll just walk away.
QQR's hurt.
QQR is going to be taken down, and 5IQ, they find another moment.
It's a disaster for Brod, Jeriel, an absolute disaster. I'm not going to be... What are they doing? What is Zeta doing? He doesn't have his teammates there. Yes, there's a TV from QQR. That's not going to be enough. He's stepping too far forward without teammates on the map. And you can see, if either team gets a pick, they're happy to play the 4v5. And Brod there, Akers goes in without Mega. He jumped in there. Doesn't have any way of locking them up. That's a disaster. QQR getting hit by the hook is another one. Moments of magic from 5IQ, but really gifted by Brod, right? Zeta needs his teammates. You can't be playing this sort of Hillasang 1v9, I walk in and they respect me style. When you're a team like 5IQ, they know they're behind. They know they're in the hole. They'll take anything if there's a slight mistake that they recognize could be being a mistake. And Zeta gifts them the Dragon, gifts them the soul. Is it going to gift them the game? Have to see.
And I gotta say, it's a tough watch, because I will say, as a spectator, you can't be annoyed and say there's no passion, there's no aggression, but I will say sometimes it feels like there's no vision from some of these teams, because they're overstepping, they're getting themselves caught out. And I gotta say, I didn't think it'd be down to the line like this, Rob. I thought at this moment when Brod started taking over, it was going to be a done deal, but we're here now, we're back again, another Baron on the map, 15 seconds away, and Brod looking to take their 3rd pickup of the buff.
And it's really scary because this Cho'Gath is getting a lot stronger. When you were killing him, you were one-shotting him. He didn't have the K-Nick, right? He was just sat there with a bit of armor and a Leandri's. And that wasn't stopping QQR from doing any damage, right? That QQR just melting him. But now, the tank stats are aligned. The Guardian Angel's available for the Wukong. It just means 5IQ have all the tools to try and fight. Crisis walking in. If you are Brod here, you kind of still need to look for a pick, because how are you killing this Cho if he just runs into your team? It's gone back to being difficult again for Jin and for Syndra. Look at the damage.
There's also the items, right? Like, they've got items now. Before we were saying, oh, Beely's really far behind QQR. Oh, Artorias is miles behind Spark, who's been full build for ages. And it's like, now it's all even. So now it becomes a game of how well do you play the fights. And 5IQ have been playing them pretty nicely.
Oh, Prospect, okay, has to use the Mikhails on himself. He would have potentially fallen there if he had not used that item to get himself out of the Jin route, rather. It's a really cagey moment, isn't it, Jerry? You can kind of feel it, where both teams are going, neither player wants to make the mistake, no one wants to be the one to make the engage. Baron is spawning, we see 5IQ, they're already fast-tracking onto it, they know they have Cho in support if they need it, but if you are Brod here, okay, they've pulled off of it. They've stopped. But
no flash Akers, no flash Alistair either. No flash on Zeta, which is important. QQR also missing theirs. It's only Prosphere that doesn't have flash from 5IQ. So in terms of summoners, there's a massive advantage, which could make all the difference in this fight. Akers going in, finally, still Mega, but doesn't get the slam off. They get a lot of damage on Prosphere, and they found Mr. Tickle on the side. Does have GA, but getting him once will be massive. Forces the flash over the wall, and now they're trying to turn this one around. Kerberos is still very tanky, trying to walk forward. Mr. Tickle finds Zeta, and they get the lockdown. It's a scary moment for Brod because they lost their main engage.
And the biggest problem there was that the Mega fell off just in time. That would have been a potentially dead Thresh, and it now looks like if you are 5IQ, you're just happy to go onto this Baron. If you're Crisis, do you look for a steal? It's going to be quite difficult because, again, it's Cho'Gath, right? Very, very hard to actually steal away from that champion. And now they get to play a 4v5.
You've got to get the team fight win. You can't just go for the steal. You have to get the team fight win if you're going to go for it, or just give it completely. Right now, they've got the Cho'Gath in a little bit of a tickle here. It's a nice bit of damage coming in from the curtain call, but they're still strong. It's still dominant from 5IQ. They still are numbers up, and Akaz is going to be losing Mega very shortly. I think Brod might just have to give this one away.
they should be looking to concede as QQR gets knocked up. But I do think it's very, very hard. Crisis, again, might still go for a steal.
I think it's a possibility. Go for it. He doesn't get it though. Varus able to lock this one down. It doesn't come down to smites, and the fight now surely in the favor of 5IQ. It has to just be a run angle from Brod. Akers trying to just get out of there completely.
Oh, this is giving me a bit of an anxiety problem here, J Real. This is on edge. This is absolute a knife edge from a game that, let's be honest, Brod should have won this. Brod should have won this. How far ahead they were with the items they had on their carries, with how they were playing. And it's just come down to a few mistakes from individuals where getting caught out, maybe not taking those team fights quite right, as we see. Look at the TPing in to try and deny this on Akers. It's hard now to fight Curb because of how tanky he is. Percentage max HP damage doesn't matter when it's magic damage. He's got a K-Nick. You can't really get through him anymore. So Akers doesn't have that strength he had on side before. This Cho is absolutely monstrous. Beely's covering. Akers has got to be careful about getting hit by anything because he's potentially one-shot. Cho does a lot of damage at this stage in the game.
Thresh as well, moving up. They're looking for it. Prosper, and just walk away. Able to keep himself in check, and as you said, like Akers having problems now, and look at the swing. It's now 5IQ on the doors of Brod's base, walking forward. Prosper though in some trouble here, gets knocked up. There is the unleashed power, but it's not enough damage. They're still alive, and Artorias lands the Chase of Corruption. That's a massive pick onto Spark. They've taken down the ADC and the support with him. That's 2 dead from Brod, and in such a dangerous position on the base doors. 5IQ looking to close the game out.
And from Brod in the lead, looking in the driver's seat, 5IQ, they make an amazing comeback off of mistakes from Brod, but they've noticed them, they capitalize, and they're knocking on the doors. It's got to be a miracle coming out from Brod to make anything happen.
Is trying to hold the line, but cannot do so. The Chomp tells the story of some of this game, but not all of it at all. 5IQ, they've come back from a deficit that they should never have been able to recover, and they take the win over Brod.
That's a disaster for Brod because they need to start picking up some wins now. They were 2 and 3. I believe they're now 2 and 4. And that's just not what we expected coming into this split. They really seem to be struggling in some of these games. And this was a win. Let's be real. If you go back and VOD review this should have been a win. And honestly, the mistakes at Baron, QQR being hit by that shockwave, where I think Beely, honestly, I don't know what the desk are going to say for maybe their MVP, but Beely had a quietly very good game with a number of great shockwaves. But in general, it was on the back of Curb becoming tanky enough, on the back of, again, Nolty being amazing at this Wukong. And Brod, they're going to go back to drawing board. When you VOD review this, it's going to be a difficult watch because there's only a couple moments really you can point to and say 5IQ capitalized and ran away with the game.
Yeah, I think it's a tough time to be in the Brod quad. I'll be real. It's a win that should have been theirs. Like you said, we're closing down on the season. They need to find some wins to get into playoffs. They want good seeding. They're a good team. It's a tough day at the office.
One more loss. I've done a bit of maths on it, I think. One more loss is very close to locking in you're not getting top 4. Like, if you're 2 and 4, and you go 2 and 5,
all right,
it's very hard to get top half with 4 and 5.
We'll let the desk talk about it a bit more. The numbers will number themselves probably later on next week. Desk, we're going to hand this one over to you. A win on the mistakes of Brod is how I would call it, but what do you make of it?
I make of it that was some League of Legends. That was... I don't understand what went down, and honestly, that was a roller coaster. There were items in there that excited me, confused me, and everything of the sort, and it felt like it all started much later in the game. Savonix, the entire early game just felt so silent. Nothing, it didn't feel like it had much oomph to it when we started.
It was a slow burn. Actually, I thought the early game was very well played by Int Quick. It was starting to look pretty rough for Brod and friends. The turning point, of course, we'll touch on that in a second, was the Artican. I gotta praise Spark. What a game on the Jhin. But unfortunately, I think when they got the Baron, they just didn't utilize it enough to break through the base of Int Quick. Extended the game for too long, and yeah, they unfortunately drop another game.
We just don't want to even give Zeta any scoreline. We're just like, yeah, we can't do that right now. We're so sorry. Middlecott, this was a series and game that kind of felt heartbreaking if you're a Broad and Friends fan.
Yeah, bro, I'm not sure about some of them stats. I'm pretty sure Spark had more than 0 kills, but we'll we'll investigate that. There's been some manipulation of the numbers, clearly.
Yeah.
No, as someone that likes to call himself a Broad fan on occasion, has even sort of worked, coached within the organisation and provided financial services for them. This was horrific. This was just really, 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 really bad. But the horrible thing for the Broad and Friends fans is it never starts off bad. It may start off a little shaky, but it never starts off bad. It starts off with something a little bit silly, a little bit special, and the sort of thing that we've kind of gotten used to Broad and Friends doing. Enemy team on Atacant, they've got a Cho'Gath, yeah, we'll just steal it. And what that means is the fight after the objective goes so heavily in favour of the Broad and Friends when it should have been all in quick. Massive knock-up into the Shockwave as well, but as soon as that first kill goes down, you get explosions coming through, and Broad and Friends can really start to take over. Incredible sniping skills from Spark. We love seeing this guy on Jhin, triple kill in that fight, and this was really where that trepidatious early game that we saw for the Broad and Friends, where 5IQ were making good moves, really sort of got turned around, and it looked like Broad and Friends were going to snowball that into an inevitable victory.
Yeah, I mean, I want to keep this rolling because we have a few more replays, but honestly, for the next 20 minutes, it really was just all Broad and Friends. We saw pick after pick. We saw the entirety of the base seem to fall apart. They built up a 10k lead at one point. A 10k lead in, I am saying this, about 17 minutes. They rolled in, they got the inhibitor tower, they got inhib, and then it stalled. It felt like they got a flat tire. Things slowed down to such an immense level that all of us here on the desk were going, what's going on? And it gave time to offer these few moments, which actually I think we jumped ahead very, very far, where we see this game-ending moment where this is also the story. As Arturius just found the backline, I mean, Savonix, you and I were discussing this throughout the entirety from about 40 minutes onwards, was pick after pick after pick.
Yeah, Artorias, not the best Varus ultimates this game, but in this last fight, he flashed in like prime Uzi and just eliminated his opponents. It was very impressive to see, considering that, you know, I honestly thought he dropped a bit of a stinker this game. I'm going to be real.
How much is it? Prime Uzi, how much is he paying you, Sobonix? How much is he paying you to say that?
I really want that skin. It felt like almost anticlimactic the way it ended, right? It was like so back and forth, quite tense, and then out of kind of what J-Real said before they closed out of mistakes from Broad, that's it, it's over, and bit of a shame for Broad and Friends.
It hurts to see, and honestly, we wish we could dive in a little bit more, because this is a game that I think if you look back, Quick is going to say, dang, that was really bad, and then for Broad and Friends, that was really bad, and both teams have a lot to look forward to in the future weeks as we head further on into the season. However, we have one more game ahead of us, and it is yet again one of the other top teams. It is going to be Belfast Storm going up against Rise Gaming for your viewing pleasure for the last game of this week 3. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Final game of the day is here and upon us, and we are going to see if the top of the tables will continue to be a tie or if we're getting a mix-up here. We are taking a look. It is going to be Sin. Nope, not even that one, because that is not what I thought it was going to be.
Too far.
We have, of course, Belfast Storm and Rise Gaming. Belfast Storm is sitting at 4-1. Rise Gaming sitting at 3-2. And these two squads are going to try and give us a great old show. Middlecott, I'm liking this matchup a little bit closer than the last one, but honestly, it's been a day of upsets and teeter-totters across the entirety of the standings.
Yeah, and I think one of the nice things about this matchup is you couldn't necessarily call it an upset either way it goes. Obviously, Belfast Storm had massive expectations coming into the split just with the LP numbers on that roster, and I think to a certain extent, yes, they fulfilled them. They had a slip up earlier in the split, but we don't talk about that. And then Rise as well, I think, have been, well, sort of rising up, doing very, very nicely with this new look roster that they've got for this split.
I can agree with that one. You take a look here, Rise Game bringing a Nikki, Tweak, Muffin, as well as Sin and Jamsu. And I mean, this squad can put in a little bit of work. You know, the eyes of a Nikki staring into your soul there, Savonix. I mean, this is a squad that we're hoping to see match at the top once again. You know, maybe the top, keep their top 4 spot.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting game, considering the result of the last match. Because these two teams, if Rise win, I believe Inquick will then take sole position of first place. If Belfast Storm win, then you've got the two that sit on top. So a lot at stake here for the top of the table. I love both sides of the coin here. I'm a big fan of this Rise roster. Big fan of what Belfast Storm have shown as well. I think personally, Belfast Storm have started to really find their footing in this league.
I'm looking at this Belfast Storm roster.
I'm still not okay. Like, how was Little Pants allowed to submit that photo? like really? Like, has that been properly investigated? But I mean, no, right? Little Pants, for you, Limsey, like very veteran players within the UK scene. Even Raider is someone that you can ascribe that moniker to, as someone who played on the X7 roster about 8 million years ago or something like that, but also has done really good things within the European scene. And then Brula, of course, barely needs any introduction with how strong this player is. So, yeah, if we're going on paper, we got to be saying that Belfast Storm should be the team that is likely to take this. But I think some of the playstyles of their team not necessarily conducive all the time to winning, and that can be an issue at points.
It's one that we got to watch for, and also today has been also a little bit of an awkward turn for everyone. So if we were to see anywhere where Belfast Storm stumble, I would actually say it's here. It is going to be possibly that stumbling block of, you know, if they lose here, not the worst in the world. You're still sitting at one of the top spots, but you still don't want to fall. Looking at the matches, though, I'm kind of curious about that head-to-head. We had a tiny peek at it earlier. I'm curious if we can get it back up on screen. There it is going to be. It is going to be Sin and Fuyu, giving us the 4, and honestly, those numbers leaning a bit more into Fuyu's side, at least at the current moment. You can see in some of those metrics leaning very heavily.
Yep, this is a classic UK AD carry matchup. Those who know, these two faced multiple times against each other. It's like watching Arsenal versus Tottenham. It's like watching Liverpool versus Everton. Sin versus Fuyu is our equivalent of that derby, of that rivalry. So I love it when these two face against each other. I think the last split, they kind of both just bombed. So I would love to see them play a little bit more aggressive against each other this time.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is going to come from the supports, because if we're talking about classic UK AD carry matchup, Jamsu versus Little Pants is a fairly classic UK support matchup. And the thing about both of those guys is they are massive inters who will throw their bodies into the fray in order to start fights. Jamsu, big fan of him on the Nubulus, as well as the other champions in this game, and Little Pants, he can just lock in anything he likes and somehow make it work. So I think bot lane, really interesting place to watch. Maybe not necessarily the highest level players on both of these teams, but absolutely somewhere where we should expect to see fireworks.
I like that, and hopefully we get to see more action in the bot side than we, might have seen in some of the previous games. Again, for the rounding out here, in my eyes, we are hoping for a treat as we're hopping right into draft already. 2 or 3 have gone by. Rise Gaming focusing on the Ivern, the Azir, and the Varus, something that has been high prioritized, which is also a surprise seeing that ban on blue side. Belfast Storm, though, with the Varus band out, they're actually looking maybe in a separate direction. The Gwen and the Pantheon, and now the Syndra sent straight towards Muffin's way.
Yeah, expected. I think the strength from Rise is clear cut. It's that mid jungle. Tweak and BB Muffin have been such pivotal points for this Rise team, and so, yep. Plan out Aniki's Gwen, which he's a comfort of, and then a mid jungle pairing. As we see the Ziggs being prioritized here, this champ is he's pretty strong actually. Got buffed recently, so yeah, I like that B1.
He's also quite stupid though. Just standing a million miles away from someone in a lane, not interacting with them, and winning on CS and poke just naturally.
All right.
Oh no! Oh
you're
no!
You're not gonna do my poor boy like that, okay? You're not gonna do my poor boy like that.
No.
This is the OG.
No.
You don't do my boy like that, okay?
I've lost
you don't
so
do
much
my.
respect
This is
for you,
awful.
man.
This is like finding out someone still watches The Simpsons. This is bad. This is very.
He has
very
gone
bad.
with me everywhere when I travel too, so you don't get to talk about my boy like. But granted, when he throws and does 1,000 damage off screen on you, it is kind of stupid. So I gotta agree. Right now, we are looking at the Sivir and the Orianna to match up, though, try and get in range of that Ziggs as you will. So already locking in some decent powerhouses for Belfast Storm in those carry roles.
It's a Limsy comfort. I think Limsy's his Orianna Azir very well known within the UK of Four Nations, and so Azir's being taken away. Get himself that Orianna. Orianna's been a very successful champion today. I believe it's won every single game that it's been a part of. So
yeah, just about.
Yeah, if oh yeah, true.
Whether for worse or for wear, like let's be honest here.
Gets it over the line.
Yeah. Hey, that's another champion that won in that last game. They're on different teams now, so.
Yeah, I mean this is standard. I mean we go down the line and we talk about the meta, we talk about what's there. These are champions that we have seen repeated over the last few weeks. I mean I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary. And if we get the mix, I mean the main mix is the fact that the Wukong and the Orianna are on opposite sides. So now what are you gonna pair with the Wukong? What are you gonna pair with the Orianna? Are we still gonna look at that type of dive? You know, the starting off on the team fight.
Yeah,
Nocturne's up.
Ooh, and this is. This feels a little bit unusual. So for avoidance of any doubt, Sin, and he'll say it himself, he is a secondary carry. That is what he likes doing best. He likes sitting on his own in bot lane, not too much going on, and then being able to explode into the map in team fights. And I think that's what this pick is aiming to do. You're not playing something that is going to be able to punish the Sivir's weak early damage. You're playing something that is going to be big in team fights, avoiding the shockwave, and for avoiding stuff like the Apprehend from this Darius that has been locked in for Raider. This guy's like 1k LP on this champion. You always have to ban it. You always have to ban the Darius. And now he gets 2 bans against his lane. So your counter pick is worse. This is rough. This is rough.
Yeah, this guy made his name on this pick, by the way. It is feared, and I remember casting an NLC Aurora Cup game where Raider did play that Darius. That's NLC Aurora Cup, by the way, a much higher level than the league. We're no disrespect to the boys, of course, but and he looked incredible on the Darius. It was an actual 1v9, so I'm scared for Rise. Leaving that open is it's a bold move, Cotton, as quoting a very, very famous movie, but I will see. I mean, I'm assuming Rise have a plan. If you're leaving a player that high level and his main champion open, you have to have a plan.
The scary thing is, I wonder if they forgot it down the road, and that's always a thought as well. Hey, there's so many things to think about, and you forget about this one champion. At the current moment, though, just like you called it, Savonix, 2 bans straight towards that opposite side, and Niki's losing out on some of the main counters and some of the main primaries. So what do you look at? Rise Gaming now focusing on the bottom side, trying to take away a lot of that comfort and sustainability for Fuyu, and then looking at that jungle as well. The J4, another great entry into that the Orianna Shockwave transfer, but that is going to be a trundle for Roulette, looking for a very large, overwhelming top side almost, as you look to also take away some of the tanks that Rise Gaming could play.
And I think that with this Trundle, you get a bit of a better idea of what Belfast Storm want to do with their composition. I always find it weird when I see a Sivir and an Orianna locked in the same rotation, because I think the way that Sivir wants to play with her role and the way that Orianna wants to play with hers are very sort of opposed. But when you've got a Darius and a Trundle, their biggest issue in team fights is access. Give them a buttload of movement speed, they can get in there and start cracking skulls. Ryze, though, responding with a Rakan, a lot of flexibility. That's what this draft is really giving to me. You can play out team fights in multiple different ways. You can go for like 2v2s, 3v3s, big lane team fight engages. But what that does mean is you end up in this sort of jack of all trades, master of none. And if Belfast Storm are just running at you with a reasonably sized gold advantage or even at an even state, they can just hit you very hard. I don't like this. I really don't like this. This is. I really don't like this.
That feels like
Mundo
I got
does not
nothing
have a
left.
good laning phase, guys. Like,
No.
really not a good laning phase. This is potentially quite difficult.
Something must have happened behind closed doors. Like, this can't be real. Raider has his Darius against a Dr. Mundo. There's also a Trundle, by the way, who's going to steal all those stats away.
Yep.
Yeah, not a fan of the Mundo pick. In all fairness, they do need a front line, and most tanks really don't like the Darius matchup anyway. So it kind of is like, it seemed like a doom situation for Aniki anyway. Like, whatever you picked, we need it for the comp, but also your lane is kind of cooked. So it's a tricky one. Not a fan of the Mundo.
But I think that speaks to how well Belfast Storm have been drafting and have been playing in these games. So let's go back to this. Belfast Storm sitting at 4-1, as you talked about, it was that Limsey piece. You look at the Orianna and then the Sivir, and we said, hey, where is this draft going? And then they forced through the Darius. That had to be a blow, a hook out of nowhere against Rise Gaming, and then you lock in the Trundle immediately afterwards. And Rise Gaming are staring down and like, dude, no amount of safety is going to get us away from the speed, and then you have Little Pants on that Nautilus at the end. We have to get credit. Belfast Storm, I think, played this draft amazingly well.
And that's not to say that Ryze don't have tools that can deal with some of this, because they do. Again, the Xayah, the Rakan, this is a duo that is very difficult to lock down. And even once we get into the later stages, alright, Aniki might not have a fun time in lane on the Dr. Mundo, but at some point you still become Dr. Mundo. And so that's going to be something. There's angles there for Rise Gaming, but I feel like the big issue that they've got, which is a little bit weird when you've got a Wukong and a Rakan in the composition, is I feel like you lack proactivity. Like, Belfast Storm could always just go at you, and they can always take the fight. And yeah, you're going to get some knockups and some CC, but if you've not got enough damage to back it up, then you still lose.
I could get behind that. Savonix, what do you think?
Yeah, I actually kind of want to echo something that Middlecott was touching on. Is like, I don't think Ryze's draft is bad by any means. It's actually like Xayah, for example, thrives a lot into champions that like to run forward, which is like, you know, Nautilus, Trundle, Darius, and so Xayah has a good angle here. Wukong, yeah, it's not going to be easy, but you can actually get onto the back line with your W and the Cyclone. Ziggs will be completely fine in many of these team fights, can just stand in Mongolia and throw abilities from far away. So it's not the fact that Ryze's draft is bad, it's just Belfast Storm's draft into these champions is very, very powerful.
And it feels like it's one of their strengths, so let's go ahead and see if the strengths work. But before we do, I want to get your final thoughts, predictions, to see who's going to come out on top. Middlecott, who do you think is taking it?
Well, we're talking about abilities being thrown from Mongolia by the Ziggs. Genghis Khan was a great conqueror in his time, but unfortunately, it has passed. It's got to be Belfast Storm. I think Northern Ireland beats Mongolia on this day.
Savonix?
As a completely unbiased caster, I'm gonna go for my boy Tweak, former good cheap player, so up the rise, let's go! Woo!
All right, and listen, as a Ziggs main and a Ziggs fan, I got nothing to say. Let's go ahead and throw it over to J-Real and Rob to go ahead and take us into our final game of the day.
Final game of the day, and what a banger. What a way to end the week of UKL. Ryze taking on Belfast Storm, and the draft is spicy, right? Now we've been kind of discussing it. I'll let you go first, Rob, because like obviously you got a lot of the breakdown. You're saying, very similar to what Sovereignist was saying, you are liking Belfast Storm's draft a lot.
I like Belfast Storm's draft for a number of reasons. I don't like the mid matchup. I don't like the Ori into Ziggs. I do think that Ziggs is pretty good into a lot of Limsey's pool. Obviously, Azir was banned. The Syndra, the Ori, Ziggs is pretty good. But jungle matchup, Trundle is pretty good at beating up on the Wukong. You've then got the Darius, who, despite, if you go on Lolalytics, it's a bad matchup for the Darius. I think you've got such comfort for Raider in a game where now you've got a Sivir. You said this as well in the green room. Sivir facilitates Trundle and Darius running into the enemy team. It's going to come down to like the bot matchup. Sivir versus Nautilus is absolutely fine. Decent into the Rakan. Sivir can push in the Xayah early, and so I think it could be quite a difficult early game for Ryze in the top and in the bot lane. That gives Trundle free reign to play the map. You can then just try and make sure your mid matchup's not too bad, and then team fights. Trundle Darius sprinting at you with Sivir speed is going to be really, really, really scary. It's going to come down, and I'm going to steal your point, to the Xayah. It's going to come down to Sin to actually show up in this game and put the damage down. Because Ziggs can try something, only a few bombs are going to land. They're going to be sprinting at Sin's face every single team fight, and he's going to have to survive.
And also, I want to talk about anti-comfort as well, right? Because, you know, we talk about comfort picks, we talk about picking what you know, but what about playing into what you know? Because obviously, Jamsu, famous for his Nautilus. Middlecore even talked about it before the draft went down. Now playing into it, has obviously got the Rakan. I don't know how successful that one feels. I feel like it's a little bit kind of, it could go either way, but has to have a big game right here, because I feel like the Rakan could actually be a massive, massive game changer. Obviously, Wukong really good at giving space to the team with the Cyclone, right? And the knockups. We're talking about kiting already, because you got Ziggs, you've got Xayah. If they're going backwards, you have a much better time than if they're trying to go forwards. And the Rakan, I feel like the quickening, it needs to be the lifesaver for this side, because I feel like Sin is under a lot of pressure here, and it's whether or not his team can give him that space to get him through these team fights. However, how do they get there, Rob? That's the big question, because as you said, Trundle really good into Wukong. That takes away a lot of the early pressure. I feel like if we just see Tweak match where Roulette wants to go, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Oh, sorry, Roulette match where Tweak want to go. It's going to be really difficult for Ryze to kind of get themselves off the ground and running. And also, in this top lane, right, we all know about Mundo when he gets the Warmogs, when he gets those 2 items with the Heartsteel as well. But he has to get there first, and Darius is notorious for his early game.
And it's Raider on Darius. We can't say this enough. This is kind of his champion, right? So, honestly, if you took a different game here and you said it's going to be Ryze versus someone else, what do you think of Ryze's draft? I don't hate it. You know, you're welcoming in those melees. You've got the Xayah. The Ziggs is going to be playing at range. You've got some frontline. Your Rakan and your Wukong can play disengage. My problem is more coming from nameplates on, right? Raider knows how to play this matchup in the top lane. He'll have played it a ton of times, especially recently with the surge in Mundo's popularity. You've then got this Trundle, which is if you know how to play Trundle in jungle, it's not just an Ooga Booga run at them. You use that pillar to slow them down. So you pillar the Ziggs or the Xayah, and then you wait for a second, and then you look to make a play. So it's one of these things where if Roulette knows how to play this champion, it is going to be very effective in this game. You've got comfort for Limsey, comfort for Fuyu, and it's just, I really think that Jamsu's not had the best games recently, in my opinion. And I think Little Pants has been pretty damn good. And so when you put those two together, yes, Little Pants is going to look better because he's got Raider Roulette topside, but still, it kind of leads to being, is this going to be a difficult early lane for the side of for Ryze? It needs to come out, they need to come out on top, they need this side to be strong, because you need to be welcoming these melees in and denying Raider resets, denying Roulette running you down. Whereas in mid, it should be hard for Limsey early on, because Ziggs, he's an absolute monster into these short range mages.
Yeah, you're already starting to see it a little bit from BB, getting some damage down onto Limsey. And it's just going to be a little bit difficult in general, as you said, with that poke. But can it lead to more, right? Because obviously Ziggs notorious for kind of getting that lead, being able to move around the map, taking down these towers. And I feel like if we do see Ryze get that early start that we're maybe not expecting to have, it could obviously change the game completely, right? Like, they could go massively far ahead if they can unlock BB in this early game.
Yeah, and that's also why the analysis is kind of a bit poor from my end, because if you took nameplates off, I'd actually quite like Ryze's draft. I would like what they've brought for themselves with against these melees. But because of the fact that you've got to put them back on again, something like BB on Ziggs, is this a champion he's played put a lot of time on, you know? Tweak on Wukong is not a champion I traditionally would have known him for playing. And like Aniki on the Mundo, we haven't seen that much either. Whereas we know Raider's comfort is Darius, we know Limsey can play Orianna, and we know on the side of the bot lane of Belfast Storm. For you had a phenomenal Sivir game in the last game that was played. So I just think that as this goes on, Tweak, they're gonna have to look for a few advantages, Rise. If they can stonewall Darius, they are in for a good shout, right? And Raider, he had that Fiora game, right, against the very first game of the split, their loss versus Absolve. He faced Dognappy playing Fiora into Aatrox, which is generally a pretty good matchup for Fiora. And it was difficult. Brian the Lion taking a lot of damage. Hold on a second here, Little Pants.
Little Pants cold though. He doesn't flash, he doesn't heal. He knows that he will survive. If he walks a little bit too far forward, could actually get caught out by Tweak, but nice ward will get some vision of the Wukong. So very aware now, Belfast Storm are where the side of Rise are playing. And this one could be a little bit risky. BB in trouble here as we're going to see the gank coming through from Roulette. And
he's not going to keep going,
Tweak is going to cover, so I think actually they will just be completely fine.
Yeah, I was going to say, Roulette, I think maybe just trying to scare that they were going to continue fighting as BB. This is really bad.
No, the bomb! Going to knock him up. Flash used. There's the auto, and it's not going to be successful for BB. The escape is not good, and Roulette takes first blood.
He needs to be escorted in there by Tweak. It's as simple as that. Tweak is on that side. You know the pillar exists. Walking next to the wall with the pillar available. Ziggs is actually quite hard to play into Trundle with that pillar, because you see him about to blast back away, you put a pillar where he wants to fly from optimally, and then he has to adjust his course with the slow. It's very, very difficult. You saw there, he threw himself back towards the lane, J-Real, and then had to flash. So this is a disaster really coming out early, as Jamsu's caught as well. A lot of damage. You said Brian the Lion took a little bit there. Mitch, he was struggling, you know, problems in his pants. Jamsu's also showing he's not having the best time.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man, because I feel like the Rakan and the Nautilus, they both have ways that they can play, but it's like if you get the jump, like you can do so much work in the time that you're allowed, and we've already started to see a little bit of chaos. Now, obviously, both those ADCs, they scale pretty heavily, so I'm not expecting a crazy kill lane in the bottom of the map. But I am interested to see how we play around these objectives, because in my mind, I feel like Grubs has got to be the go-to for Belfast Storm.
Yeah, and then in response, you know, that almost means that Rise has to also fight the Grubs as well. I think that if you can get them, it should be the focus. It should really be, you know, Trundle especially, even though he's a jungler, can do a lot of tower damage. You've got the Darius already finishing up that Executioners. Focus on the rotation
already.
I was going to say, the rotation is interesting to me. I want to point out here that this was a swap that Rise called, and Belfast read immediately and already got that swap off, so neither team really loses too much of this swap. Darius now going back into a lane that he really favours. Also, we saw Niki before sort of talking about the objectives. He didn't necessarily show how he knew how to play the matchup. He walked up, took an awful lot of damage in the trade, and now they're swapping away again because they want to get... It's not just about getting a Niki out of this matchup. He's now got 6. It is going to be harder to kill him. It's also about denying Darius the ability to bully in a matchup where Raiden knows what he's doing. As Tweak is on vision here. This is really risky. Really, really risky. He doesn't have his bot lane, and Ziggs is pinned to his turret.
And we're already seeing Raider move. Roulette is lying in wait with Limsey. Yes, okay, we are seeing BB move finally down, but there are 4 members waiting for Tweak. Just close over the wall, and that is fine. But it could have been so much worse right there, as they are potentially looking for the fight here. They're bringing the members through. The bot lane are split though, and Tweak, not level 6 yet, doesn't have Cyclone, can't just get the knockup, but the damage. The damage from the Mega Bomb is going to push back Limsey, but I think the Dragon is easily secured by Roulette.
Firstly, Tweak doesn't have Smite here anyway, according to the HUD. Secondly, Roulette smote, but still had another charge of Smite available coming up. So in the end, it goes over to the side of Belfast. So Tweak trying to sneak that off of the reset, off of the lane swap. Makes sense, because, you know, you kind of want to make sure that if you get this early objective, if you do fall a little behind, you can delay the soul for Belfast, right? Because it does feel like Belfast should be able to fight a lot in this early game, and you give them early dragons, are you going to have to fight them for a soul at 23 minutes? No one wants to do that versus a Darius on maybe 2 items against a Trundle that's already going to be quite strong at that time, you know, on those item spikes that come around 23 minutes. So I understand why he goes for it, but it's just so risky. With Ziggs, who was pinned to his turret, with his bot lane still not there, they have no control over the area, and Belfast just walk in.
I'll be honest, I don't know if the coach for Rise is DJ Khaled, because he's just like another one as they go for the lane swap again. Like, I get it this time, right, because the Grubs are coming up, so this one to me makes sense, right? I think the earlier one I wasn't really sure about. I feel like they didn't really gain anything. Yes, a lot of that was because of the read from Belfast Storm, but I feel like they're just trying to play around. But actually, they were doing okay before, so I don't know why they were so committal with that. But now they're actually a man down for this Grubs fight, because we're seeing all of the members from Belfast move up to the top, except actually Limsey might go down and match the Mundo.
And honestly, it's weird to say that Oriana is the least important one because because she obviously has such a high impact ultimate, but she is, because she doesn't have a a way of getting that shockwave in other than people sprinting in or Nautilus hooking in. So her covering against Mundo makes a lot of sense, because Darius in these sort of skirmishes that might be coming down in a few seconds is so strong. Gets one reset, might decide the entire game. They're looking here, Rice, to still make this play. Flash onto BB.
Doesn't land over the wall. They're able to get away from the pillar. The Cyclone coming through. Sin able to start doing some damage, but Raider, a little bit scary, has already ghosted, and we're going to see the Featherstorm utilized, and it ends up being no kills. Not even close on either side.
I respect the Featherstorm coming out of Sin. The hook, if that had landed, everyone would have turned and tried to burn that Sire down. But still, no kills, but the Grubs are taken. Means that Belfast Storm are having a better way of this early game. It's only 600 gold, but it is 2 objectives already. So, we'll have to see where Rise want to go next, because Roulette's looking, with Raider, to maybe punish this top laners. The wave is going to crash. Recall cancelled as well from Sin, who wants to get that back off. He's only sat on that scout slingshot. No real damage, let's be honest. No BF sword or anything like that. Just no real damage at all on this Sire. And she really does need to start getting items online to be the main carry for this team.
No, like it's not the gold for me. It's not the gold for me that's the difference. It is just that objective control, because we already talked about how dangerous we are seeing the side of Belfast Storm from that early game with the Trundle, with the Darius, right? And we talked about the Grubs as well, right? Like, Trundle versus Towers is just not what you want to see. And also Darius on the split push potential later on as well. So I feel like getting those Grubs, plus the fact that they got the Dragon as well, like, it's starting to give massive advantages to Belfast Storm. And obviously, yes, we've got a lot of League of Legends left to play, a lot of scaling, only 1 kill in the game and only 500 gold ahead for Belfast Storm. But at the moment, it feels like the pressure is starting to mount on the shoulders of Rise.
And the first thing is, Trundle's always, like, if you see the gold, a lot of it is going to be, Trundle a little bit ahead, the kill and the CS. Oh my god, there are 4 members coming. They've got to get out of here. There's no Featherstorm either for Sin, and he might have to use Flash.
Hook's going to land. Quickening comes through, though, able to get the charm on 3. Knockup comes down as well, but Sin not able to get out of there. Flash is used a lot given over to get that kill, but they still get that kill, and now they can put pressure on this tower. We've got the Trundle, we've got the Darius, we've got the Grubs. A lot of plates could fall here, so Tweak, nice rotation to try and defend this, but it's still 3 versus 2, so they maybe do have to be a little bit careful here of this dive potential.
BB's coming up in support. Roulette under the turret, just trying to get the wave in. They get a little plate. You see Mundo smacking it down in bot lane. Wave is also cleared by BB, getting more gold into that Zig, so I do think Sin should have just flashed that hook. I think that was a little bit disrespectful without having that Featherstorm. We know how good Little Pants can be, on these champions. He isn't going to miss a sitter like that. And if you are Rise, that your AD carry going down there is bad, because it delays them getting the gold, right? Like, if you see 400 gold already behind, despite there being no kills on Fuyu is currently up, 10, 15 CS. The jungle lead is also quite big. We do see top being matched, but that because of the swaps, and Niki's had a lot of free time, so this Mundo is sort of getting through what should have been a harder early game, potentially, in favor of, actually getting that Warmogs online, as you said, getting maybe that Heartsteel, getting maybe the Titanic, and then running through the enemy team. So good to see Aniki having a decent early game in a matchup that we were a bit worried against Raiders Darius, but otherwise, the hook goes wide. I say he doesn't miss sitters, and he misses that one, but
but when we consider
it's a difficult one for Rise. It's really hard to see, right? Like, you can't see them winning fights at the moment. Yeah,
like, it's not the Mundo you want, right? It's Sin that you want to get strong, and the fact that they're down on Fuyu already, they're down a level as well, not just the gold. It's like you're starting to feel like, okay, that's not where we want the priority to go, and okay, maybe actually you do want the Mundo to be strong. I don't know why it's got 3 giant spells, so maybe I'm missing a patch now or something.
That's mostly because of the way that so Heartsteel and Warmogs don't necessarily give you the best stats in terms of for the completion and the gold you're spending. So it's often better to sit on triple giant spell, then start completing items, because that way you will also get the Warmogs passive as well. Once you get that giant spell online, I believe, as long as you've got enough overgrowth stacks or whatever it is. I can't remember exactly. Sorry, it might also be a couple of grass stacks as well. But usually that just gives you more raw power on pushing these turrets because of how your passive works on your E, right? You get more AD the more HP you have. So he is building like in a way that kind of Watley tweeted about this about 4 months ago about how you should just go triple giant spell on every champion that builds HP. So it's good to see him picking that up. He is a big threat. He's proxying top, but Nikki is having a good time. Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, talking about pickup, the Dragon has gone down to Belfast Storm, and they will just be able to walk away once again. Again, more use from Rise. Not a lot taken off of that play, and they are going to send Sin back against Raider once again, keeping that swap alive. As we're seeing the proxy come out from Anarchy here, all the way at the tier 3.
Yeah, I like what he's doing. Anarchy's putting a lot of pressure on the map and dragging at least, I'll call him Beely because of the last game, Limsey around on this Orianna, which means that isn't there for the fight. Oh, he's
might be caught here. Mundo does go where he pleases normally, but maybe not here, although actually, walking out, did have to use maximum dosage, but I think it's going to be completely fine.
Yeah, he is a champion where your hardest point a lot of the time is actually early game, right? It's something where if you can't get through that early game, it's difficult. Oh, it's a dive coming.
Quickness comes through. Knock off there. There's the Cyclone. A lot of damage down. And goodbye, Orianna.
Oh,
beautiful.
No. Jamsu got it, though. The Rakan picks up the kill. That is a bit of a disaster because it was a shutdown. If that shutdown goes into the back pocket of either of the two carries, of the Wukong or the Xayah, they're off to the races. Now with Jamsu having got it with the Ignite, it's difficult. You just see the wave clear here. But they're trying to stop Sin taking this. This is worth it for Sin, though.
It's the Trundle all day, and Sin is now going to die for it as well. Fuyu looking to get a big amount of gold. 330 in the back pocket as Raider comes through. Guillotine down on 2 and still alive. Hasn't fallen yet. Ziggs tries to get the kill. Will finally find it as Roulette looking for more. Gets a tower shot in the back though, and that is all gone.
My God. Action on both sides of the map. I like Sin trying to race for the turret there because you get the 300 gold, right? So your death giving 330 over is not the worst, but now Fuyu gets an extra 300 himself, so a net game of 330 for Fuyu in that ADC matchup, that highlighted matchup of the day. And on the other side, they try and defend that top turret. They try and make a play topside Rise. They do end up picking up a couple kills. They pick up the kill on Raider. They pick up the kill on Roulette. However, this Darius now off to the races with that stride breaker, maybe looking to run some people down. He's going to be able to start looking for kills on sides. So it's still really cagey. 1,000 gold in the league for Belfast Storm, but we can see signs of life here, J-Real from Rise. This isn't a open and shut case yet. You just wish the gold on Rise was on something like the Wukong or the Xayah, really. The Ziggs having it's good, but realistically, Sin needs a good game. Sin needs to be the one who outputs all the DPS in these fights, because if they get on top of Ziggs, without Zhonya's, that Ziggs is one-shot. The Xayah can at least Featherstorm and look to play it out.
Well, we'll see if they can start to convert a little bit of gold onto their ADC as they're going to be walking forwards, looking for the contention on the Rift Herald, but I don't know how far they can go with this one. The Rift Herald's going to be taken already, and Little Pants just able to keep the line held. No one wanting to get dredge-lined. And just walking all the way to mid. No real fear coming out from the side of Belfast Storm.
And this is kind of what we've seen on a number of these objectives is Fuyu ults for some reason. But we see this on a lot of objectives so far this game where Rise have looked to contest but realise they can't really go in. If Jamsu flies in as primary engage here, again, I talk about this a lot, but he will be locked up and instantly killed. So he needs everyone to follow on the call. So if there's even a single player saying, maybe not, you can't make the play. Because you know as the Rakan, you're not getting back out there. You'll be rooted by the Nautilus. You'll be locked up by the Darius. You'll be maybe cancelled on your dash by the Trundle, and it makes it very, very hard to play. And so all you're seeing is Rise conceding this while posturing around the objectives, hoping to get a pick, and it's not happening. As we do see how Nikki, doesn't bring this out, he is a level up in top lane. He has that Warlock's finish. Look at the damage.
Anaki's kind of comfortable at the moment. They have to get a lot of damage down as well. Those brief places do keep landing. That infected bonesaw really can put in a lot of work, as we are going to see 4 members go for this tower plus a Rift Herald equals an easy take of the mid lane, as they are even looking for a tier 2. Going to slam that one straight through. Sin as we're going to see a turn around those Ziggs with a lot of damage from the backline. The flanking Ziggs out of nowhere, and Roulette having to run. 2 of his members already gone down, and that's what we needed from Rise. It's not done. It's not done. Fuyu in trouble. Here comes Anakin. Anarchy get the numbers up. They're getting another kill, and let's push.
That's Business Mundo getting his money up right there. The shutdown of Fuyu going over to the Mundo, who can be so tanky. Hold on a second.
Oh,
Tweak,
stocks
he's
are going
fighting
up
this.
again. Even more stocks. Oh, Roulette. Roulette cuts it down. Okay, I'll chill out.
Roulette doesn't believe in the power of the markets. He decides to leave. He's not a free market capitalist, I guess. Either way, no. Yeah. So, Rise there. Amazing play, honestly. They ping it on the minimap. They see them making the play mid. They know our combo is Wukong Ziggs. They're giving us an opportunity to get a flank here as the Wukong, get a great cyclone across the entire team. The damage comes down. Limsey is just absolutely eviscerated instantly. And it just means that, you know, there's no shockwave. There's no ability there for resets to potentially come through for the Darius because of the fact that Sin is just left kind of untouched. There's no real targets. He's trying to figure out who to hit. There's a clone there, etc. Oh, BB. BB.
Oh, BB able to... Oh, no. You're getting run down. The Darius is here with the ghost, but Tweak in support, able to give a bit of space. Flash coming out, flash forward. Raider getting aggressive with it, but doesn't have it. The hook lands. There's the pillar. They take down the Ziggs, and there is not enough support because there's another. The guillotine coming down. Raider is going massive right now. Double kill, and that is why you do not give him the Darius.
Oh my god. Rise, you did something so well, and you've all thrown it away. Right there, the Zig stepping up a bit too far, praying. BB is screaming to his team. He's saying, save me, please! This murderer's coming. Help! The Raider's coming for me. Doesn't matter. Tweak couldn't do anything in assistance, didn't really want to commit. Ends up being, you know, hovering around the edge. Shall I go in? Maybe, maybe not. Ends up committing to it once they do get on top of the Ziggs, but it's just not enough. The Mega Inferno Bomb had been used to clear the wave. That damage is gone. Honestly, I think you had to just give BB's life, because you didn't have a way of dealing with the Darius in these scattered fights. As Limsey, he's too far up though here. Way too far.
Limsey also going to be giving the mid lane give over cut, although actually this time gets out. The bomb lands, but it's not enough damage. Limsey stays alive just about. And this time, I don't know if it's like the fate is on their side or what, but Belfast Storm, hold on.
See, that would have been a very nice pick to break some of the pressure that's on this map, especially with the Atakan up. You then force them maybe into a numbers disadvantage fight. There's no disadvantage fight. There's no ultimates for Rise here. There's no Cyclone. There's no Mega Inferno Bomb. There's no quickness. So if they're going to try and take this Atakan, they're going to have to expect to contest.
I feel like the disadvantage is for Rise. They've lost so many stats doing this.
Limsey?
Now in a weird fight, they get a big knockup, though. Limsey's fallen down. That's also Brian the Lion. They've taken two already, and Anarchy
Raiders
holding
here.
the line strong.
It's
but
a
here
penta.
comes Raider, the Darius Dream. Multiple members low. The guillotine is ready to go. And can he find the necks of Rise Gaming? They're looking forward. They're getting in position. Tweak low. Jamsu low. Sin low. Raider looking to go like his name says, but they're all going to back away.
Oh my god, I was on the edge of my seat. I see so many members at 1 HP. Yes, Aniki's regenning with Warmogs, but that's just a pentakill waiting for Darius if there was any sums or any other way of getting on top of them. Limsey and Little Pants here, just playing on the wrong angle. We've seen this a lot today. See this a lot this entire split, where teams, despite looking pretty good in a game, often take fights in a split manner. And it just means that one side gets picked up first, and then they're sat in this weird stalemate where neither team wants to really go. Like, if you are Rise, you're not jumping into the Darius. You can't really commit to this Atakan because you can't really hit it, because then they're going to get on top of you with a pillar. And so if you are Rise, you want to pull out here, but you don't want to give the Atakan over. They let the reset come through, and everyone sort of leaves as if nothing had even happened other than two people passing away. And that just leaves now Rise in a situation where there was some opportunity there. If Limsey had been picked initially, he'll be fine. He's Mundo. He goes where he pleases. He'll be all right.
He is going where he pleases, right? He is on a long walk. I don't know if the pier is short, though. That's the question. He's going to face Roulette right now. He doesn't have maximum dosage. His health bar isn't infinite. He's going to get a little bit back, but can the team come through? Brian the Lion is the target. It looks like Lil Pants will fall down. Now a little bit of space pulled by Jamsu. The bomb comes through. Half HP on two, but look at it. Look at the guillotine go. It misses. He's not going to have the slam down, but will they be able to get onto the Sin? It's not going to be enough. They don't have the space. Good flash, good Featherstorm, but again, another one fight for Belfast Storm, and that means Atakan.
This game and the last game has been marred by players playing out of position and getting caught. If you're Ryze here, you don't really want to give Atacon over because you're against a reset-heavy composition, at least with the Darius. Sin doesn't have Featherstorm.
Sin moving forward, no Featherstorm. There's the knockback though.
Oh my god!
Down already. Raider though with Ghost is just too fast. Gets the big heal, and now they walk through them so easily. Where are you going, BB? You know, oh, he gets the kill. He gets the kill on Fuyu still.
That was huge, actually. He ends up trading 2 for 2 there. They deny the Atacon as well. So even though it looks like, are they running in to die? They're just delaying that objective. If you are Ryze, you still want to make sure to secure this because the resets in a fight for Darius are going to be disgusting if this Atacon also goes over to the side of Belfast. So if you are Ryze, you're looking to play that. They've pinged it a little bit. Dragon is up, though. So they're now going, okay, Anarchy, you've got TP. You can come join this fight in a sec. There's a top turret right for the taking. Darius is going to match without TP. So, if you are Ryze, get your other members back up and look to take this Drake. Make sure they aren't on Soul Point, Belfast Stormers. Anarchy's just going to pressure Raider here as much as he can to deny him being able to push the wave and walk down to this Drake where you see BB TPing. Ryze want this Dragon more than anything else in the world at the moment. And then hopefully to snowball into a teamfight win, an Atacon, and then a really strong state in the game.
Ooh,
Here comes an Inky.
TP, that's a nice one though, because it's Mundo. It's not going to get a burst out. Roulette in trouble here, gets charmed. The knockup is going to go further ahead and get Little Panther. Roulette is still alive, still walking away out of the fight with their life. Maybe they can come back into this one as well. Dragon has been started now for the side of Ryze Gaming. Belfast Storm looking to come back into this one though, Rob. They're not done yet. Here we go. Little Pants with the hook locks down BB, but the space is given. Here comes Raider though. The Darius getting close. They get a team. That's 2, and they're looking for more. Anarchy moving on to Fuyu, but does not get the chance.
It's just Raiders. Darius, man. Every single time he's showing up in these teamfights and showing why. Him getting this in this game was not a good idea. You've given him the ability to get in there as well. The severe speed making it so once that Darius gets that Stride Breaker, gets that, is it Thrill of the Hunt? No, that's Ryangar's ult. Either way, Fuyu's ultimate. He's just unstoppable. Yep. He's just a completely unstoppable monster. Yeah, on the hunt. On the hunt. It's just an unstoppable monster. Look at it. He just runs in here. Doesn't have the Fuyu ult either. But he gets a 2-man pull. Instantly just destroys Jamsu. Decides, okay, Sin, you'll die as well from half HP. Lovely. And then obviously gets the kill on Nikki at the end. Tweet gets out with the dragon and his life. But that's going to be Baron going over, I'm assuming. Hold on, no, Baron.
Well, they got Atacon.
Baron just spawned. They got Atacon, and Baron has just spawned. So they've got the Atacon. They're now looking to posture around the Baron. If you are Ryze, you're going to have to go again almost, because you need to make sure that you get one of these winning fights. Sin, to be fair there, had the Featherstorm up and didn't stop the Darius ult from killing him. It was available, I believe. So I think maybe in a couple of fights, if Sin can execute a little bit better, get a few more feathers down, you can see it. Like, you can see the possible huge Xayah combo. He's on 2 items. He's going for that third, potentially looking maybe for Navori Quick Blades. Could be a PD as well. Once he gets that damage down, gets the 4th item, I can see it. You can see it, Jerry. I can feel it.
I can see it. My only worry, though, is that, okay, we're thinking about all these players on Raider, right? Don't let him get the guillotine. Don't let him get this big shutdown. But then we're kind of forgetting about Fuyu, who is going to be doing a lot of damage in these fights. He's almost got 3 items, and we know what Sivir can do. Everyone knows what Sivir can do in these fights, and it's a dangerous game.
And once she gets 4 items as well, when she's got that front line running in front of her, and she can just hit whoever's nearest, she's going to absolutely shred you. So there is a fear out this Sivir scaling. Is Roulette's here just looking for a pillar onto Sin, and this is what you see. You pillar, you walk back as Trundle, you pillar again, and you just try and get a bit of damage down and put them into bad positions where you can then capitalize as Sin. He burnt Ghost there. So that summon has gone. No flash. Featherstorm available. Sin is the one to watch for Ryze in these fights. And if you're Belfast Storm, Raider, and then secondary, it's for you. You've got to make sure that Raider is shut down if you're Ryze, because this Darius has been absolutely monstrous so far.
Really nice that they have the Skull Crow there to give them vision of the Baron. So they know that it hasn't been started. They have a little bit of time on the clock. Just go and pick up and push those waves. Still some outer towers left. The one in the top side is still available. If they could potentially just send BB there to throw the satchel. But at this moment in time, obviously, Baron going to be the main priority on the map. And I feel like Limsy, we've not really talked too much about this Orianna, but obviously it's starting to scale. 2.5 items, almost got the cool hat. And the shockwaves are going to be pretty massive.
They are, and the big thing here is Limsey's just a little bit extra damage on the top right, a little bit extra, lockdown and making sure that Darius can get those resources.
No.
BB's caught again.
Same again. We're back here again. BB caught out. Roulette doing so much damage here. Yes, we'll take quite a lot back, but it's not going to be enough. Tweak stepping forward, gets ulted. Depth charge now gone. That's a nice one if you're Sin. But it's not enough. 5 versus 4 now. No Ziggs. They're just relying on the Mundo to push, and it's going to be a Baron given over.
They were pinging question marks there, Belfast, onto Aniki. I think he's actually doing the right thing. Because once BB's caught, you just have to get whatever gold you can on the map. BB, however, I think he's having, even though he's 4-5-4, a couple moments here which have really broken open the game. When he got caught in bot lane, which led to the inevitable deaths of Tweak and Jamsu and himself, and now getting caught on side, a lot of the pressure's gone. I think he just needs to respect the fact that Belfast are a little bit quicker on the trigger. They're a little bit faster out on the map than his team, and he just needs to play a little bit safer. Even if the wave is in a terrible spot, he'd rather not get the gold and not die currently in this situation, because you're on 3 items, you still do the damage, right, as the Ziggs. Just make sure you're not overextending a bit, because if you're caught like this, you lose a huge amount of damage in your combo that you need.
And we're also getting into the later stages with the Trundle, with the Grubs. Like, it's a risky game to play if you go down. And also the Sivir as well. Like, there's so much tower taking potential on this team, and the Dragon is spawning up in 27 seconds. It is starting to be a little bit of a crunch time for the side of Rise Gaming, and it does start off somewhere, but they have time to recuperate now. Baron obviously was taken up by Belfast. They are now starting to push and putting pressure. They're exerting this force onto Rise. They're going to force them back into base, and then should be able to turn for a Dragon. I do wonder if we see the contention.
Yeah, if this dragon goes over to Belfast, it's worry stations for Rise. The Baron here just using to siege, it's not going to get too much. It's going to get the mid turret, but that's probably the least bad one to lose, the mid inhibitor, because you can just push that wave out so fast with Ziggs, with the damage he does as Mundo right now. Aniki, he's showing a lot of presence on this side lane and pushing in. He's looking to TP back.
Coming for the TP.
This is risky.
Big bomb goes down.
Rise.
A lot of damage actually caught out there. Nice knock up there from Jamsu. They're moving forward, but Tweak has already got pretty low. They've already started to move forward. There's the guillotine. That's 2. Looking for 3.
Oh my God.
More than in the French Revolution, and Raider is going massive. Tower goes down. Sin on the side will fall, and Belfast will make it look easy.
Call him Raider rubbish, but that guy is the French Revolution reenactment. Like, this guy has just absolutely slaughtered Rise on his signature pick, to be honest. Had all the facilitations, and Niki's come back in. That's not going to save the game, buddy. You TP him for this fight, and it's just too little too late. You throw in the Mega Inferno Bomb. You don't have that combo. You can't pick anyone up. And if you are Rise, it's a really sad loss, but Belfast, they lost that very first game against Resolved, and they looked amazing. That must have been a they must have had a kick up the backside, because that guy, they've just been amazing. They've just been incredible.
I've got to say, they could almost be my favorites to win the whole thing if they keep playing like this, because I feel like it's not necessarily that they are like forcing other teams into bad situations, but any mistake that they get given, they just completely take. Like, we saw one pick on BB, right, like in the bot lane, and then from there they were just taking everything and anything. There was no more contention allowed for Rise Gaming, and then they just find it again, and once again just basically end the game. So it's like they're just so good when they find a lead at all in the game, Rob.
Yeah, I think that also, it's just when you have Raid, it's not that you gave Raider Darius. I just think it's one of these games where he's got a lot of facilitation here, right? It's not just the Sivir speed. There's like the Trundle pillar slowing down the enemy team. So these fights which you usually expect, well, Darius should be able to play this. Like, he should get outranged. He's just on top of you anyway. He wasn't even needing to play around his flash timer. He was just already there. And I think that is just a sign of a team that knows how to play with this pick, and a player that's so confident in getting in those positions. Do you get rid of it every game? If you feel someone that's confident against it, maybe not. But otherwise, it's looked phenomenal in this game. And that's the biggest thing about facing Belfast. Draft is so hard. Roulette's got an amazing Ivan, amazing Evelyn as well, but you probably won't see that in comp. Azir for Limsey. And then the Varus. Honestly, I don't think you ban out Fuyu. You go for the Varus ban this game. It's a very generic pick. And I think what you want to see is Fuyu's always going to be playing these facilitators, probably. You know, he's going to go with the Varus and the Jhin and the Sivir. Just get rid of Raiders champs. Make sure he can't 1v9 the game and then play through bot. That's how I think it needs to be against this Belfast Storm game. Belfast Storm Gaming team, because they've just been incredible so far since the first game.
Well, that's going to be all from us. We are going to be throwing it back to the desk. All I can say Rod lost. Sin lost. Sounds like Rob out.
I mean, that was... There are some thoughts to go into that one, and we're going to dive into that because that was Belfast Storm laying down a smacking, maybe not as quickly as we thought it would occur. Still about a 30-minute game. Took a little bit of time to ramp up, but Darius doing Darius things. When you give it to the one player, you never should hand their main.
Why are we doing this, guys? Like, why are we doing this? He ends with 9 kills, 9 assists. I'm sure that's not going to matter to him. And Yamundo ended up not really offering much. And the sad thing is, I think that Rise actually had the beginning of a good idea about what to do to deal with this Darius, right? Aniki was taking these like really short trades that was forcing Raider to push the lane in, so he was never actually in kill threat. And then we saw swap after swap after swap to ensure that the Darius never got a free lane against the Mundo. But ultimately, it never really ended up mattering because Rise would just make a couple of mistakes. And like the casters were talking about, Belfast Storm are just so good at punishing. This was one of the comebacks, though. This was when Rise were able to find one of those sort of rare angles, a TP into the back from the Ziggs to find a couple of kills. But this was very much the exception in this game and not the norm. By and large, we were seeing the proactive moves, we were seeing the positive moves coming out from Belfast Storm. If Rise happened to pick up a few scraps, great for them. But for so much of this game, it felt like they just weren't in control of their own destiny.
Yeah. I really wanted to at least highlight once where we did see Rise. Like, Rise were trying with the tools that they had on hand. Like, they were attempting it, and when the pieces fell into place, it was appropriate. But, I mean, Savonix, there are just moments where you go, yeah, Belfast Storm Gaming, they knew what they had to do. They waited their time. They paid their dues. And from then on, they ran the show. I mean, this next replay kind of shows it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Belfast Storm really patient, very patient play throughout this game overall.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, I remember this play. I think this was like this Mundo's dead situation, but we're like gonna make sure he doesn't die alone, so we're gonna go run over there and give them more kills, kind of situation. But I mean, Belfast Storm, like their composition is just so powerful. It's so difficult to play against. What I will say about Rise, I was not happy with their objective play. I think when objectives look uncontestable, don't just stand there hoping for something to happen and walking around in circles. Like, go cross map a play, push a wave in, take a turret. You have a Ziggs, like pushing a turret through, it takes seconds. Instead, they kind of like walk around in circles, waiting for the objective to die, and then going to push the waves. I think that was, for me, like the biggest difference between these two teams here today.
I could agree with that one. Middlecott, what you got? As we take a look at, I mean, it just feels like overwhelming might at this point in the game. This is about 23, 24 minutes in the game.
Yeah, and the really sad thing is, even within this play, you can see an angle where it goes right for Rise, where they don't go too far and they commit onto Roulette into actually killing him off, which would have been a fantastic play, but then they get stuck in this another one of these sticky situations where some of them are on the Baron. You've got the Mundo wrapping around as well, but it's really difficult for him to actually get in. The fight starts off looking, oh great, we've got a knock up on the Nautilus. Oh no! There's a Darius here! Oh dear! Where did this champion come from? Oh, this is horrific! It was a difficult watch for Rise because they did so many things right and they put themselves into really good positions, but the thing about being in good positions is that's worth diddly squat if you don't do anything with it. And frankly, they did not do enough in this game. This was a game that they absolutely could have won. They were going toe-to-toe with Belfast Storm in all of the ways that mattered, and then they just stopped. And once you stop, the team that keeps going tends to win.
I think that's a really good way to put it, and you know, that's something that they'll have to kind of contend with moving into the next few weeks. As we just talked about, week 3 is now over, where you're looking at week 4, 5, 6 onwards a little bit. There's only a few more games to play. You know, most of your season is already done, and you got to start figuring out how to deal with some of these top teams, because if you're looking at the middle of the pack, which now I do believe Rise Gaming is currently sitting in, you have to recognize that you're going to be facing off against these teams once again. As you can go ahead and take a look, Belfast Storm, Int Quick, both sitting at the top of the tables at 5 and 1. Good Chi and I believe Absolved GG are sitting a little bit lower, but I think we have a 4-way tie between Good Chi sitting at 4 and 2, sorry, and then Absolved GG, Bulldog Academy, Rise Gaming, and Venomcrest are all sitting at 3 and 3. This middle of the pack is looking rougher by the minute.
Yeah, it's a very tightly contested league, and just looking at those standings, like the top 3 itself, it's like I think Good Chi and Belfast Storm are yet to play against each other, but Int Quick, you know, they lost to Good Chi. Rise were able to contest Belfast Storm pretty heavily, so I think all the teams here, especially the ones at the top, very, very close with each other. I will say, so far, Belfast Storm personally have shown a very flawless level of gameplay. It just seems like there's not many holes to poke at with this bear, so they stand on top right now, tied with Int Quick, but to me, they are the league favorites right now.
Middlecott, would you agree?
Well, league favorites. It's a big title to assign onto a team. I think that Belfast Storm, they will wear that responsibility well. I think there are teams that can have a go at them. I mean, like we saw today, absolutely winnable match for the other side. But yes, you think about how Int Quick have got themselves to 5 and 1 with their game today, and then you think about how Belfast Storm have got to 5 and 1 with their game today. Worlds apart.
It's something that they got to watch for, and honestly, I'm excited to see even more of it. I'm waiting to see if Int Quick are going to have another weird one next week, but I'm sure so many teams are looking forward to Monday. Monday, we are right back, same time, same place as per usual. 4 more games, 1 off stream, totaling 5 to go ahead and move through our week number 4. Fresh faces, some returning, some new. So much to look forward to with the UKEL. Of course, from us on the desk, we want to say thank you very much to all those that were on the desk beforehand and all those that come after. We thank you very much. Also, shout out to our casters. And then, of course, our production on the back end. And honestly, you can see the dis-synergy here on the desk of Zavonix and Middlecott try and do some sort of handshake. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you all Monday.